know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the wind. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plan. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah. Chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah. My life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah. It's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah. Chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah. I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah. No Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah. I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night,
brain, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance, gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Yeah, throwing money fast like, ayy. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, ayy. Double pump and bring it back like, ayy. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, ayy. Ayy, like, ayy. Ayy, like, ayy. Yeah, throwing money fast like, ayy. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, ayy. Oh, don't write, back again. Don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack them in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty, go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lean. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. First say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know, that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the city, yeah. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Throwing money fast, like, ayy. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, ayy. Double pump and bring it back, like, ayy. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, ayy. Ayy, like, ayy. Ayy, like, ayy.
My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get the pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, over cut the my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out. Need the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of breaths for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนกูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, เพราะแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. เพราะลับคือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT EMEA. Today we will be bringing you one of the most highly anticipated matchups in Valorant history right here in the Riot Games arena. But before I get ahead of myself, let's do some introductions. I am your host Yingsu and I'm joined by the Challengers defender, Billy, and the Cypher Ultimate defender, Kakuka.
Yes, it is the best ult in the game, and if you do not agree, maybe you do not know enough.
I take that. I will be a tier 2 defender. I'm not mad about that.
We need to make an alliteration. I was racking my brain.
I was not expecting that one, but I'm jumping in.
I'm here for
yes,
it.
Yes,
I'm matching your freak.
It's a really, really important day, you know. But before we get on to one of the most exciting matchups we're going to see, I think, especially in EMEA, let's talk about some of the most exciting things we have already seen. Because how do you explain to someone who wasn't there yesterday what happened?
It is difficult, especially I think that when we look at the first series, Gentlemates were so incredibly close to closing this in a 2-0 fashion. passion, but Foot, they proved that they still have it. They took it all the way to that third map in the longest map that we've had in 2025 so far. And in the second one, Billy, well, we also saw some surprises.
Yeah, it was getting a little bit shaky, wasn't it? I honestly, I was worried watching that for Team Heretics. As soon as Giant X brought it back on that split, I was like, oh, okay. And honestly, not too angry to not be working when I was watching that. I was like, okay, I can chill, I can stay in bed, but
Tom was almost home.
How was that for you, Bea? Because you were there all day yesterday.
Yeah, but it was so exciting because we had so many sick rounds, so many individual brilliance moments, so many coach pips and camps. It was a very enjoyable day to be there. We had a very high stakes match, and I think that this split put a little bit of things into perspective. I think that we keep proving that we are a very, very competitive region. Even though we say, oh, this team should be the favorite to win this match, things cannot be taken for granted.
I feel so sorry for everybody that missed yesterday.
Yeah, go back, you have hours and hours.
Yeah, if you went to bed at 10-0 on split, you missed a doozy. But that puts things into perspective here, because despite what happened yesterday, teams like GX and Apex, they still don't have any championship points, and things could get a little bit dicey next week.
Yeah, exactly. And as we look at the stakes, also thinking about today, about the 4 teams that we still have not yet to see. We see in Group Alpha, as you're saying, Giant X with that 0-2, same for Apex. And in Group Omega, only one of the teams will end up today with an 0-2.
Yeah, Group Omega is a scary one to look at, right? Because you have so many teams that maybe didn't expect to fall. Yeah, literally anything can happen. And I thought by next week, we would know who was going to be qualifying for playoffs, but no, Group Omega is completely proving that wrong.
We might. It depends on what happens, a million, a trillion permutations, our favorite thing to talk about.
We're working on them.
Actually, my second favorite thing to talk about, because as you guys know, my favorite thing to talk about is obviously Durka and obviously Fnatic, I think this is what everybody already thinks, so I'm just going to lean into this, because today will be the first time Durka will be playing against Fnatic, and you would think from everything that we've heard about, we've seen that there might be bad blood, but on social media, Kakuka, it's the complete opposite.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that we have this situation where, they're playing against their former team. We've had it with Yampi, with Kamek, not that long ago. And when we look at this situation, we see that there is still a lot of love, because we speak about a roster that was together for a very, very long time. And it's not only the time that they spent together, they also won together. Nothing unites you with your teammates the way that winning does. So we understand, and we love to see in social media how they can still talk about their asses.
Yeah, I love that so much.
Most important thing.
Exactly.
It is really funny, but it's still great that they still have that, good banter relationship. It's really nice to see. And like you say, they were on a team. They've been through all the highs and lows together, traveling to different countries together as a team. They've really built a bond over the years. I mean, they've been to every single champ since 2021, right? So of course they're going to have this kind of brotherly love with one another.
I know there's just some fans that are crying at home right now, shedding a tear, especially look at this. I'm so happy that we've been given this Durka meme as a result of these interactions, but you do also have to address, Billy, after everything that happened with Durka on Fnatic, there is no way in hell he's not going to be giving his all today, wanting to beat his former team.
100%. This is probably the worst breakup in Valorant history. Yeah, genuinely, it is, sadly. But yeah, I think that he's going to be all guns blazing today.
It was if they break up, I do not believe in love anymore. But I think that we're going to see a different phase, because I think that especially with how both of the teams are looking this year, how the new directions that they've been taking, that again, he's a new team, and Fnatic, how it's looking in 2025, I want to see who wins.
Did you guys go with dad or you stay with mom?
I don't have a dad, so I stay with mom.
Yeah, you stay with mom. Billy, what was your in the divorce?
Don't make me choose.
You went with dad?
I can love both, right?
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
This is real life.
What did you say? I'll go with whatever.
I said I don't have a dad, so I have to stay with mom.
Okay, I'll go with dad then.
All right, I'm with you, Bear. I'm with you. But the wholesomeness doesn't stop there. I had the pleasure of catching up with Durka and Chronicle a little bit earlier. Take a look at this. When it comes to reunions, it doesn't get more iconic than this one. I am now joined by Chronicle and Durka. How are you guys doing?
Good. Офигенно делаем. Okay, I'm just not gonna talk. Yeah, that's good.
You feel good? You feel good?
Feeling good.
I wanted to reminisce a little bit with you guys and see how much you guys remember on your teammates' days with a little bit of a quiz. So I'm gonna go straight into it. Do you remember the first match you ever played together? Not in VCT, just in general. The debut of Chronicle and Durka.
In Fnatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Which match was it? Tell me.
Riot Games 1.
I mean, wait. Then Riot Games 1, yes.
Riot Games 1
Correct.
against Zeta. Or actually DFM actually.
It was against DFM. Great memory.
I was about to say Egypt, the Superdome, but he wasn't there.
Unless I wasn't there.
That was Leo. That was when Leo
Yeah.
got leaked. That was when Leo got leaked. Now, after that, you guys came to VCT EMEA and you had a crazy win streak. Do you remember what the win streak was? How many games did you go in a row without losing a single match?
That one's hard. I don't know, like 15 or something, no?
15? What do you think?
17.
It was 16.
Okay, very close.
Right in the middle.
Very
And do you remember who you lost to? What their win streak to an end?
Liquid.
Team Liquido.
Yeah. They got a nice trophy. I feel like them winning that. They didn't get the bucket. They got the I think one of the nicer trophies we've had. How do you guys feel about that one?
A bit sad when we got 3D printed stuff later on.
What about you, Kron? Because it's still the Fnatic office. You see it every day, right?
Yeah, it's a scam. It's a scam, I think.
And how do you feel about that match? You know, the grand finals losing to Liquid, because obviously after that you ended up winning more trophies. Did that ever in your mind feel like, oh, we could have won that one? That would have been so nice.
I mean, yeah, we could have won, but I feel like it gave us more fire to go into like Tokyo and actually win it too. I think it was a good moment to lose to kind of like win later on.
And speaking of Tokyo, I want to see if you guys remember the agent the other person played in the grand finals against EG. So I'll start with you, Kron. Do you remember the agents that Durka played in that grand final in Tokyo?
Oh, that's actually hard. We played Bind. I mean, 100% Race. After that, we played Split again. That should be Race as well. And I mean, the third map, I don't remember the third map. Wait, what? We played also Lotus against them a lot of times. I mean, Race. 3 times Race.
Do you want to confirm?
It was all Raze.
It was Raze only in the grand final. Now, a little bit harder. What agents did Chronicle play in that final?
He played a lot. I think he
Well,
played
it's only
too
3
many.
maps, so...
I don't know, Breach, I think. What could he played on?
That's
Fine.
actually easy. That's actually easy for you.
Vine's hard for me, for some reason.
All right, I'm going to let you just tell him, Kron.
Viper.
It was Viper and
Viper,
Breach.
yeah.
Well done. And very lastly, before I let you go, anything you want to say to each other before you head onto stage?
Just good luck, let's have a good match.
Ну, сейчас будет жесткая рубиловка, пиздец, будем ебашиться.
Anyone that can translate that for us, I would love that. But thank you so much for joining me, and we'll see you in just a moment.
Thank you.
All I do in this studio is cry, I swear. You know, what a wholesome reunion that was. But of course, when they were teammates together, Crashies was not on this roster. And Billy, how great did he look last week?
Yeah, they got a new bestie in town now on Fnatic. I think that Crashies had a great performance, especially when you consider the amount of stick that he was getting during kickoff. You know, is he the right pickup for this Fnatic side? And yeah, he just had such a great performance. I think when we look back to kickoff, he was only really playing that Sova, right? And then we got a teaser of his Tejo, of his Fade this last week. Like, yeah, it was just so great to watch him pop off.
Yeah, exactly. And I think and I hope that this is going to be something that continues over time, because when we were talking about the imports that we were bringing into EMEA, Crashies was one of the biggest, if not the biggest name that we were importing from Americas. And of course, the expectations were through the roof. As Billy was saying, kickoff, not great, but with this performance, all of the eyes are going to be on him. Can you keep up what you did last week?
I mean, you heard it from him last week as well. It was all about confidence, right? Building that confidence, getting more comfortable with his routine. It's going to be difficult, I think, to beat those stats. That's just an crazy performance he put up.
Yeah, when we talk about teams like Giant or Apex, sometimes you think, man, they only need to win one match. They only need to win one match, and from then they're going up. For Crashies, I want this to be this breakthrough, this crash out, this, okay, now I did it. I had a good performance. I can relax, you know?
I think that's the thing. We have this expectation of Crashies now of, okay, you can do it in week 1. Can you continue this on? Because if they need someone to kind of pull the team up in those kind of moments where it's maybe just not their day, I think he proved that he did that last week.
I'm an Alston defender. I believe in him. But on the other side of this, we do have a team Vitality that stole some ideas. Kuka from Fnatic. Of course, Durka moving on to this roster, it was bound to happen. What did you think about his thoughts on he was able to make the Haven comp better. He could, you know, lead from the front and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think that Dirk was very comfortable because when we think about the whole of the composition and when we were looking at it, I think that last week when we brought them up, you were asking me about, do you like this composition or not? And I asked you, is this my team? Do I have Dirk? Do I have this? Do I have that? The composition works because he's one of the pivotal parts of it that can make it work from the agent that he's playing, because in many agents, he is the best that there is. It is how it is. It's not news for anybody. But now we're going to see if those ideas that he grabbed from Fnatic, or that he, you know, took
borrowed.
Borrowed, yeah, that's the word. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Because they said, yeah, we can yoink it, but then we've seen this change at Masters Bangkok, which I don't know if anyone was expecting, and it just didn't look so great after all.
I mean, it is a small change, just safe going on the jet, but nothing tells us that that is something that they are going to keep doing today. If we are to see the Haven, this was against a T1 that, as you remember, they won the entire event, and they were looking a bit different when they faced off.
Sometimes we talk about a player perhaps knowing strategies, being able to read them, counter them on another team that they've been on. I don't think it applies more than to Dirk. He's going to know everything that Boaster calls his tendencies, what he likes to do. So the brain game is going to be very, very interesting today. Not only that, Vitality of themselves as the Challengers defender, Billy, brought in a new face and he looked so good.
Yeah, he looked absolutely great. I brought it up last week as well. You know, we were used to seeing him on this initiator role when he was in mandatory in Tier 2 before. Really, really great performance on the breach. But now we see him slotting in as that primary controller for Vitality, which is exactly what they needed, I think, to be able to balance this roster out. It's exactly what they were missing. And honestly, for a debut that he had last week, I cannot wait to see him play again today.
Yeah, and I think that, I hope that it was also a crash out for him. We saw him and you had an interview with him, Sue, and he was not nervous at all. You think that going on the stage, playing in a team like Vitality that is expected to be the best in the region, you'd be a little bit nervous, but he was in his element, and that is what he needs to be today, because first week, okay, you got that out of the way, okay, you got an acquaintance with the stage and whatnot. Do you want to go up against Fnatic?
But do you think the opponent matters? Because it is two very different beasts, right? You often see players maybe respect Fnatic a little bit too much.
But this is when things get real, because if you want to be the best, if you want to compete with, you also have to compete against the best. Yes, as I said, now you've gotten comfortable. Let's see if we can put you to the test with playing against Fnatic.
Exactly, and I think that's when we can start drawing comparisons, to bring up Tier 2 again, between the Tier 2 players.
Do it.
Like when I think of Sivov and then when I think of Kayak, you know, Kayak also kind of felt that pressure when he first joined Fnatic. But I think the fact that they have this performance coach in the roster now as well, he's been clearly working one-to-one with him to kind of help settle those nerves. We've seen him have a bit of a blowout on Fracture last week until he got onto that up. But yeah, the way he's able to calm himself, yeah, I'm interested to see how Sivov performs if he gets to a pressure moment.
We will see in just a moment. You don't get storylines like this every single day. It's time for one of the best players we have ever had taking on his former squad. Make some noise for Dirka's team versus Fnatic.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah, bah, bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. I can't keep up, they follow Lita. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I'm still Takahita. No halo, I've been with a hit gun, I've been on my King Kong, come halo. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my boy said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Chill it with the sauce. Yeah, my boy said don't do it, I said what?
He helped to build them, and now he's here to try and beat them. Dirka will be taking on Fnatic and some of his former teammates for the first time ever in his career. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about this, but more importantly, the map vetoes. How is this going to go?
Yeah, we'll see, because last week we saw both of the teams banning Pearl. Fnatic is going to go first, and actually they're going to leave the Pearl open, banning that Icebox first, and Vitality to ban that Pearl.
Yeah, I think that's a giga-chad move from Fnatic, coming in bold and kind of forcing Vitality to ban out that Pearl. But looking ahead at this veto, Haven was a map that both teams decided to leave as a floater towards the end last week in their veto, so it's no surprise there. But Lotus being the second pick there for Vitality, that's a big one for me, because this is something that Fnatic had to ban in their second wave last week.
Vitality playing the same maps, the first two that they played last week. Also very interesting when we look at the sides. Vitality choose to start on the attack, and Fnatic chooses the same for Lotus. When we look at the performances from last week, Fnatic, they had a very good split. Yes, but we barely got to see what they could do from that defense. It was actually the attack that they excelled at, and we can say the exact same thing from Vitality. We barely got to see their defense because it was only 3 first rounds that they closed up very quickly against Giant X.
I hope we get Haven, and
Please.
I hope that Vitality have the balls to run the Yoru ISO comp and to try and confirm what Durka was saying, that he can make that comp a little bit better. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's talk about this split, because it looks a little bit different, Billy, to when Durka was on this team. You know, Fnatic has brought out new stuff.
Yeah, Fnatic have brought out new stuff, and I think it's really nice to see them kind of playing that double duelist. I think I've said it in the past, when we see Alpha jump onto that duelist, we see Kayak so much more comfortable. I think Crashies as well coming into this split, I'm going to be keeping my eye on. I think he had a great fade last week, so yeah, it's been really, really nice to see them kind of look comfortable on this map.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of that we've been talking now about Durka, but I love that you bring up Kayak, especially when we think about that last map that we saw last week. It took him to grab that operator and started to chain the kills together, but the effect and the atmosphere that you could see in the rest of Fnatic just hyping him up, even though he was having a bad map, is something that he's probably, you know, if he needs it here in Split, is definitely going to be there.
Let's not forget the other players on Vitality, because for Safe, Kicks, and Runner, this is revenge. This is a grudge match for the grand finals we had last year. There will be no changes on Split, because why would you?
For Vitality, we already mentioned the Zivov moving on to the Omen. My eyes also go to Kicks. This is one of his best maps. And when we think about Safe and this comfort that they found in Brendan Zivov and putting him in that controller role, I want to see, because last week we only saw Safe playing that Tejo. I want to see if he's going to be excelling at the agent. Is he going to become the best Tejo that we have in the region? And I want to see maybe if they change something in the future maps.
I think Mr. Fall would have something to say about that one, Bea. But yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think as well, with him only sticking on that agent, I guess it's good for him in the sense that he is having to IGL this team. So if he's comfortable on that agent, that's fine. Let's let him play it. And I like what you're saying about Kicks. You know, we had that play of the week from him last week on this map. He was absolutely phenomenal on that breach. But when I'm looking at Les as well, he's just such a great anchor for this team, right? He's always able to hold things down. So starting on this attack, I'm expecting him to be able to find some lurks and hopefully find some gaps in Fnatic's defense.
We are truly in the depth of 5 years of Valorant, because Crashies is playing against Les in EMEA. This is happening here. It's not happening in Americas, and I sure would like to think that they also know each other's tendencies.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that being in different teams, being in EMEA where teams are just better, might have changed a little bit of the perspective that they could have on each other. I also want to see, we were highlighting Crashes, and one of the performances that was a breakthrough last week was with this fade. Again, the attention to those two duelists. How much can you play with your opponent's mind? You're speaking about Durka knowing a lot about Fnatic, but Fnatic know a lot about Durka, and it's just not one mind thinking about them. It's actually a few of them.
I love that you bring up the duelist, because I am looking at this Yoru head-to-head specifically, and when we look at the experience across both sides, that has got to be a daunting task for Kayak, right? Coming up against a world-class duelist such as Durka, he's really going to have to be able to keep his head in the game during this one. And you can see them already, you know, doing their stretches, getting warmed up for this one. So I think they're ready.
And I want to make sure that Alpha stays confident, because last week he was a little bit quiet. He wasn't the alpha yet, the world-class trophy-winning alpha yet that we saw come out of him. And for him, you know, I don't want him to let Durka get in his head, because this is also two people that played together for such a long time. And we know Durka is the type of player that's definitely not going to let Alpha get in his head.
is
I don't
it?
think it's
But
going to
we'll
happen.
see. But
Alpha
I
needs to
also
stay
see-
seated. He needs to stay seated.
Yes,
Do
I
not
like
stand
that.
up. Do
I
not
like
stand
that.
up.
But I think that Alpha could also come out to the stage being like, I am going to get in his head. I can see myself getting in his head. Love the fact also that in the region we're seeing so much double duelists. It's a little bit after the result maybe that we saw in Masters Bangkok. But I love to see that teams like Heretics yesterday or like Fnatic today, when you have the tools, please use them. We absolutely love them because they give you a wave of creativity that many other teams can only dream with.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we're seeing the flexibility of duelists now as well, right? I think now that Sunset is coming back into the map pool to bring that one up, we're probably going to see a lot more Neon played too. So yeah, it's nice to see the kind of diversity of agents that we have at this point.
We set the stakes already. It's time to see who is going to deliver. Over to the voices behind the action today. Take it away, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. It's time to see how this battle unfolds. I'm very excited. The prodigal son back down on the stage, but he's brought home his new family. Let's see who can take the cake.
New friend.
It's going to be one hell of a battle. You know, Dirk is obviously familiar with how Boaster likes to play the game. They've played a game or two together, a tournament or two, and a trophy or two lifted. We're diving into Split to start this one out. Tom, what's your impression of how we've ended up in this veto? Split, Lotus, and Haven. Does it lean to either team?
But the interesting thing is you go back to, what, last week where we had that sort of GX matchup, and Vitality have gone with the exact same pool, so clearly feeling very comfortable where they ended up, but that also gives the tape over to Fnatic. Durka, though, he is looking to battle and brawl within the first seconds of the round, but could just all be a ruse. The rest of the team is still patiently waiting back in mid.
Yeah, and you've still got that gate crash down inside sewers as well, so a decent fallback option if they need it. The idea to fake out early, and not much of a reaction from Fnatic. Very stable as they push up in B main, gaining control, and Alphair was tucked in that corner the entire time, getting a reward for his patience here. You see the Yoru, you think maybe it could be a fake, it could be looking to gate crash back, but now they've got the steps as well, confirming that this attacking side is moving up into heaven. Alphair greets them there as well. A double opener, but Safe puts him to bed. There's still a chance on this A side hold, but with the fast rotations coming behind them, them being boxed in with that middle push-up that's come through from Chronicle, and players rotating into the site, it's still quite an uphill battle.
It's looking rough at this stage for the side of Vitality. Boaster just playing passive, a wraparound already coming in from behind, and Safe is going to have to hit the shot immediately and won't be given the chance. Kicks stuck in the mud. The grab will bring it back, still manages to get one, but that will be all she wrote. First round will go the way of Fnatic, and that's the thing. We come into this matchup, one with a potential for either side to take it. Obviously, you go historically. Fnatic have always been the ones winning that fight of the two teams, but this is the first case where Durka is on the other side of the pool and as the best duelist. And, well, if you look at who won Duelist of the Year last year, also the second best duelist being on the team, it's going to be very, very interesting to see if Fnatic can weather that storm and keep that streak going.
Well, at least for now, it started out well, 1-0 as they begin, and an Outlaw purchased up in round 2. I'm happy to see it. Can't wait to see what Alphair can get done with it. In this round, well, it might be later in the round. It could even be the retake where he's needed. Vitality, they don't have a lot to work with. Granted, weaker weapons across the board. Pistols, classics, and one Sheriff. They move towards the A site, which was wide open. The only person defending it is Crashies with his early utility, hoping to garner some information, but Vitality already gave that info away, and the gate crash into site gets Durka all of this space. The plant will be difficult to stop without a big risk with a peek out of heaven, and so, yeah, a post plant. Not bad start for Vitality already.
The issue is, other than the extra credits, now it comes down to how much they can garner. Nice usage, actually, of that Aftershock. Is going to help them out quite significantly. 2 picks already. Kicks now stuck in the backlines. Sheriff in hand. 3 players to find. It would be an absurd way to start out this matchup. Nice shot on the first, but can't quite correct. Very close, actually, to taking down Boaster. It's damage. It's not bad, but Fnatic still convert.
Yeah, I think Vitality get the best of both worlds here of being able to push into a site where it's not very heavily defended, and then they get those close-range engagements with the pistols as the players are coming back out of screens. So, yeah, when push comes to shove in the rest of the fights, you're not going to be winning them, but well-placed utility and a good gamble early rounds resulted in a dent to the Fnatic economy at the very least.
I'm shooting again, baby. Every day I'm shooting at the start.
We're getting back to reality, though, for Vitality. They've made it work pretty well with a minimal investment. Now, the big guns come through.
I'm excited for this one. I feel like both teams have come in with high energy. Saw Alfier a little bit early on, and he said he's definitely ready to play, ready to go, and I think he's going to want to beat his old teammate. For now, though, it's his teammate of Kayak. Already getting that early aggression onto Safe. Bear in mind, of course, that there are still a few vulnerabilities here for the side of Fnatic, but a victory would send their economy skyrocketing and also retrieve some extra weapons as they go. Spot crashes on a Stinger. That Outlaw, okay, still decent, but still in play.
The Outlaw giving them opportunities as well. You know, even if Crashies just peppers them up, we've already seen through that cage, but Chronicle going down in mid, it's going to cause problems. You're losing your Viper wall and some A control as a result, at least a denial on the push, but instead they go pushing. Fnatic find a pick back in the other direction, keep that advantage now in a 3 versus 4, and Vitality very much moving towards the position that Fnatic want them to, right into the waiting hands of Kayak.
Yeah, it's been fantastic so far. Boaster as well, even just said it seconds ago. He's on point, he's been fragging. They will be the point of contention.
30 seconds left.
Haven't cleared him, and eyes are focused on Kayak. Doors open for Boaster. He welcomes himself in. That's a double pick from the backside. A great round from Kayak as well. Fnatic really heating up, or rather coming in hot with a 3-0 start and denial of the early buy round from Vitality. This is going to be quite the lead built up on the defensive side. Let's talk expectations as well, Tom. Like, you're seeing 3-0 on the board for Fnatic. How worried are Vitality at this point?
But that's been the interesting thing. You look back to the very small amount of data we have from stage 1, and both teams have had very successful attack sides. So you're talking a 9-3 versus GX, and that game actually started to slip back a little bit. And then on the other side, an 8-4 versus Na'Vi for Fnatic. The question I have, though, is that are some of the heroes for either side still going to have the same level? Crashies had an insane game last week to help them get the victory over Na'Vi. And wow, Sivu maybe coming out with the debut of the season? Or definitely debut of the season, maybe debut of ever in EMEA.
yeah. Well, I mean, coming into this week, well, coming into today, he's the leader in terms of ACS. He was second last week after all the games were played. Second to Zeus, who, he was all right in the first week, so that's not bad. Again, low investment from Vitality, so not too excited to see these battles going on, as they should go the way that they have. A bit of a dent that Vitality are able to dish out, but for the most part, again, dominance for Fnatic.
One other talking point is the fact, though, that if you're going to go into the exact same veto as you did in week 1 against Fnatic, like, okay, we've obviously had changes in coaching staff with Milan and Scott now as that sort of leading way. Yeah, of course, you're supporting the Irish guy. But no, genuinely, from what we've heard from BBL as well, those guys do their research. I've seen Milan. No offense, Matt. Doesn't look like you've slept a lot. I think he's been up all night prepping for this game. So obviously the same can be said for the other side, Vitality. But you have given them the data to look at, and they're coming in with the exact same idea.
Well, 4-0 start. As you said, it's been good attack sides. And so for Vitality, they know that maybe the worst is yet to come. It's time to start putting rounds up on the board, and this is where you do it. Rolling Thunder online alongside Safe. Although he doesn't have his ult, he's still got those salvos and will incrementally through the rounds. Don't think we used them early on. Indeed, that they wouldn't be online had they have been used. As you've seen, just a default. Vitality spreading across the map, waiting for aggression. And they've spotted that a couple times. That aggro's come in once they take space elsewhere. A smoke goes up in mid, and that prompts a B push, but not ready for it to pack quite that much of a punch. In a big round for Vitality, they're already a man behind.
Back to that GX game, Sivo was lurking there a lot. I think that might just be direct pressure. Flash through. Alfier is watching, but Durka timing almost works out for him. But either way, it has forced them back. An important entry, though. Chronicle down, leaves a bit of an opening, but the B main aggression is still there. Kayak is waiting, not going to fall for it, and then gets the easy shot. Now has his dimensional drift, and Alfier for support, who's going to swing back in. Safe connects one while still on the ropes, but they know exactly where he is. An easy pick-off for Boaster, and now left onto less. 20 seconds, and Kayak just is not missing a beat. What a start this guy is having, Mitch. And, well, I think we have had some lack of expectations from Kayak, like whether he can match up to the likes of Durka. doing all right.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be questions.
Right, 3.
That's exactly what we were touching on as well. That's great to see. Thank you very much to our AVS team for that one. The idea that, again, they're taking mid. You see that take. What was the response in some of the early rounds? Push B main, same thing here, but because Vitality didn't have players in position earlier, they didn't know that Yoru Flash was being used. They weren't ready for the pop, and the reaction to jump up behind the boxes was punished very quickly indeed. Vitality go back to the drawing board here, as, make no mistake, their game plan was bait aggression out of their opponent, and they did that successfully. That's where it started to fall apart. And then pulling in the Rolling Thunder as well into this round when we're coming in with Safe just now having the Armageddon. It's a lot of, I guess, gamble from that side that play would work out in a round like that where they had rifles. It didn't connect, and now they go back to the drawing board for what is, we've gone from needing to get a couple rounds on the board here now, feel a little bit more confident, to panic stations. Fnatic are getting close to just running away with this.
Yeah, and as said, like, I think Fnatic are no slouches when it comes to that second half, so I think a good time to take a pause. It did seem like maybe a lot of the talking was coming out of Safe. I think Faded looked a little bit quieter on screen, so I think clearly taking control in that scenario, maybe spawning stuff himself. I wonder if we're going to see something slightly more direct, because as you said, adaptations being made from Fnatic on the fly. Well, the way you can take that away from them is surprise factor.
Salvo's lined up. TP and Maccabee will come in just after Salvos have fully popped, or just before, in fact. Dirk is going to tank a little bit of it for the element of surprise. Hasn't been able to catch anyone off guard, but this is a great round to take those risks in when you've got those weaker weapons. Armageddon calls it comes. Alpha can't get out. He has to fight them here and now, and at least manages to keep things even. The ult trade out, well, if it was just for the kill, it wouldn't be worth it, but now they've got heaven control and a real chance in this round.
Dimensional drift also available. That's just been picked up by Durka. Means he can get them the information if he needs. Instead, he's just going to go fighting, just beating his old IGL with only a ghost in hand. This leaves Kayak 9-2. Operator, not really the gun you'd want in these sort of moments. He'd have to pick less out of the corner, and he checks the right position, but doesn't quite find that final kill. Pace safe card, thrifty is what gets Vitality onto the board, and I don't know what was said in that pause, but it was bang on.
Yeah, absolutely the right call, just putting that bit more pressure on early.
The stun
like we
is
said,
gorgeous.
taking some risks. Alpha obviously trying to dodge the stone with that jump up, doesn't manage to, but still picks off a kill. But it's the chaos on the site. Both the player and Heaven being crept up on, and then the fact that you're looking the wrong way. Boaster worried about that Heaven walk up, worried about Les, who just found a pick moments ago. Ends up missing out on Durka. 5-1. Vitality, they put a round on the board, and the reason I was so worried is I thought it would be 6-0 with a buy round, putting them on a knife's edge of how this game was going to go, but instead, they've put a very early round up in that weak buy.
Yeah, it has to be just the escape from Kayak. They set him up. Basically succeed. It looks like there's going to be an immediate response, though. An attempt to deny any chance at a plant, the utilization of that showstopper, but it actually hasn't got the kill. The player at backside with the spike still survives. Safe has just popped off as well. 2 of his own.
I don't know how Kix is still alive. Well, I do. The stairs saved him. Just the corner of them caught the showstopper as it was firing into, well, what would have been certain death for Kix. Would even make this fight a little easier, as they'd only have to worry about Seavoff on the site. Kicks with another, and now Chronicle has to clutch up. He's already got himself a triple. 2 more, the ace needed, but less again. The dagger in the back from Heaven. His lurks have been great these last 2 rounds. Huge value found, and now 5-2. That early contest was nowhere to be found, but Vitality waking up before it seems to be too late.
And they have been more direct. They haven't really allowed their opponents a chance to try and respond. An immediate pop of that dimensional drift spots out the position of Kayak. And at that stage, when you have that op, you have to leave. You're going to get salvaged, you're going to get stunned. It just has to be a retreat. And sure, I don't mind the initial response from Fnatic. Use that Nightfall, try and get back in nice and quick, even using a showstopper of their own in combination. The fact is, though, it's just the patience, I think, that ends up working out for the side of Vitality. I think it takes a certain level of skill to rush in somewhere and then just stop and do absolutely nothing. Just wait for your opponents to make a move, because if you try and push forward and they're all waiting, you probably lose the round. Think if Kix even moves an inch or two forward or tries to plant, he doesn't stand a chance in that moment. It's just that freeze and giving space to that little bit of extra time for Safe.
I was lucky enough to catch up with Kata yesterday, Cadavra from Mates. I got the little tutorial on Sivov. I've said it enough times in front of him that he said, it's close enough. I think that's how they're going.
That probably is still wrong.
It probably is, most likely. But there's a lot of debate over in French whether the PH would come through or not. Sivov was another alternative that we were given. Not going to go with that one. The Americanization of it is a little much. But yeah, Sivov, he had a huge opportunity there because of the fact that Kix was still alive. There were 2 fights where he was able to creep up on the pillar, and they're looking at backside because they know there's a guy trapped there. He can't get out. Let's take him down. And even with the smoke up, that was where he was able to creep through and catch that player looking the other direction. So again, just those dominoes falling from Kix being able to survive. He did a great job. And again, top frag in the server. It's good to see him. One of the longest remaining members on this roster for Fnatic. Well, Kayak's been slowed down. He was 9-2, 9-4 now. Both rounds, the Vitality have put up, have seen him by the wayside, whether he's out of the play or getting dealt with early on. So a great adaptation considering 3 rounds ago, we saw Vitality adapt. They had the right read. We know that we can make them push, but they weren't able to deal with the push. So now they've become the push.
Obviously, again, going back to some sort of overall context of the match, there's so many stories to be had. Obviously, Durka sort of switching sides, but also seemingly the decision being more on Fnatic's front than his to go out of the team. Him now coming back and making it to that first Masters of the Year, getting into the top 4, and Fnatic not looking particularly good in that stage. It seems like they've come back swinging in stage 1, a switch up in coaching staff as well, but the other thing as well is just on an organizational perspective, Vitality never having that victory. And let's be honest, if in the past, I think there was always a bit of a mismatch. Fnatic having that better team, having that huge amount of wealth of experience, but also every single one of these sort of talented young players, or stealing people from Gambit. Like, you're talking about the best of the best. Their old coach was okay as well, I guess. He was decent. So it's kind of one of the things where up until this point, I think the expectation was nearly always there that it should be a Fnatic victory. I think this is the first time we come in where Vitality are the favorites. Like, you look at them and you go, okay, this is Durka and Safe. You brought in Les as well. You've now brought in a young Frenchman, and Kix is there to sort of like pull everything together, which I think he's done fantastically well. Also a great personality outside of the server as well for the squad. Invaded from across the pond to try and glue everything together. And then you have that first success. So I think it's a huge sort of talking point. Luckily, you've heard all my spew. And now you get to go back to the desk, which has Yinsu on it. See, I'll say your name. Yinsu's on the desk. There you go.
I mean, considering we're living in a world where Vitality is now called Durka's team, I saw that Team Liquid have rebranded to Nat's team, Apex have rebranded to Fluorescence team. I think it's about time that we rebrand this as Yingsu's desk. How do we feel?
That's all right.
Yeah. I'm putting myself up, you know, I'm on the same level as Floor, Nat, Durka.
I think that's
we agree with that.
Live your truth.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Yeah. Thank you.
Live
Thank
your
you.
best life.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like I am living my best life right now, and so are Fnatic, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. We see a very, very strong start for them with that 5-0, and then that tag pause comes in from the side of Vitality, and we see a switch in things. They even take that opportunity, even though the buy is not the best, to actually take and make a little bit of use of those ultimates and just pivot into a very specific part of the map for them.
What do you mean by
No. I feel like they're just gonna keep going B and B.
Okay,
B.
okay. Yeah, I can see that, because I think that the direct hits on B have started to work for them, right?
Yep.
So they're just like, okay. And you heard Tom talking about it, you know, oh, it's very skillful if you can kind of just take the moment to pause as soon as you get onto that site, which I think is what we're seeing so far, and you're kind of forcing Fnatic to flood back in. So Yeah, I can expect us to start seeing that.
The reason, though, Fnatic have started off so hot is winning that bonus round, which is so important. And Kakuka, they just seem to do that all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I think that I mentioned this in the last test, but to me it's very surprising because this is one of the things that characterized Navi last year, the winning a lot of bonuses, right? And currently, Fnatic, they're 9-2 in bonus rounds this year. This is after they have won those two first rounds, the pistol and the anti-eco right after that. They have an extremely high conversion rate. So when we speak about getting confidence going into a matchup, starting off strong, setting the pace, they're being very, very good at it.
I think as well, we have to look at the buy that they're having in round 2 for them to be able to convert these round 3s, because a lot of the time we're seeing Kayak on the Outlaw, we've seen Boaster pick up that Phantom, right? They are like investing quite heavily into their second round, which is allowing them to have the success when it comes to converting that bonus round.
I can't believe they gave Boaster the Phantom on round 2.
Did you not hear what he said? He was like, at the beginning of the match, I always shoot. And he shouldn't, wasn't he? Like 9-0 at some point?
Yeah, because Molzy's not allowed to do it. But, you know, God forbid, Molzy sometimes keeps a Phantom to himself instead of giving it to Floor. But this is the, I don't know about you guys, but you can almost really like feel the tension a little bit. Both sides, they're not doing anything too crazy. They're both being very disciplined. They're warming up into this game until Vitality became very explosive. And that is often the way that you beat Fnatic, right? Some teams just show them too much respect.
Yeah, I think we saw that when they were against BBL in kickoff, especially. You know, they were playing very kind of out the box and like taking a lot of risks. And I think that Vitality now are kind of leaning into that a little bit more the past couple of rounds that we've seen. They're trying to lean into being direct, not just like, you know, looking around the map, because Kayak was shutting them down so often. You've seen the main push where he was helping set up Boaster. You see it in every lane. So yeah, I think I think that Fnatic will have an answer for that at some point.
Yeah, and I think that thinking about today and the stakes, we expect to see a very evened out. I think we're praying to go to Haven, not only because we want to see what happens with the compositions, and obviously the head-to-head would be amazing, but I think that's what everybody is expecting. You want to see a Fnatic that is back in form, that can prove that they still have it, and for the side of Vitality, we know the expectations that they are there. And now they have to face their first challenge. Yes, Fnatic has started off with the lead. Can they snowball that, or are you going to counter it?
What I like about the countering aspect is that they clearly know where Chronicle likes to play. Chron has been in the game for, what, 4 seconds each round? It feels like he's instantaneously dead. But let's see if Vitality can continue this comeback we're seeing and send this back to, I guess, is it Mitch's cast?
I like Tom.
Yeah, Tom's cast. You can have that one, Tom.
Yay. It's all yours, Tom. Go ahead.
Been given this sort of power before. I don't know what to do with it.
Well, I've released my iron grip for long enough time. It's time to get back into the game. 5-2 to Fnatic, and you heard it on the desk. You know, they had that great start, winning the bonus, being able to follow through, then losing to the Thrifty as well. That's given Vitality a way back in. It would have been a much longer road facing down that 6-0 in a high-stakes buy round. Ults coming online for Fnatic.
They also, they used their ults there. Exactly. That was where they went. It was the Nightfall and the Showstopper as well. So, yeah, they've kind of... They had the opportunity for a pretty insane lead, but the response from Vitality, well, you always felt like at some point they would find it. Thing is, though, Fnatic are not struggling just yet. This next round loss would put them in a bit more of an awkward spot, and you can see again just Durka trying to sell these fakes. The fight is going to be taken, and well, it's actually gone all right. I thought that Kayak wouldn't get anything from that, but finds an opener, gets some info. Now Vitality have to find another idea.
It seems they're already pretty set on where this one's going. Wrap all the way around to the A site. They'll challenge that, feeling like the choke points may be a bit weaker. Without Kayak floating around to potentially be holding that long range with the op. Big teleport. Vitality. The big idea is to have less play that late. Now, I did think they would go through mid with him, but he goes back for the ultimate outside B, signaling that they've still got presence there, but the Prowler from Crashies grabs info. That's going to stop the over-rotation from Alpha. He's still going to be here for the push onto the site, or so they think. Push is coming in through Heaven. A lot of space taken by Vitality already. Less's lurks have just been so good. And it comes back to Alpha, same position as before, and they're not going to clear it. That's 2 from... Oh, no!
Oh, these are... Not gonna forget that one in a while. It's so much time, and unfortunately, just the moment.
shot's not over yet.
Not even just wasting the bullets of one gun, but wasting the bullets of two. And this is what it's like to face up against your old teammate. You're gonna kick him while he's down.
What did they say on the desk earlier? Like, oh, you'd think there's some sort of a rivalry, but it's all friendly on social media. This ain't social media. They're all getting involved. The new guy's in there too. Oh, they're letting them know that we're down to a classic. Running out of ammo to dump into the bodies. That is wonderful. And the post plant from Vitality not even going to be challenged. Boaster hearing all those shots. I was going to say he must be wondering what's going on, but he knows Durka. I think he knows exactly what was happening. That's a whiff that's going to sit with Alphayer for a long time.
Well, it's going to sit with him until he has a big round, which could be any moment. That's the one thing. I feel like there's some players that can get mentally boomed. And don't get me wrong, I feel like Alphayer can be one of them at times. But I also feel like when he gets fired up, he aces you. So I think that maybe the frustration will be there, but I also think if you get this guy annoyed, he's going to come back at you swinging. So.
Holy shit. Yep. I think you can tell which team people are supporting by the reaction there. Some sat back in their seats, some sat way forward. That was phenomenal stuff. Oh, Alphayer.
From Duck.
No, it was phenomenal from Alphayer. It was one of my favorite plays he's made. Not so much his. In that replay, I think we got to see it.
Still have a buy hit. Now, it's definitely not the best out of Fnatic. You got a Judge, potential for a Viper's Pit. Crash is going to be stuck down on a Guardian. And as said, when it came to last week's performance, it was a really big part of them being able to win. Hasn't seen the same success just yet, but it is early days. But wow, the early days of this map was a 5-0 start for Fnatic, and now it's starting to slip.
The great thing is, like, Les is so strong in his lurk game that even though they just faked A, there's 3 players here, I don't worry for a second that Les is going to get his by the end of the round. Rotation comes back to middle. Spike's been waiting outside B the whole round. The intention has always been to end there, but to pull as much as they could towards that A site. Now they shift to the left. The whole body does. 4 players into main, and again, Les has lurked through heaven. It's been flawless so far. Let's see if that continues. Gate crash going through to backside. Probably the same salvos we saw before. No, in fact, just a dive.
Oh, and in fact, that gives an opportunity. That's the spike down on the deck. Bear that in mind. Not a lot of time left for Vitality to try and work with. And Boaster, more importantly, Kayak is just going strong. This duo within the B site has been perfection. Or in-zone flawless, you could say.
It has indeed. An in-zone flawless round on the board. And yeah, I think the salvos must have been used a little earlier. They weren't online on the push through, but still, almost adding an extra layer to it, using the fake gate crash, the fake TP, instead of actually committing to it, but it didn't seem to cause any sort of a problem for Fnatic.
I'm pretty sure earlier when we had a replay for Boaster, he said, get me back on B. Well, I guess that's what happens when you do. Definitely having a strong individual performance. Okay, Doug has just been dope. Crashies decides to play ahead of the curve a little bit, and well, I guess you've seen Durka play for that ramp position so often. Just get up there and then retreat, teleport somewhere else on the map. This time he's punished.
It's a small risk of the walk up through heaven, but Boaster's just come in to fill that gap, so no real problems there for Fnatic. 3 players committed though to this half of the map, and then it sort of has to be. Puts a bit more pressure perhaps on Alphayer. She's lined up, engaged across. They lose heaven control, they can't hold it together. Have to instead split their gaze in both directions. Nade, yeah, not quite gonna land on the players that were caught off. This push from Vitality, it's gonna have a lot behind it. But a look at the rotations from Fnatic now. There's about a whole squad's essentially here.
They even gave up the pit to be here. Stun, solid. Will force them back off the angle. Have the potential for some isolated duels. Les is looking for that gap once again. Alphayer was forced forward by the utility, but they still don't seem aware. Not going to connect the shots, but his teammates have found everything they need. 20 seconds up and coming on the clock. No ground. No from the shadows. And honestly, it looks like no hope. I think this has to be a save now.
Yeah, they've made that call as well. even for Sivov, he's not safe.
10 seconds
Fnatic,
left.
they've got credits, they're gonna go pushing forward, and more so than credits, they've got confidence. Kayak certainly does 13 and 5, had a great game so far. Looks deep for the kill off of his flash, ends up making it out alive even though he missed the player in the corner. A big economy bolstering round for Fnatic, but with just 2 left, the question remains, you talked a lot about the attack side for both of these squads. Well, Vitality have got some ground to make up.
Oh, for sure. Oh, there's no doubt. A 7-3, and a lot of the streaks of rounds we've seen from Fnatic have been very dominant, very clean as well. So you're having a lot of finances going into the next few rounds. But I also really like the fact that even though you're talking about Fade alongside a Raze, not a whole lot of delay. The amount of time they bought for rotations there was sublime. Like the Seize nade may not have got a kill, but they did that early work. Kayak, aggressive position, much more so than before, and we see the same spread net set out by Vitality. Trying to watch for aggression, but also trying to find a gap.
A little bit less so now, leaving the A site a little bit more open. They still have a cam and a trap, but it's the fact they're not waiting for that aggression. But it's a B main spot and mid where they still had numbers. They catch off Kayak. Looking for a little more as well. There's an opportunity for Sivov. Boaster filled in the angle, even shot a few shots towards him. With a player in B main and one already down, B seems like an easy target. Chronicle's the only one standing in the way and he gets caught by the decoy.
Oh, operator retreat, paranoia pass through, and Sivov is gone. Boaster predicted where his opponent was coming from, and more importantly, he's been able to hold on to B main.
Said it was only Chronicle standing in the way. Didn't think B main would be able to be held on to so deep into the round. Big push by Vitality.
Yeah, they know.
Don't commit it though. It's half committed. Durka even caught with his knife out. Luckily kicks filled back into space and covers his retreat. A double pickup, and they know that Boaster is coming from B main. They've certainly heard the steps now confirming the rotate didn't come through unless, again, from up in heaven. Who's surprised? Vitality, they were really slipping behind in this series, at least in those first 5 rounds. It looked scary, but looks like they're right back on the horse here.
Yeah, I really like the mid-rounding from Vitality. You had the realization that, okay, they're trying to get aggressive towards B main. They're going to expect us to, now we've got a kill to go in that direction, let's take mid control, let's find a gap elsewhere. They get the pick onto Chronicle. And even when they lose those sort of aggressive positions in B main, they go, okay, well, we need something else. Let's take spawn control, let's fight the rotators to make sure that Fnatic don't get to just surround us. It's smart stuff in the mid round, and while Fnatic in this case weren't able to cope.
Boaster might be having the best half of his life. 14 and 3
there's
at the
nowhere to
moment.
go.
You are done and dusted here, Chronicle. Between the salvos and the Armageddon, there was no way out of there. Caught, and it's a dangerous position to play. Once that ult is online, you see exactly why here.
Yeah. That's the thing, yeah, once the ult's online, you either have to just gamble that you can rotate out fast enough, or just hope they leave a gap, but you also don't just want to give up that Vents control completely, because then your opponent can walk up on you.
And even if they don't, just putting a cage for your heaven is going to leave you with doubts in your A heaven for the rest of the round, so it's just not a good idea to leave it open, I agree, but there's the risk. The reward for Vitality. Rolling Thunder online for this B-side taken. Look where they are. Repositioned slightly by Crashies. He can avoid it, maybe provide a little bit of cover as they step out. In fact, even gets the C's down. That's going to slow them. TP to the backside. Durka stuck it. They know, though. They've seen this before. Catching him. Great reveal that would have forced the hand. Boaster on the double. Crashies can't hold on, though. They're able to recover the site, but getting across with the spike is another challenge. Kayak's back up in heaven. Almost takes Safe out, the shot whizzing past his ear. 15 seconds, last round, no time to save. He's got to swing in, but that means crossing the operator of Kayak, and he's hit the shot anyways. Already 3 under his belt, the nade through, not going to deny. The blast pack won't do it either. Safe's gotten away with it, the salvos! It's a bold play, and not one that will work out in his favor.
I think he's trying to sell the idea that he's gone somewhere else, try and bait his opponent, but unfortunately Alfio was just that little bit too quick. A really nice round. I think mainly the utility that came out from Crashies was absolutely fantastic. The fake on the reveal, the use of the C's as well. Superb round to set up his teammates. Of course though, that is only the first half, Mitch. We'll be back after the break.
Nice, Alfia! Holy shit, I'm good as well. Actually, so...
Back, folks, 8 rounds on the board for Fnatic. After a 5-0 start, though, hell of a recovery from Vitality. They really pulled up their boots, and now it's time to take the long run back into the lead. 4 rounds in a row. It starts with the pistol, but Tom, there's been some factors for Vitality that have been a little bit missing, with Fnatic having Boaster 16-4, and Kayak was on a 9-2 start, not ending that badly with a 2 KD. That's not the half that Vitality would have envisioned.
Yeah, no, I saw a sign out in the crowd that said they may have Durka, but we've got Kayak. And honestly, in this map so far, Kayak has definitely been the better of the two. Of course, you have to look at the way that Durka was playing. Very aggressive with his TPs, trying to sell fakes, trying to push into certain spots on the defense. Got to be hopeful he can get a little bit more done and more kicks. Already going to be starting things off with a bang. Kayak is gone. There is a walk up in the meantime coming into B main. It looks, however, like the defense have decided to play this almost as a full retake. 4 players gathered up in towards that spawn area.
Yeah, they're gonna come blitzing through. Late play by Crashies is being spotted. Making it out of here, not quite so easy, tucked in the corner, but the fire from down below, it's lighting up the kill feed. Chronicle with the double. And the site now taken for a plant. They're not sticking it yet, still trying to bait more players into Chronicle's crosshair, and just seconds away from seeing that work. Oh, he's caught him off guard! It's a wonderful play! Leaving it down to Crashies to do it all, and they've spotted him too. What a round from Les already. With 35 seconds left, there's still time for Crashies to... Well, they're not behind him in main. That's what he was clearing there, so great information at least. Knows where both are, but dealing with Les seems to be a problem. 3-piece for him and a great recovery on a pistol round that was definitely in danger.
Yeah, I always find that with Les, when you're watching those attack sides, especially on a map like this, where he's going to get his one, he's going to be lurking in the back, maybe finishes off someone as they're trying to like wrap back around. But it feels like he's not invisible, but you just don't see much of him in that first half. And then you get into the second half and you remember who he is. It's where you're walking into his setups, where he's rotating back in. And, well, in this, it was just the perfect timing and quick reactions to pick off a double. Vitality now get that pistol under their belt, and that's the difference. This could have been Fnatic walking away 10-4, potentially in the lead. Instead, unless a Bucky's going to do some real work, which it might, no. 3 HP though.
They were a pixel closer to him, who knows? Les again! It's the same old story.
See what I mean now?
Yeah. Yeah, that has nothing to do with setup or utility. This is just Les. Oh, he got popping heads. Eventually down goes Safe.
How's he got 3? Yeah. Like, the man only has a classic. This is always the thing when I feel like you watch Chronicle, you just see stuff that doesn't make a lot of sense. And now, with a gun in hand, a Bulldog, the same as his opponents, one of them even tagged, and it's Chronicle, he has a chance.
Oh, but the shots don't land. Not in his favor this time. Vitality to take this round across the line, but I think it's fair to say they took a few more blows than they meant to in this one. It's going to be a bit more costly than it should have been, especially with Les, the guy who had basically nothing invested, coming through and just picking them apart up in heaven. The fact that Chronicle gets away with that, following up with another, and of course it was Les, injured from so much of that combat, and the same thing for Safe.
With a bookie on me. What a good boy.
A Bucky and a snake bite. Yeah, Safe hasn't had a fun round.
I think Les already has the same amount of kills in this half as he did the last, and that's not because he was particularly bad, it's just that he's got 2-3 Ks in the first 2 rounds. We'll see if that's a continuing trend. It does mean, oh, I was going to say, there's not the best of purchases, but that's not the start they were looking for. A few spam shots that Sivov has walked into. But there is still the aggression of Durka in mid. Now, getting out of this spot can be difficult, but he does have himself the gate crash, at least for now.
Fake teleport.
It's used as a fake, but another goes out. Drone heard inside of B main. Information for Fnatic that right now Vitality should be rotating, should be expecting this to be an A hit.
Safe just picked up the rifle as well, so that has been retrieved.
The numbers will be ready for this A push. 3 players in position. You've got to get through Les's setup as well, and if one goes down, he'll have that information off the back of his ultimate, the neural theft. But look at where Boaster is, still sitting outside that B site. We could easily see a wrap back through the vents to try to meet him, and the only man that could stop them would be Safe. So his hold up in heaven, and that's exactly what's happening. Safe's hold is so important here. He's just missed Boaster, stepping through that angle. He might catch him here. Oh, he's being caught instead. And now the door is wide open for a plant.
And that timing couldn't be any better. That was the one sort of saving grace of this position, is having Safe potentially be able to cut them off on the rotation. Him going down, it is just a yellow brick road all the way back to the B site. Still with a lurk left in middle, so something that has to be wary from the defense. And a lot that they need to find here.
Oh, that was close. Just off by a little, and that would have really bridged the gap for Vitality. Chronicle hasn't been spotted. Taking a leaf out of Les's book.
Okay.
One pick, that'll spur them forward, but also gets Chronicle to make his play. The dagger in the back, and now they don't know how they can go forward. Constantly worried about that backstab. Les, one to swing out first, does damage to Chronicle. Or Crashies, I should say. Chronicle's still up in heaven and may need to hurry up. Catches one, kicks with 2, but it's not enough. Too many bodies from Fnatic, and Chronicle's lurk paying off dividends.
The thing you now have to think about is how costly that was. That was a 4v5, you dropped a player immediately, and now you've ended up with none of your players surviving. You're going to have to drop down to the light shields immediately. I can see on the scoreboard, Durka has bought up the Outlaw. They're looking to go farming, so considering it was a bonus, okay, it had a few rifles in there that maybe they would have wanted to try and win, but I think the damage is honestly
first time someone checked me.
And also, you have to talk about Vitality in that round being a little bit unlucky. Like Safe being caught, he checked that spot moments ago, Durka being caught, checking that spot moments ago. I think they could be relatively happy with that round, even if it's annoying.
Well, Chronicle comes in with a Viper's Pit ready to work with. B-side is the target. If they can get that pit down, there's a lot of trouble for Vitality, but Sivov able to pick off the first. Max already TP'd into the back of the site, but he's not got any real opportunities, barely avoiding the breach utility, but taking a big, heavy tag down to 45 HP. Good pickup by Durka, and they thought the kayak had left. They thought the utility had cleared him out, but he gave his position away. Boaster on 8 is the last man standing, and he won't stand any longer. Vitality 2 rounds behind after a 5-0 start. This is looking like the game is far from over, even on their defensive side.
The crazy thing is, I feel like Sivov started this one off with like the craziest game of aim training you've ever seen. It's like, okay, I got to pick up the Prowler, shoot the guy jumping, I got to spin around, try and shoot the horn, and still survive.
I knew he was backside,
all of it.
But I thought
it just manages to do it.
I didn't.
Yeah, that's the thing. One of them knew he was backside, but didn't come.
I love the face. It's like, well, yeah, you knew. You knew.
It was a good point, though. He thought he TP'd out. The breach utility should have cleared him. A Kix was just a little off with that, giving him a gap, and a gap that very nearly, well, could have cost them the round. In another world, it would have. Fnatic down on pistols, though. It's a classic buy and full eco for the squad. How things have been going. Should be a Vitality clean up. Though the first is a trade.
They're losing a lot of players to Classics. This is
Going
an
down
obscure
below.
angle. I don't think I've ever seen a scope that far zoomed in on something. I feel like that's like when someone has to read with like a magnifying glass. Like you're a little bit too close to that one. But it's Durka. Still managed to hit the shot. Spike found. Know where that's going to be, and unfortunately any lurks, any sneaky plays are getting picked apart. Yeah, I know for a fact that Durka for a moment was like, I'll knife him, and then realized maybe not in this round. Maybe not when I could throw my gun to an opponent and when 2 of my teammates have light shields.
That's the other thing, right? Only Les could have taken a blast from that outlaw. It's got 2 barrels. Alfier, he's walking into heavy traffic. Les was there, and I don't think he'd expect Sivov to be in position either. 9-8, 1 round between them for Vitality. That's got to feel like a real olive branch being extended. The fact that they came in slow to start, and even the fact that they found that, what was it, a full thrifty round. They had like 4 classics and a sheriff and ended up picking up their first that way. That's given them these foundations to build on and be so close to the score of their opponent. Close enough that Fnatic start to panic. They're calling a timeout here.
I think the rough thing for Fnatic was, of course, having that round victory, but one that you have no players surviving. So the thing's becoming incredibly costly. And then a lot of the aggression hasn't really worked out for them. Even the sort of classic B-site combo where you have like the gate crash to the back of the site and then you have the raise run through. It felt quite easy for Sivov to isolate a duel and still get out of there because of counter utility that was being thrown in. I think Kix, as always, has been doing an excellent job of at least making those fights so good. Okay, he may have forgot to calm the kayak was there, but he did a lot of damage to him and made sure that he couldn't fight Sivov in the initial battle.
Also forgive him because he was pretty certain that he'd pushed him out of the position. Just a tiny bit of misutil.
He's a breach. He's got other things to do, you know?
He's busy. He's busy. You want a breach that doesn't calm things. No, but obviously it's a flash in the pan. Good to see as well during that timeout. You've got Scut and Milan. Milan's someone that for a long time I think we've desired seeing in that head coach position. Done a lot of work for a lot of teams behind the scenes, and obviously we've seen him in the assistant coach spots, but him getting his chance, especially at a team like this, I don't think that's a chance that he will let fumble anytime soon. 9-8, 1 round between them. Fnatic, they've got their full buy. They've got some ultis to work with as well. Still waiting to see Crashies once they get the site, put that Viper's pit into play. Oh. And it doesn't matter. The Viper's got a bite to it in the pit or not.
I think he was literally like a few milliseconds away from getting a collat. Like they lined up perfectly for Durka, but his opponent was quicker on the trigger. Now look to continue that space. That's the thing. Look at where the rest of the players are, though. They are spread across the map. You've got a deep hold towards B. And okay, sure, Kayak's taken space alongside that Viper screen, but I think they're just going to leave him in position because the defense have rotated heavily here. And I thought, okay, maybe you'd look at the ults and see like a from the shadows, there's a chance for a quick rotation. It's not that. They are fully reliant on Les to hold on to B if they go that way. And honestly, I'm okay with it.
I can understand it. Yeah, you play the retake if needed, and with the ults that they have, why not?
And it's less.
And it's less, indeed. But of course, Rolling Thunder almost being online, but even the stun from Breach alongside salvos and an Armageddon can easily turn the tide of a side take. It has, and the rotation's coming in, but it's surely not. They're taking a while to get to backside, actually. They'll be here on time to potentially disrupt that plan, depending on utility. And with 12 seconds, that's not ideal. In comes the Armageddon, 10 seconds on the clock. We're down to the last chance. The plant needs to be stuck. If they can interrupt, it could change the game, but they're not there on time. And the full stick is cancelled! A huge piece of utility. Kix may have made a mistake with that very same util before, but this time, the Aftershock hits hard.
I wonder if he calmed that one. I've got him. That is just
Durka's behind the box.
Timing. Yeah, that's the thing. A little bit slow. The Nightfall gave the game away. Yeah, as said, that was an almost guaranteed collat. But it was the Aftershock, just held until the last few seconds. That is literal perfect timing coming out of Kix. And as said, he's someone that is just incredibly intelligent player when it comes to this initiator. 9-9, scoreline equalized. Weaponry now, a bit of an issue. Ultimates either online or getting close, other than the one that was utilized in the last round. And while Durka's already going to kick things off with a pick. I think it was one of the guns as well, right? Yes, Kayak's just picked it up.
That last coming down to the wire, putting Vitality neck and neck, putting the economy ahead for them. This is huge. Yeah, the damage done to Kayak is massive. Again, that Viper's Pit still online for Fnatic. In a round like this, you'd love to have it. But with Chronicle picked off early, that option completely gone, and with it, a lot of the hope for this round to fall into their hands. Alfier, one of those rifles, fighting solo, not able to find a result, and very quickly turns tail from mid. They're going to group up, and maybe we'll even see, like, Kayak 6 HP with the Vandal. It could go to someone else. Boaster's been having a good game. Let's see.
Group up first. Well, Safe maybe getting a little bit more information than he bargained for. Takes a tag, solid paranoia. Sivov decides to delay instead, and with those salvos, again, that clock is being burnt dangerously low. I think Vitality are doing a great job at cycling that utility and just making these fights so incredibly awkward. Back they go towards the A site. Durka homed in with the sniper, but he gets taken out by Alfier. You mentioned that rifle, it's still in hand again. They need to cross to the side, and they just about spot out Safe in the last second. Alfier's revenge from what was that previous half. And now even has the showstopper. Nobody is going to be facing, but shoots it a little early. That gives Sivov a chance.
Yeah, that's tough. Showstopper, even just to buy that extra time, but as soon as it's fired off, they know they've got an opportunity, capitalizing on it. Rolling Thunder goes through to the backside, heavy pressure put on these players now, mostly stuck here. Boaster's playing post plant, but you can't run down that much time with the Stars. He needs to pick off a few, and in fact, they're even blocking the Star as the Grabwell comes in, trying to get that little bit of extra space, and although it won't work out, kills go their way. And with plenty of time on the clock, so too does the round. 10-9. Vitality started this out 5-0 down, and they've just taken the lead on a side where we expected them to put up less rounds. Well, that's certainly not been the case so far.
No, and I think as well, this was a really good recovery. Like after what was, I think, a fantastic start to the round, it was basically just a sandwich. The middle of it went Fnatic's way, where they were able to get in late, they were able to find a pick, they were able to get a showstopper, but that's maybe the slight overheat. Like, I understand it. You wanted to make sure that your teammate was safe while planting, so you try and get aggressive, but the second it is fired, an immediate swing from Sivov, good read on his opponent, and then having that Rolling Thunder to get them back into the site, courtesy of Kicks having again, a sublime game. And again, you look at the scoreboard at the moment, and I would say it's somewhat the unusual suspect. Kicks at the top of the board, Boaster at the top of the board. I don't think too many people would have called that coming into this map.
Yeah, we've seen before the Breach have a field day on this map in particular. So many tight laneways for you to individually use your utility, but especially when you're coming in with a Breach Tejo combo, I sort of expect it to be Safe being the highlight, taking advantage of all those pieces of utility.
Just sat back on the map somewhere, just activating stuns for whoever needs it, like
right?
the old
like,
DRX style.
That's usually what you're going to be relegated to, but Kicks has had a real fingerprint on most of these rounds, and for Vitality, it's been a saving grace. If he's a little quieter, Fnatic are in the lead and probably about to close out this map, but instead, Fnatic's map pick now under heavy threat. We've seen pauses called by them as well to try to combat this, but the momentum carries on in favor of the defense. That's now 6 out of 7 rounds in this half. We move on to the next, where again, the credits are very low for Fnatic.
So correct me if I'm wrong, I think Kayak was 14-7.
Accurate at the halftime.
Now 14-14.
Yep.
So it has been, he's been silenced. Like, that's it. He's been silenced. And again, we mentioned it when we talked about Durka and his need to almost teleport into risky areas. And now we're seeing the other side of it. It can be rough to be a Yoru on the attack. Fact is, though, Durka now has the Operator and the Dimensional Drift. The same can be said for the other side with the Dimensional Drift at least, and a Viper's Pit. Something to get them in and something to hold on. Immediately, Kayak is going to look to try and take that space, but it's a ruse for the other side of the map.
Durka thins the herd, and again, a round where Chronicle wants to put that ult into play. Kayak with a risky maneuver, but they needed to recover something on that push. Unfortunately, it's left them in a really tough spot. 5v2 now, it's Safe taking down Alfier, and Crashy's hold as he might. He's separated from his teammate, he's all alone, and you can't hold all those angles. not when Vitality are flooding back in. It feels like there's a couple rounds now where we've seen Fnatic want to make it to a site. The Chronicle just gets eliminated immediately. You lose your wall, you lose your post-plant ability. Even if they got site control and he was still one of the members moving in there, Pit goes down and you've got a real chance. You can divvy up the map a little bit easier, but they have been stopped at the word go every time.
10 seconds left.
It's definitely impressive. Again, you're looking back to a lot of the victories that we've seen out from this Vitality squad, and it was sort of reliant on heavy attacks. You go back to maybe the loss they had to T1 on Split, it was because they had a poor attack side. This time, though, it's almost looking like they're one of their first games when they play versus Foot, an 11-1 defense. Well, maybe that's where we're going, because there's only been one round in this half for Fnatic, and I also have to caveat with they had 0 players surviving in that one round, so there has not been anything particularly competitive, and if it has, I feel like Vitality have been doing great work to recover. Now with the wind at their back, confidence flowing after some quieter starts, I don't know, I think there needs to be something drastic to change for Fnatic if they're going to be able to take this map home.
Decent enough investment from Fnatic. They'll still have mostly credits for the next, and any weaknesses can maybe be bolstered down by a site take with a Pit going down, but with Chronicle's first deaths so far, not sure that that's something you want to build a plan around. Vitality have done very well at being disruptive, whether it's Durka getting aggressive for those early picks.
I think the salvos as well from Safe. Like, we're used to him, go back a year or two, just first man in taking battles, but I think his salvos have been so disruptive. A good start though, that's less down, and a lot of the time that's a solo anchor. You can see Alfie is going to try make a move off of it. The stun is perfect. The supportive util for Boaster, and then the swing from Kayak.
Yeah, that's worked out wonderfully. I think a little bit whiffy up in heaven before the stun landed, but gets there in the end. Well, gets there in the end for Alfie here. 9 rounds turning into 10, most likely. And the question for Safe and Durka is whether they go for it. They've got credits to throw at this one, but in a 2v5, it just feels wasteful, especially when you want to build up as many opportunities to contest in rounds as possible with this kind of a lead. It's only 2 rounds, and as we said, soon to be 1. Chronicle up, trying to catch these players off. Again, the economy of Fnatic, because of the investment they made here, being a little middle and keeping credits over for the next, they can afford to take risks, especially if it comes at the cost of, or with the benefit of removing the operator, which is exactly what they get. Crashes with the double, and in-zone flawless for Fnatic, and well, that's the first round this half that feels repeatable.
Oh yeah, it was.
Out of 2.
The first one they won with players alive. But that, then, an in-zone flawless, meaning that you come out with everybody standing. It is going to help them, especially if they were to slip up anywhere along these last few rounds
Really nice
before
shot,
overtime.
Alfia. Really nice shot, Alfia.
Oh, Boaster, I think trying to build the confidence back up. We mentioned Alfia having that whiff early in the game, having a few moments that are not very Alfia-esque. But a decent one when they needed it most. Durka looking to respond in kind. He still had his ultimate for a while, another get out of jail free card, but instead this time the gate crash will be enough. I think Fnatic are very well prepared for these sort of plays, especially with how Seavorth has been as well. He's been a very aggressive Omen on this defense.
And you can see the idea here for Fnatic. They're almost playing against themselves when they were on the defense, playing for mid control and looking on the extremities for any sort of aggression, but Vitality aren't taking a bite of that. They're happy with this more passive mid control, so they're not actually losing anything. Therefore, they don't have to react. And especially with the A-site solo hold from Les and Cam up in heaven, they have so much information right now that to push B main or something like that would just be an unnecessary risk. We'll ignore that PC utility, although I did still bring it up. But as Fnatic look for some control, 40 seconds left, and they haven't really moved out of the traditional sort of spawn map control that you get.
So long to get back control of the vents after it was received and any sound made.
30 seconds left.
Be the Armageddon, something they're definitely wary of. I'm a bit nervous now, getting into the remaining 25 seconds. Off the top goes Alfia, needs this opening onto Les, and that's exactly what he finds. He actually had the spike as well. They sent that through over the top for him to get that plant. And that's exactly what he's done. A man advantage as Vitality are looking to challenge.
Yeah, they're looking to commit to this. Understandable indeed. You've highlighted there, Crashy's late play through mid. And And it's going to be off Chronicles' contact as they move up through heaven. They'll be trying to fire a few shots off from the side, spot the info. Allow Crashies to come up and capitalize. In goes the stun. And the backside push commences. 5 seconds until salvos. We can't wait for them. It's time to take ground here and now. Fnatic need this round, and Alpha seems content to lock it in with kicks down. They might almost retreat. The time is too far gone. They've caught Crashies, sure, but it's a consolation prize. The round will still go to Fnatic. Viper's Pit still there. Chronicles had it for a while. 11-11, neck and neck. We're going the distance on this map, one way or another.
There is a reason. I always am hopeful that this map ends up as the third, as it always seems to give some of the best maps of Valorant, and this one has been a contest throughout. As I said though, that was integral from Alphiar. I do like, again, the way that Safe is utilizing those Armageddon ults, but he was the one sort of blip, the fact he's able to get, and it's kind of what I said about him. Like, sometimes maybe you could show him out of a game, but you get him annoyed, you get him a little bit pumped up, and Alphiar starts swinging back. Still lower down on the board, but you think of the last 2 rounds, from 11-9 down, he's been the main player doing the work.
Who do I have to pay, how much, and where do I wire the money? Just to hear what he said in that clip. That's all I want to know. I want to hear that. I want to experience it. The rest of Fnatic got to it. I think that would have lifted up the confidence a little bit, lifted the morale across the board for Vitality. Well, they swept back into this with a phenomenal, what, 6 out of 7 rounds? Or 7 out of 8 even better. And at that point, you know, you're feeling like the game is under your thumb. But maybe they took their foot off the gas, or maybe Fnatic found another gear, whatever it is.
But they've been able to pick off less. That's the last 2 rounds. It was Alphiar finding a 1v1 on less, winning it, it opens up B. This time, they have a lot of counter utility to help. He goes over the top, finds less. That's the opening on A. Those 2 picks changed around massively, because as I said, he is someone that's incredibly difficult to dig out of positions, but it also removes all utility. Everybody else can sweep in after, and definitely makes those holds a little bit tougher for Vitality, of course. Not done yet. They still have a purchase. Safe actually going to be the one manning the operator now. Getting aggressive in towards B main.
Now, Fnatic have been trying to bait out those pushes, get Vitality to play into their hands in a lot of these rounds. And a lot of it has been based around a bit of mid-control. Traps outside A and seeing what happens. But Chronicles moving away from that A side. They're not going to be watching it at all as they now look to late commit to mid-control and take over a little bit of B main. Previously, it's been battles up against Sivov, if any.
Yeah.
But now the op being there caught them by surprise, and in a round like this, that's exactly what you wanted. Opening pick and Fnatic on the back foot.
Space taken though. Wow. A little bit cheeky from Boaster, looking to try and take the rounds into his own hands. I don't think Dirk is going to be forgetting about that one anytime soon. Kicks to respond. Aftershock to try and delay, but Chronicle's already on the other side of it. Doesn't expect anybody else to be that close. Back to level peg, and again, Safe looking to go through the additional utility, just waiting for someone to try and hit that cross, and now just happy to take that man advantage.
No time to pick. Chronicle stuck in the corner, and Les won't let him out. Kayak grabs one after the plant with a reposition needed. The steps heard, and Sivov on his trail. 12 rounds now for Vitality. A hard-fought battle, but one they found. They will have an even harder battle ahead of them, though, Tom, because, well, I think I've said it a few times, the Viper's Pit's online, Tom. I don't know if you noticed that. Also a showstopper for Alphiar.
A lot of these rounds have though been done before we've got to the retake. Like, this one was more so Safe, going back to what we know him for. These aggressive operator plays, taking space in B main, and then being a bit cheeky on the edge of the utility. At this point, Fnatic may be expecting that they would be respected a little bit more, and that wasn't the case at all. Now, it's going to change up again. Durka back on that operator. He still had his ult for a very long time, but as I said, a lot of these ultimates end up being situational. And if the picks go the way of Fnatic, for the most part, they haven't needed it.
You have a fairly easy solution for Fnatic in going showstopper for entry and then Viper's Pit to claim the site. But that 1-2 punch is going to be expected, and often Vitality will play back from it now in terms of what they have to respond, keeping Safe, for example, alongside Salvos, alongside, well, yeah, exactly. We've got Sivov playing inside B main. But the utility that's in play for Vitality, minus the drone now, could easily clear that back out. So I don't mind Fnatic not going barriers up, get in, take the site, because the reaction could still be there. But late on, that's exactly what the play is going to be. Leaving the pit late into mid, fired up into heaven was the showstopper, but it won't land value, not in the form of a kill, but it's done damage, and it's sent Vitality into a deeper hold. But now, they're seemingly looking to retake that space. Kicks inside of Utilities, pushing forward alongside his teammate Seeboff. They don't want to relinquish control, and that could be their biggest mistake. Alpha popping off with players soon to emerge from that smoke.
That was the second one placed, but the time on it is ticking. This is so many enemies to try and find, and Alfia just isn't stopping. We are going to overtime after another in-zone flawless Fnatic break back, and I'll be honest, that's now 3 rounds that we've seen of the last 4 that I'm going to give credit to Alfia.
Absolutely. Yeah, the step up has been night and day, and you look back, I think since that whiff that he had and the 300-odd bullets shot into his corpse, I don't know whether that got in his head, but definitely the performance hasn't been there. There's been some whiffy moments, but he's warmed up now. He's getting excited. He's on his feet. Also a check-in as we get into our first round of overtime. Chronicle will not have the Viper's Pit.
Okay.
I feel like that's worth highlighting because, like, I had it the whole game, but they never had an opportunity to use it, and I think that feeds into Vitality's aggressive, disruptive comp, how in their face they were being, and how unlucky Chronicle was in some of those early duels. He was the guy taking the flak of the op shot.
Go back in level. Always expected this series to be a contest, but overtime in map number 1 might be in for a long, long day. Chronicle is in trouble. He's tried these aggressive positions. A lot of times the salvos were utilized in towards the vents. He tries to play in front of the vents and they use it in front instead.
He's, again, those early fights on the attack. Didn't matter if he was first, second, or third. It felt like their bullets were just magnetized to his body. But this time around, it's the utility that does him in, grabbing him in that tight position and not letting him go. Vitality move to the A site. Got Crashies and Kayak holding the line, and Crashies has done pretty well, usually in a bit more of a passive spot, and I think that would be because you have Kayak in play. The trap had caught it. Crashies doesn't know there's players right around this corner, the entire team, in fact, coming his way, and that cage perfectly blocks what could have been a one and done, or at least a chance to get out. The gate crash,
so alone.
moving
Look,
to
they
backside.
are on the other side. There's
He's
3
gonna be
players
surrounded.
currently on B. They gambled in completely the wrong direction. They gate crashed away from this position. So now he is tried to delay. He's utilized whatever he can. Now it just comes down to, can he hold on to this backside? Can he take somebody with him? Otherwise, this retake's going to be incredibly difficult. But he steps up when needed. A 3rd kill for Crashies. He was left on an island, but somehow he has survived. This puts that timer, that clock on. Les already is the last man standing, and well, Crashies has pulled out a hero round that never should have been.
The best part about that is you see him go by and they're like, Alpha's on site, you deal with him real quick. And he just comes in with this shorty, raining down hell.
How did he get 3? Like, that's literally, just moments ago, we saw a rotation from Kayak to the other side of the map going, okay, we think this is a B site here. He is at the back alone. No one anywhere near him, and manages to get 3. We talked about this guy back at kickoff as at times being a bit underwhelming. Maybe not being at that level anymore, but wow.
Austin Roberts.
That was some vintage Crashies gameplay. And honestly, after last week, I was like, okay, can he do this versus the big boys? Yes, he can do this versus the big boys.
He just did, right in front of our eyes. You see, that play even got Scut up on his feet. Milan's hand must hurt after that.
They're still in the camera shot.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah, he crouched down a little bit. He knew the roof kept him at a reasonable height. But honestly, 13-12, Fnatic already providing us with a wealth of entertainment. Now they move to their attack side, but this is where the struggles have been. And in regulation, we saw all 4 timeouts used, but we moved to OT, so more come online, and Vitality popping it in right away. They know that the Fnatic of old, they just walk away with this once they're given that lead back. There's no contesting it. For Vitality, well, they've stolen one of those players, Durka. I called him the prodigal son, and at least towards the start of the game, I guess he hadn't returned. He was a little slow to start. Will be one hell of a time to step up.
Feels like the second it gets into OT, into the late game, Fnatic, I don't know if they're injecting their players with like the BS gene, like creating super soldiers, but whatever it is, it's working.
Here.
play that has given them an advantage. Maybe they shouldn't have had. A man down, 3 found alone on site. But to take their map choice, they might just need one more.
Vitality have been fighting around mid. Certainly got the utility to do so. Deep flash and Hong fired right in onto them. Don't know if they noticed there's 2 players there. I think they might have with how quick those shots came through. Fnatic have stepped back for whatever reason. And a very late play. Chronicle was playing right around here. Spotted that the drone came through from Tejo, that they would have A main cleared, gets himself into a corner. He's again looking for that reaction for Vitality to get it aggressive, but that hasn't really been happening. Again, this is a team that is content to give up that space and really fight them on the site itself. They don't want to fight in the beaches.
Recovering it.
Time is ticking though. This was one of the real cruxes of the attack side from Fnatic, hitting these sites with nigh on 15 seconds left.
30 seconds
maybe
left.
they had a pick by them. Maybe they had some info. Right now, Safe is still set up and ready. Still actually has those salvos available. Timing is going to be everything for them. 20 seconds left on the clock. He's now got kicks alongside, and that said, he has bought them extra time.
12 seconds. They pick Durka. Still 2 on the site, though. Do they have the read? Kicks finds 1, and from the smoke comes Safe. 6 seconds. Plant needs to be found! But first, you gotta find Kicks. 4 kills on the backside. He says, Crashy's hold my beer. He'll do one better. Neck and neck, and another overtime. We thought this could be a belter of a series, Tom. I didn't think the first map would go this hard. Can't wait to see Lotus and Haven.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll wait as long as we need to. Give me more OTs.
Normally you warm up a little bit. You get into the late game where you get these clutch plays out. Maybe everybody's a bit more exhausted, but it's just absurd.
Nice! Thank you!
Oh, that's the most like polite. You don't have to mute Faded, guys. He's just going to say thank you instead. Safe, under pressure. A very aggressive stance, but they retreat off it. Not wanting to give up the opener as the full force of Vitality rotate back into support. Not wanting to leave a man out alone, and well, pace is then immediately slowed back down. Althea, as said, I think his confidence has been building and building. The last 3 rounds of regulation, Fnatic managed to garner were under his belt. You can see that in this defensive side as well. I don't think we witnessed him this deep in B main. Maybe we saw others, but I think this is more of a confidence play.
Oh, Chronicle! Finally, the first death will be avoided. He's the one to pick off Durka. Big one to find as well. Vitality, though, they're going to stay strong in their play towards this A site, moving up into heaven. He said Kayak, playing that little deeper, but it's going to be sold as a fake. They won't know that there's a player aggressive because Crashies is in that same old position, playing passive. He's drawing their eye. Sends in the C's as well, and Kayak gives his position away, but it's well worth it. Landing himself the pick. And they know there's still one in heaven. Sivov down low. TP, he won't get away. Oh, he will! Barely avoiding those shots in the smoke down to cover his retreat. No, he will not make it to sight, though. The spam through that smoke picks him off and leaves one player less. Good in the clutch, but no time to even plant the spike. This round is done, and it falls in favor of Fnatic.
It seemed like Fnatic in this round did excellent work, giving up space, but then having a response to whatever they gave up. Like they managed to find that opening pick, as you mentioned, Chronicle just through a gap in the smoke, but then they know, okay, we've given up the vents, Crashy's repositions to hold on to it. They then have aggressive control of the stairs as well to make sure that, okay, he can flip back around and fight alongside. Without much presence, that's, I was about to say, I knew he spammed, but I didn't think he caught him that early. It's a little bit unlucky for Sivov, but I think by that point the round was already firmly in the favor of Fnatic. Oh, the coaching staff had decided we're actually going to take a pause after the victory, wanting to close out this map here and now. It has been a defensive marvel throughout the game. It was only those, like, obviously the last 3 rounds coming in and a 3 cluster in the middle as well that sort of maybe made us think the tide would change at some point. Someone has to break that run of defense rounds eventually.
Oh, you're seeing it there. This pause maybe even called by Boaster. Maybe it was called. by the coaching staff just to reset the mental, get them on the straight and narrow. It's been a long game. The longer it goes on, the more you know you've put into it, the more that it feels like is on the line. You can see deep breaths from the coaches. You can only imagine how the players feel. 14-13. One more for Fnatic, and things started to go right in that last one. We've seen Chronicle with that early pickup. Boaster still paving the way for the squad. Vitality seeing the same struggles. But this defense, it's where they've been putting up those rounds. They looked great swapping into the second half, a revitalized team. Let's see if it's the same in overtime number 2.
The idea is to try and sell Althea as a ruse while the rest of the team go back, but an aggressive position from Durka is one that's going to be difficult to hold on to. Obviously trying to bait him out with the teleport back, but the fake smoke
Spike down B.
works out in Durka's favor. And Crashy's down already.
She's gone, indeed. 3 players around this position as well. 2 players make that with Sivov down. 1 up in heaven, Kicks not yet spotted. And that TP into backside from Kayak has gotten them so much space to play with Alphier on the lurk, but he's being caught. Les knows that game. It's not one you're likely to beat him on. Numbers back in favor of the defensive side. And a retake not even needed yet. Salvos come in to delay the plant.
Irritation. Obviously Fnatic this time with a lot more on the clock. Plant will now be in their favor. Aftershock to try and create a more awkward scenario for Kayak, but he's not really been cleared. Even still, Kicks manages to win the battle, and just like that, they fall like dominoes. It is a quick retake from the side of Vitality. We go again.
Quick indeed. Quite, I mean, we say it sometimes, but blink and you miss it. Genuinely, I feel like that was synchronized. The opening pick by Durka onto Crashies as well, causing problems. You don't have that same ability to reveal them, to grab the information. We saw Sivov put in that precarious position. Les, if he goes down there, the round is in trouble with Alpha still roaming around and the potential for the spike to move back in the other direction. But after the pause, it seems like Vitality were the ones to make best use of that time down. 14-14, overtime number 3. Fnatic are back on the defense. The B-side hold from Boaster has been strong enough that I'm surprised Vitality don't just start on the A.
I think a lot of the time, though, we saw both teams having that success. Running into the B-side, it was the aggressive take, the pause, and then going back for it. But a lot of the time, that was when Boaster had swapped.
Yeah.
I think with his utility, he's much more able to slow them, but also isolate the player at the back of the site. That was the issue. If somebody TPs to the back of the site and you don't have anything to cover, you can't turn and face because you're stuck in the mud. Here though, some early presence shown. You can already see at the back, gate crash, 4 rotations have been thrown in. Clear that there's an idea. Maybe there's going to be a ruse sold. I'm looking at safe outside B main. Potential for maybe a salvo or 2 to be thrown in just to sell the idea there on that side of the map.
Look at how much space they've given up over on Fnatic. You have to be worried about the fence push-up now because there is just no information to play with. Chronicle steps out wide, picks one but goes down. TP comes in, gate crash used to good effect by Kayak, and the clone going through. It confirms that he's here. They start to suspect maybe those rotations have come into play. And so the B site will be a bit more open. They've made the right call. But Boaster on the B site, well, he called earlier, let me back on B. And here he is, but he has to hold off against the whole squad. 12 seconds. Plant needs to be connected very soon. That paranoia, perfect from Sivov. That's a double pickup from him with the paranoia alongside his buddies. And now a plant that should be difficult for Fnatic to get back into. That jump was heard, and Durka's more than ready for the angle from Crash. He's a cleanup for Vitality and an attack side win, setting them up to potentially close this map out.
Well, you look back at how this has gone so far, Fnatic have been the ones that have had opportunities to close out this map, at least in overtime. Yeah, Boaster pretty much left out to dry. That was an attempt, I believe, to try and find whoever was planting, but a bit of an obscure plant position thrown out by Vitality, knowing the risks of him still being on that site. Now with their chance to close out this game, they head onto the defense. Both teams have been thriving, but as we know, when you get into OT, it matters not.
Alpha's still around B main. This is where Durka's caused problems, but he's pushed in that little bit deeper. Push doesn't come through, so the alarm, or boom bot rather, put into play. Durka was waiting for the repeat, but it's not coming through.
It's the same spot as the last defensive OT, so I think Durka sat there thinking, they're not going to expect me to do the exact same thing twice.
They wanted that drone to see them. There's no way that Chronicle didn't know that was coming into play. It's been pushing up in A main when they don't give contact every round. We even saw him not long ago play behind this box on his own, so the drone didn't see him and he could fill in the space. They knew that they were going to show 2 players there. And then nothing. A complete freeze, a complete stoppage on the play, and Fnatic start to rotate over. I'm curious if they think maybe Vitality will have started to leave the A site, leave it a bit more open with just less here. That's not the case.
No, I think because Durka still has complete vision into B main, there's not really been a mass reason to pull those rotations away. Also, someone normally challenges him. So instead, they're going to go walked into a pretty stacked up site. The TP stun is perfect, though. That safe eliminated immediately, but still they have to try and deal with less. This time, he comes up Trump, still sat at the back of the site. A second already dropped, looking for more, but eventually dealt with. And now Durka, the man returning to face his old team, is all that stands. His IGL on the other side, and well, anything you can do, we can do better. Fnatic, they'll pull up an attack side round as well.
That's really impressive as well, because Vitality were ready for that A hit.
Yep.
They had passive play in mid, giving it up completely. We even saw a smoke from Vitality on the defense into B Heaven to stop that angle from being peaked, because they didn't know if the push-up was coming. But it was a gamble, and I think it comes from the fact that Fnatic have not played mid. If anything, the only time they've really been around mid for that early fight is when they go into A Heaven and then go back through vents.
Nice!
So the take instead was set around, let's give up mid, let's gamble that they won't take it, and stack the A side a bit more heavily. It worked, at least in terms of having numbers for the fight, but still, Fnatic are able to break through. Another OT. Oh, and Kayak in a risky position, but one that has a wealth of rewards. A 2-piece pickup, and Vitality miles behind in this attack round.
Crashes do that before, expecting Durka to try and be cheeky on the cross, and that's the second time he's been punished for the exact same play. Obviously about 10 rounds between the last time it happened. Crashes less in a 1v1, and less has taken it home. Still though, a hefty rotation of players. Both are trying to make sure the cross to sight is not going to be an easy one, and they've also lost the battle within Heaven, leaving just 2 standing, and they know exactly where Kicks is going to be. Less to try and fight back, needs an ace to take it, and while with Dimensional Drift just basically being as awkward as possible. Kayak now comes up with a 4K of his own, and Fnatic now with another chance to close.
Well, that's it. The focus is very much around Durka playing his old team, and of course that's a very deep storyline with all the international events they've not just played at together, but won together as well, and the EMEA ones too, let's not forget. He got the bucket. But for Fnatic, having someone like Kayak coming up against Durka, if you have a bad game, the immediate comparison is going to be...
Holy shit, I did like insanest flick, bro.
Yeah, he just did the wall bang.
The comparison's always going to be that, oh, well, Kayak's not as good as Durka. It's a downgrade. If they lose the game, oh, it's because Kayak didn't... If that was Durka there, man, he would have had 40. The reality is he's not only doing better than Durka, but he has had rounds that are all down to him. Big confidence builder for such a young talent. Although he's been through the ringer himself. 16-15. A chance for Fnatic to close out their map pick and forget how close this has been. Take a little bit of a breather before they move on to Lotus, where Vitality decided to take it today. The attack side again, we're seeing the same sort of scenario play out, waiting for that aggression. Drone changes position this time. It's going to get a bit of information that they're waiting outside mid, something that hasn't been seen in a lot of these rounds.
Once again, Durka has hit that shot onto Chronicle, an attempted retreat, and he will not get away. Not this time. Viper Scream now offline, and because of that, they're going to sell the idea that they're going into the B side. I like the idea. Look at the rotation. That is the full squad going through the spawn. Everybody feeding their way back to B. You've just lost your lurker over on the A side. You see an immediate response over on the B side. You expect that to be the complete commitment. But instead, they're walking into a free A site. Of course, Fnatic have to take the time to do so, have to take the time to get in, but they'll have a post plant and a potential late position
It's time to make a decision. Gate Crash is going to be going offline fairly soon. And there's no way to make the call any different now. Gate Crash gone. Kayak moving into A, going for the flank. It looks like he'll be good. Catching one at least, knowing the push is coming in, communicating that to his teammates. It results in a trade to start with. We're waiting for Kayak to complete this full wrap around, and it's a free kill presented. He will capitalize. Looking up top for Safe, a good idea. Ow, it's a messy fight, but when he wins, Durka on the other side though, facing his replacement and taking him down to keep the game going. Another overtime needed to separate these teams on split.
Oh, here we go. The longest map was, of course, yesterday, Foot versus Mate. And obviously that was an 18-16. We are going to at least 18-16. We'll see if that continues. I think we've been there most of the time. We've had the longest maps in history.
Remember Vine, one game.
Thinking back to a little bit of FPX Forza, or maybe, if you want to talk about Fnatic, a Fnatic mech.
Yes.
And on Split as well. These teams have been there, done that, got the t-shirt, but after what has been an absolute journey of a map, someone eventually has to take it. It seems like that could have been it, but up for the Durka 4K. Crashies about to be under pressure once again. He thrived in it when we kicked off OT.
Last big pickup. Kayak's been bailing them out of rounds. When things get dicey, Crashies has done the same with these A-site holds, but no 3K this time. Sivov is picked off at least, but look how quickly the response is there. Les always causing problems. In your blind side is where he lives, and a double stack up will send Boaster to the Shadow Realm. It's only Alphayer looking to bring this back. Vitality of 4 players alive, plenty of time to work with, and an op not great for a spray transfer, is it? 17-16. Vitality with map point on their opponent's pick.
The thing I've loved about this map is you're watching two teams consistently adapt to everything the opponent is doing. Think back to the openings from Kayak in that defensive round where he's expecting Durka to try and jump across, gets an opener for it. This round was, we saw a huge play out from Crashies at the back of the elbow. They send so much utility into that corner, there is no way he survives. They are so careful with it, and even, I think it was a paranoia while he's full spraying to make sure there is no chance of that happening again. That adaptation makes the site so much more open. And the learning curve for either side, again, puts Vitality in that driver's seat. Heading into the defensive side at that. We haven't seen too many attack rounds so far in OT.
Drone going up. Minute 10 on the clock. Fnatic showing much more mid-presence than most of the rounds, looking to make their way through. But Alpha, this has been the consistent factor. He's been lurking around B main, trying to pressure, trying to take Durka off the angle. This time, he's running into less.
Think about their attack rounds. When they won attack rounds, he was the focal point.
Careful here.
Finding either an opener, picking off less, like winning that battle, as you said, or coming up with 3 or 4 kills. This time they're going to have to try and deal without him, and that will burn the clock. 40 seconds left, and they are only just clearing out positions in mid. The spike also outside B without a whole lot of help. This is a dangerous round at this stage from Fnatic.
They failed to take down kicks as well. Still so much util online. He's forced forward though by the snake bite. A chance if they can pick him off, but instead it's Kicks finding one up above. Less consistent, and he's on the site with just his dinner to finish. Boaster and Crashies. And it's Crashies to take the kill. Keeping this doable for his side, but a plan has to be stuck surely. Barely any time left, and now no choice. Durka with the swing could end it all here, and that's exactly what he does. The final dagger in the back from their former squad mate. And it is 18-16. We went the distance here. Vitality 1-0 up going into their own map pick.
Yeah, it's Lotus to come up next. We have not witnessed that from Fnatic just yet, but historically it was a good map for them. It is, however, an excellent map from Vitality. It needs to be a recovery, but first, a break.
Bro, I came with a bookie. He came with a bookie on me. What a good boy. Alpha was looking at my dog.
No, I better.
Let's go, bro. Guys, we're one step ahead of these, bro. My mom was on B as well, honestly. Like, on my mom.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Put it all on the line, definition of divine. Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Nice, boys. Nice. That's the game. I wanna broke my monitor right now.
I hope you guys were entertained. What a way to kick off a Friday here in the Riot Games Arena. I'm your host, Yingsun, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. That felt like a grand final. You know, it was back and forth, and Kakuka, brilliant Valorant from both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that many times we, especially when the game goes very far, teams start losing the plot a little bit, but I feel like every single round that we had, we were just glued to our monitors being like, yes. Oh my God, this is so interesting. It's not like a team is throwing. I didn't feel like any of the teams lost control at any point.
I have to agree. I think that like they were still being methodical throughout and still trying to adapt continuously, which must be so tiring. You're not just kind of like throwing everything into sight. You're constantly like trying to play around each other, which is why it looked so competitive towards the end as well.
We were trying to see if we could predict where the shenanigans were going to come in. We did see some because Billy, Durka, I think, put about 4 rounds of ammo into poor Alphea's, you know, icon on the floor there after killing him. Who can blame him?
Yeah, I mean, when you're coming up against people that you've played with, you'd hope that they can take it as like sort of tongue-in-cheek, but man, like watching it was funny to watch, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. This is how we hit off the entire map. It was Alpha getting that click and that kill onto Durka, but then we see the revenge here with Durka just having some discipline, saying, yeah, I think I'm going to get that first.
Yeah, and then, you know.
And then just, being like, you like this spot? You like it?
Shout out to the Fnatic spray though. He's still equipped the spray for this, so I mean you can't blame him for this. It was such an intense game as well. When Alpha stood up though, I was a little bit nervous. I was like, please sit back down, sit back down. And the reason that we even got to OT was just some brilliant gameplay from both sides. But let's take a look at Vitality on their defense.
There is a lot of like head-to-heads that are of course to be looked at, and of course we're speaking about the expectations that we have for Vitality and whatnot. One of the questions that I had is I want to see Safe excelling at Tejo. I want him to be the best. And this was a very, very good example of some of the struggles that Fnatic were having on the attack. Very well played. Les playing alone on the side is something that we saw a lot, or either on B or on A. Him in his position, he is able to dodge that Fade ultimate. And it is so important to work with the time. Look at the effect that this Armageddon is having, with him also getting the kill onto Boaster. Makes things way, way more easy for Vitality to prevent this. I feel like the utility was just on points as Kicks just gets the kill onto Crashes, and it's just off the shooting in Valorant, right? Sometimes?
Yeah, I think you have to consider as well like how long the clock ran down for Fnatic here in their attack, and they didn't really bait out any of that utility before then, which is why they have all of this Breach utility, all of this Tejo utility, and as well, you need to consider that Tejo ultimate if you are going to run the clock down like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I love also the mix and match that we were seeing between being reactive and being proactive with the Tejo utility, which I think is one of the most key aspects. You need to balance out the conditioning that you put in your opponent, or if we're going to fight for certain zones of the map, we're going to put some pressure here, or also I'm just going to wait, now that I've conditioned you, to wait what you see to do against that, and that is when I stop. And I think that he was very, very good at that.
I love how it was the same story the other side. Vitality running out of time as well.
Yeah.
Fnatic doing the exact same thing back at them. And before this match started, I don't think we were wrong to assume it's going to be the Durka show, it's going to be the Kayak show, Alfie is going to be in the mix. But in the end, it really wasn't. The story of this map, if we really take a look at the numbers here, Billy, it was about the IGL on the side of Fnatic and Kicks on the side of Team Vitality. They dug them out of so many unwinnable situations.
They really did, and as much as their stats look great here, like we just always forget as well about the supportive utility that both of these players are able to provide. I mean, Bea, you said it before we even went into this, Kicks is such an amazing player on split, such a strong breach, and then Boaster as well. There were so many rounds that he was pushing out of main with Kayak and just being able to get those first engagements, which is risky for someone that's on that controller as well, right? But I think that's a great thing that Fnatic did that I didn't see from them in kickoff, was taking more risks, which was really nice.
Yeah, and thinking about when we speak about the unsung heroes, even though Boaster was having and getting a lot of kills, he was being very successful. We saw in many rounds that he was very, very willing to drop his gun to someone else, to give it to Kayak, to give it to Alpha. It's not because he knows that he is getting the kills, but it's so important to make your teammates, if they're not having good rounds, feel comfortable, feel like you trust them, that you know that they can do it, and build that trust.
The way that he took a frenzy, like you said, he gave the gun to Alpha. Alpha had like 6 kills at the time.
I was hearing Tom and speaking about Kayak being completely denied when he was on the attack, just not being able to find kills.
The confidence is going to be very important. And very quickly, you mentioned, just how clean this game was. Neither side threw a 5v3, a 5v2, or a 5v1.
Yeah,
that's got to be one
absolutely.
of the cleanest maps we've ever seen from 2 teams in EMEA after some of the shenanigans we saw yesterday. We won't talk about that, but let's talk about the next map. It will be Lotus. And this is where I do heavily favor Team Vitality.
Oh, you have to.
Speaking of experience?
No, you completely have to. I mean, you need to think about the amount of times that Vitality have played this already this year. It's been 4 times, and the only team to beat them on that map so far is G2 Esports. So of course you have to be worried for Fnatic.
Yeah,
Did they ever want to change their comp?
No,
ever.
But the thing is that Crashes can fit in. I think that he's found a lot of comfort in the Fade, and I actually really like it. Maybe I want to know how much this is ready with the little reps that they've had, this year. None. Against a Vitality that has been 1, very comfortable, and 2, very adapt to the meta.
Yeah, 100%. But do you know what? I really like this kind of arc for Crashes, playing that Fade a lot more going into this stage 1. But it's Alfie as well that I'm looking at, being back on that Sentinel. We mentioned this last week, how strong he is on that agent and how much value he can bring when he's on that.
I can't wait to see it. What a fantastic way to start this match as well. Mitch and Tom, I hope we continue to get some brilliant Valorant on map 2.
Well, give me a few more overtimes. I won't complain. Fnatic and Vitality has already delivered 18-16 on map number 1, and it goes in favor of Vitality. Now they come in on their home turf on Lotus, where they wanted to see the battle go down today. Let's see if it's going to be an easy closeout to the game, or if Fnatic can bring something fresh to the server. Tom, when it comes to compositions, they've not done that.
No, I think this is the 22nd time in a row that they've run this composition. So, yeah, definitely not the freshest of compositional ideas. And especially with the way that I think Vitality play, it's going to be interesting to see if this still works without the same pieces of the puzzle as effectively as it did. The thing is, though, Fnatic have always been happy. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, exactly. Let's see if Vitality can break Fnatic's toys. As we move into a deep push from Kayak, he's being spotted. Safe, taking his HP bar down to the last. The early fight from Fnatic wasn't intended to be B. It's going to take a bit of space and embed Alpha Year there. Sending it back towards A is a risk. Having given up this space to the push up that you'll typically see from teams. You know that you should be expecting someone on rubble, but not so ready for kicks. Still, he only finds one before going down.
Get quite a bit further. Maybe they would have expected. No, Durka is waiting and watching. That now leaves this as quite a one-dimensional take from the side of Fnatic. It seems like there's a decent idea. They're safe. Shrouded out
30 seconds
by that
left.
Viper utility means that they might just have an opportunity to try and put the pressure onto Sivov.
He is all alone, and with that door open, his back is now compromised. Wants to fight forward, and good for the first. That's all he's getting this time. Crashies knows there's a fight brewing with Safe, but has to go back to cover the plant. 10 seconds left. And it's time to get that spike on the floor. Durka dropping down's being heard, but there was no chance to stop the defuse, or the plant, I should say. The defuse now certainly coming through. Spoilers ahead. Big flank from Les, and it's good to see he's still got that gameplay up his sleeve, even here on Lotus.
Yeah, it seems to make very little difference what map or even what agent you put Les on. He's always going to be behind you. You've always got to watch out. I also want to just bring in a stat that I think was truly ridiculous. So I'm going to ask you a question. I don't want you to look this up.
Okay.
Versus GX.
Oh, God.
There were 15 opening duels. How many do you think that Vitality won?
Ooh. GX can be a little aggro at times. I'm going to go in for 10.
14.
That's a few more.
Yeah. So
out of 15.
Yes,
Ooh,
it was a 13-2. So they won
Toxins going up.
almost every single opening duel. So obviously a hugely dominant performance from them, but I have to wait and see if they can do a similar sort of display versus Fnatic, and more so if it will matter. This has been an incredible map for them. The only defeat they've had was when they faced up against G2. Obviously one of the best teams in the world. And every other team they face, they've got a minimum of 8 rounds on the attack. And in most cases in EMEA, they've got at least 10. But they have got 10.
I was twinged a bit when you say G2, the best team in the world, or one of the best, just thinking on the last time that was true before that roster, and it was when Valorant was played in a very different way.
Yeah.
Glad we're past those times now.
Yeah, and then they got 13-0'd by Gambit. So, you know, things change.
Clashing of styles.
Solid position. Obviously, only has a pistol. Same can be said for the entirety of opponents. Oh dear, Chronicle. You've been left behind. You've been left out to dry unless... Oh, already good for one. Now the rifles come into play. See, the goal here is to keep things as clean as possible. A plant would be nice for Boaster, but not quite a millisecond away. Chronicle, who was left behind. Oh, you know what? He's going to get away with one. Always seems to. And that is a Bulldog in hand. There's a part of me that wonders if he goes for damage or if he just chucks out the map.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. He could even run and carry it through, but he'll have the credits in the next. Doing a dent to Vitality here could be worth it, but the players he'll fight might not all have weapons, and one shot landed should get that Bulldog back into play. Durka even dropped the Outlaw, so one of his closer teammates could pick it up. Nicely done by Vitality, not too much lost. A 2-0 start. And like we said, you know, Fnatic 5-0 up on the last map. Climbed back after Vitality took the lead, brought us to an overtime. And had many opportunities to close it out. Now, looking at the games yesterday, Tom, we've seen that crumble teams mentally, but I would be astonished if that was the case for Fnatic. Let's see if they can take this third round, though. Whether they're crumbling mentally or not, this will certainly lift your spirits.
I think no matter what, I won't. Even if they get stomped here, I won't argue it's down to mental. I think this team's done way too much. I might argue that it's down to Vitality being insane. And while Durka peeking into a position that is being held not only by Chronicle but also by Alfia, and he still manages to quickly deal a death blow. This is going to again cause havoc. It removes that Viper wall that we love to see utilized to take space. Instead, they're just going to do things that a little bit more quickly. Less has now been maneuvered away from the C side because of that aggressive fight that they took. He now supports on A.
Bomb buddy out.
Paranoia is going to keep them back a little longer. With that deep information we're talking about for Durka, yeah, they know, they're ready for this blitz to come through on the A side. Salvos to slow as soon as the door opens. Whoa, that was almost a big mistake.
Down A.
Pressure on, and Safe knows it. Body's coming around the corner. He's down below in the well. Creeps around the backside as well, barely avoiding Alfier's gaze. And the 2 versus 4, thanks to that shot.
Left.
Maybe even having a plant in it. Him
what
planting,
Boaster is.
you're never going to expect Boaster to still be in rubble till they hear his steps. They just heard him running. Durka was well within range, and you can see.
Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not, yeah, must have missed it.
He has aggressive position. This could even things up if he wins the fight. It's not clean, but he does get the kill. That's all that matters. Puts things back into a 2v2, and they've expected Bosa to run away, to go back to try and join his teammate. The thing is that tap, it forces Alpha's hand, but he still manages to survive. In fact, he takes over. What a play from Alfia. A round that looked dead and buried, but put this man back on a killjoy, and he'll deliver.
It's good to see him smiling down there early on. Had a bit of a shaky start to split and a few whiffy moments as well.
Finished.
But this was looking very clean. Again, I feel like those 2 or 3 steps were heard, but it can be hard in the moment to put those pieces together. Alfia, a bit whiffy up top as well, but onto Durka and finishing off kicks with ease. The beast is back. Well, let's see if that holds true. A 4-piece for Alpha and a round for Fnatic, but a full buy coming through from their opponents now. They had a lot of weapons to fight with in the last, but this one will look that little bit better.
Definitely an opportunity loss for Vitality. How that round started off, I think Boaster being able to get in from behind, but also just not being able to isolate Alfia. Like, he was basically at one point in like a 1v maybe 3 on the site. There was also mention that those 1vx, 2vx haven't really been happening too often. Well, that was one of them.
Time to jump.
Space being taken. Durka, the first point of contact, doesn't want to overface, and actually, Kayak has found 2 with utility and a shot.
Yeah, less going down to the nade as well as open the site completely for Fnatic. A plant and a man advantage to work with. Alpha and Crashies could even come out of this round with ult online, but wouldn't really need it considering Vitality are low in terms of credits. That may come into play. If they even decide to go for this 3 versus 4, they lose 1 player and it's time to fall back. They see an onslaught of utility and it may just be the same. Salvos and a pop flash inside the smoke. Kix has got the cover he needs to follow through on that kill without disruption. But when they step a little wider, Kayak and Alpha ready to clean up, all on Siva, and no idea that Crashies has wrapped around! What an adjustment!
I don't know if he has
the
time.
Newcomer down to the last few seconds, but not quite enough. That was a clean engagement, but a fight that still goes to Fnatic.
Yeah, you have to give credit to Crashies for the timing. Knowing just about when he needed to peak, but that is really unlucky for Sivov. Again, that looked like a round that was done and dusted with the initial take and the hold, but he somehow made that one incredibly competitive, and even just the quick reactions at the end.
They got all these freebie rounds last game, so now it's time for us to get some.
Clearly Boaster feeling they should have won the last one. Already. Alfia immediately dealing with Durka, and this was an aggressive push that we've seen a few times. Warns the mound. However, the response being a rubble take, and while patiently playing as a squad to make sure that, okay, they're not going to be able to steal the gun away. They're not going to be able to get too much out of this one.
Stun salvo combo almost works out, but you hit it onto the player who can just blast back away. A little unlucky. You can see if they went for it just a second or two ago, they would have had 4 players caught, and Kayak would have made it out, but the rest be in the dirt. Instead, they've rotated. As expected in a round like this, when you have those pistols, you're very rarely going to stick into it full default with 40 seconds left. The best play, and really the only chance most of the time, is to group up and approach the round as a unit. Now, it's not worked out to disrupt the plant. The C site taken for free, and Fnatic able to set up into post plants. We talked earlier about Alpha and Crashies potentially having ult for this, and indeed they do. But again, seeing them, if they commit even one of those ults, Vitality can be pretty happy about that. And they won't deal the damage to the weapons, but at least the ult economy will go down. Realistically, their goal here is not even to bait out ultimates. It's not to win the round. It's simply to sit outside of B main and wait for Fnatic to come knocking. Then they can make it really costly.
Already cleared way too much space outside of B. I think Fnatic realizing that something's afoot. Just opt to run back in the other direction. Maybe an assist or two for Timmy the turret, but no, it's just going to be the spike. Obviously denying all of those additional orbs to their opponents, but Fnatic will take the lead. Now, something I want to just premise again, when you look at this map, Vitality have had some, frankly, ridiculous attack sides. Again, you're talking about 8 rounds playing T1 at Masters, 10 rounds versus GX, 10 rounds versus Team Liquid. They are incredible at the attack side of this map. And you look back historically, that was also where Fnatic thrived. Like, they were very, very good at the attack side with this composition, their late rotations and how they control the map. So I think obviously important for Fnatic to put up a good stint, but even 4 or 5 rounds at times can be enough on the defense.
Well, we have 6 ultimates online coming into this round. 3 for Vitality, 3 for Fnatic. But Fnatic side has the higher impact ones a lot of the time. Crashies and Alpha to clear space, and Kayak to claim some heads, or do just the same as the others. And this is why they can be much slower in their approach to this early round. They don't need to have a lot of space to springboard off of, especially when you're pushed up like that in B main. So often you're going to see just the Killjoy ultimate put into play there. Maybe. Kayak's gonna, he is dancing around those shots, waiting for them to run out of ammo, and as they retreat and reload, he pushes on. That'll get them a plant, and again, we talk about the crowd control, just running the clock down. He won't get a kill with the showstopper, but he's got them a plant.
The worry is that they now need to do something else, because I think the plan was maybe to try and delay with the lockdown. That got removed with the spam, trying to push onto Sivo, and they've done well. The bait into that wrap back around. The thing is, though, they didn't actually end up planting. They're now going back over to the A side with the spike, almost trying to sell this ruse, and with the Rolling Thunder on the other side, Safe with Dirk combining, it looks like Fnatic might have overcooked this one a little bit. The spike now has to go back once again, and sure, on a site hold, in a 1 versus 3, it was basically going back to the last map. Crashies managed to thrive. This would have to be the best of them, already giving away his position. Sure, he'll take down Durka, but there was nothing more to be had.
Yeah, the fact that Dirk is able to push up behind on C there for free, it essentially trades back. Chronicle was able to catch Sivov off guard by making that late play towards A main, and then Durka did exactly the same to him. The site hold as well, the Rolling Thunder committed by Kicks got them so much. And again, sort of from the start, once Alpha gets picked off through the wall, that's what opens the door for Durka to make this play. That's when Durka says, okay, I've been holding this, no one's here, I'll push up, because
I got dropped.
They're not going to catch me. They're not going to hit me with a turret. I'll be able to sneak up, get a shot off, and gate crash out, and it wasn't even needed. 3-3. Vitality biting right back, and well, Fnatic had the lead for a moment, but a fleeting one.
2 ultimates utilized as well. However, lockdown and maybe a Chronicle Viper's Pit might finally be seen. It is a mystery to us. Can just fight for that orb. of the time the defense are not going to play this far forward. In fact, it's interesting, the C site is where we've basically seen Durka almost every single round. Like, they are happy to just take the control, have him posted up in case anybody wants to try and fight that direction. But it then just allows them to bolster the other side of the map. You're seeing 3 play outside A. Information already found onto Kayak as well, and they're going to make a play off this.
Yeah, they've walked straight through the door. Zivov, they knew he was there, but a little bit too late. Did the pieces connect? And Durka's push up. You lose that fight on A main, you got to go somewhere else. You got to take space. For a moment, it looked like they would go walking right into that operator, but instead, the B site is their new target. Alpha, 56 HP. But an ult online if they want to use it. Keep an eye on the gate crash for Durka as well. That's going to fade out. In fact, just now it disappears. He's now stranded.
30 seconds.
Starts to back off.
Especially with them around that door to see. He's got to be careful. The timing for Safe couldn't be worse. 20 seconds. Less is the last man standing. Paranoia will force him out, and he's going to take some damage as he backs away. This will be a post plant. Really something that Vitality can deny.
They'll have to fight their way back through with Durka on the off. It's not the easiest to make work on these kind of angles, and the lockdown put into play. Now we save. There's no other choice. You can't get onto that lockdown. The operator still, even if it wasn't there, a 2v4 from this position, they had to be able to at least trade out the kill, but that'll stop the play completely. Fnatic had the lead moments ago, and they will reclaim it, but they're at each other's throats in the early rounds. It's back and forth, and for Vitality, that's keeping them in with a real shot to close this 2-0. Again, what these teams have played, I know not same rosters for the most part. Certainly, Durka would have been on the other side. But historically, Vitality and Fnatic as an organizational battle always goes Fnatic's way. In all the iterations of Vitality, they've taken 2 maps off of Fnatic. So coming in today with a 1-0 and a real chance to not just beat them,
it's a shit
but 2-0, brutalize them. That's going to put Vitality in a good mental state, especially with this being their map pick. And like you said, second half, they move to the attack. All they got to do here is keep it close.
Yeah, that's the goal. But I will say, like, again, you win the pistol second round, and then 4 of the 5 have gone the way of Fnatic. They're definitely looking like they're building into this half with a clear game plan. Like, they go back for the same B take, knowing that, okay, if we get into the post plant, that lockdown is just so oppressive. Like, you're looking to try and get back into the site, but you have to give up every single piece of control. So you hit that timing maybe 10 seconds after you plant. Firstly, the clock runs down, but also it's almost impossible because you then have to re-clear everything you've just had and had to give up because of that lockdown. What I will say is now the ults have flipped. Crashes has been able to farm up a few more orbs to try and get back that Nightfall that was utilized in round number 6. But other than that, Dimensional Drift, and more importantly, that Armageddon. We have seen so many ludicrous plays combining the Armageddon with the salvos, be it to clear a site that's been taken or just to deny a plant in general.
Vitality, like you said, ult's coming online for them moving into this 3-4. But the damage they've been doing in some of these rounds hasn't been enough to keep Fnatic in a risky spot, right? They don't just have one buy round to win and then they're into winning ways, get that little bit of a lead. Fnatic built up quite a bit of credits. Dispensing those ults in the last round certainly helped out. See if the difference can be made here on the server. And again, when we look at how things went in that previous map, Tom, it was a very slow start for Durka. It was a quick start for Kayak, and it seemed like a real diff between the two. Durka woke up towards the end, heated up into that map, and by the looks of it, into the series as well. A much better face to him, and also you can understand it when so much of his value on Split was the operator in those aggressive spots early on. Well, this map, that's a playstyle that just thrives here on Lotus. So I expect, yeah, he's 6-4 right now, but with the op coming online only more recently, I think it's going to get a whole lot better for Durka and a whole lot more difficult for Fnatic to fight for that early space.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because I feel like this is a map where I even think back to, I think it was Safe getting his team qualified to an event, I think it was Champs, by getting an ace to close out. Individually, he's always been fantastic on this map. The problem though, is I think when you face off against Fnatic on Lotus, and you're that IGO, you're that leader, the guy who has to make a lot of the calls, you need to be so focused in. This is a squad that I think Boaster does an excellent job of taking back map control midway through a round and then quick switching to another side. I think B is the prime example. You get that door control. Maybe in some cases you even get B, but you can still quickly maneuver through the doors or even going just back through that broken door towards the A site. And if you're caught up, we even saw it a couple of rounds ago where he was looking just, okay, I haven't seen anything on B in ages, I'll walk away, and the second he stepped, he's immediately finished off. So I want to see if his individual level might suffer a little bit just because of what's going to be going on the Fnatic side with those calls, with that rotation. And I think they've been caught a couple of times. I think it was Boaster once with that deep play back towards Rubble, and then Chronicle again doing the same thing. It feels like in those moments Fnatic are perfectly communicating and holding that ground, and sometimes Vitality get a little bit lost.
See that, well, taking a moment to get on the straight and narrow with Faded. Team Vitality, they had a tech pause. You can't talk during those. So they take themselves a tactical timeout right out of the tech. Getting on the same page, and you can see Faded firing away with what he's been watching from the sidelines. It's 4 out of 5 rounds have gone to Fnatic. It's 4-3 on the board with Vitality in with a real chance thanks to ultis coming online, thanks to Operator and play. But considering they were 2-0 up, yeah, recency bias goes to Fnatic. Seems like the momentum, the wind in their sails. Here's where Vitality have to put them to an early stop.
Seems like the peripheral issue has been sorted. Hopefully that wasn't somebody spilling a drink. I did see Althea, and you know, I'd say there's a 50-50 chance.
Any game, any day.
Maybe he stood up a little bit too quickly, took half the desk with him.
I've seen those cups, you can hit them and they don't fall over, and it's a miracle Fnatic haven't bought him one yet.
Maybe buy him a few.
Yeah, maybe a few, just in case.
I think most players have like 17 drinks on their desk at once, so.
I've seen people come in with 4 keyboards before, so.
It's a risky game, and actually, it's a risky game that won Kayak the prize of the majority of his HP being gone. That's the reason they've had to avoid this C site, but it's also a reason that they've been able to challenge quite a lot towards B. I think Safe's definitely heard a step or two, getting that stun ready, but just because there's commitment here early doesn't mean they're going to completely commit. Bear in mind, this is a couple of rounds in a row they've head towards this B site. It could all be a ruse.
Paranoia put through. Boaster blinded, but he's up close. His senses back just in time to hear Sivov backing off. And they know that up top Rubble is clear, but what isn't clear is they're back. The push up is huge from Durka, cutting off that rotation that they need from the B site. I think he's hearing the turret, knowing that he doesn't want to be baiting it. No, it's actually looking the wrong way. He even steps out into heavy traffic, knowing he wants to flank up on A. Ingles the Tay-hold, Armageddon, slowing them down on the A site, drawing them into battles. They step forward on B, they step forward on A, and no ground really taken until now. The 2-piece pickup, and they've avoided Durka's ire by a matter of seconds with a Viper's pit down from Chronicle, by the way, at long last. That makes it difficult for Durka, has to give up the Operator.
They know he's there now as well. The alarm bot went offline perfectly, time for him to get their dimensional drift used to try and clear out positions, wanting to try and get rid of Crashies, but Crashies still wins that fight. And now for Durka, he's got to try and find not only the Viper, but some space to play with. Went back, has at least a little bit of extra HP, but that is ticking away. Needs Chronicle to fall, and he finds the headshot, but has to be wary of the player behind. That is Crashies waiting just on the edge. Fnatic, it came close, losing some fights, but again, it's that quick movement, that quick switch back to the A site that works perfectly for them, catching a couple of players around that door position. They now extend that lead a little further.
Phenomenal play by Crashies as well. This is a round that looked done. It looked to be in the gutter, and a big 3-piece from him. The first 2 getting them.
I've got the cleanest guns in the West. I need a permit for mine.
Never heard anyone chat more waffle at the end of rounds. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Good spirits. I'll tell you that. Keeps
it must be hard to be in a bad mood when someone just says stuff like that at the end of every round.
Yeah. No, he's a tough guy to be in a bad mood around. I'll tell you that. I mean, I'd say that for most of Fnatic, it is just like, you look at it as a vibes team. We've seen that. I've seen Crashies popping the dances, but outside of that, they've got the skill. They're some of the best pieces to any puzzle that you could possibly wish for. Vitality, well, they're not able to put all the pieces together here. It's down to Sheriffs. A lot of weaknesses here on the defense, and on the attack, maybe you got a chance. Group up and just look to snowball into them. But on the defense, that's a little bit more difficult to do, especially on a map with 3 sites. At least on Split, you go A or you go B. But here, there's a tertiary option.
Yeah, and also just the way that Fnatic plays. As I said, they're constantly changing up late into the round. So even if you gambled and then you heard them go another way, you might have gambled correct at the beginning and then you second guess yourself, you get picked apart, and well, they are currently being picked apart. Seaboth, well, that's not gone to plan. Sheriff can be unkind. Unfortunately, that is now the spike crossing to the site. Eventually, will get the job done. At least finding one, you can see a slightly safer position being chosen, just to make sure there isn't really a chance, although another pick coming up. This position, though, should be nasty. I don't know how they're making this round competitive. That's a little whiffy, but the job gets done in the end. A 2 versus 2, make that just 1, and Boaster from the flank, I think, has done enough. Sibo to try and fight versus the remaining 2, and well, eventually a mini heart attack, but Fnatic get it over the line.
I was getting ready to be a little critical because in a round like this where you're looking at pistols for your opponents, and I think the read should have been there, not just from press and tab, but also from what they'd already seen. That man didn't have a weapon, nor did the second pickup that they found from Boaster in mid, or in B, I should say. And the thing is, he goes up into heaven. This leaves the rest of Fnatic 3 players on the site, but they don't have control over their back. They don't have control over door. They have heaven, but they don't have the spawn side towards Waterfall.
The worst high five of all time, man.
Yeah, I was about to say, you need to work on the synergy, lads.
But honestly, that came down to Boaster. If he doesn't have success on the flank, then the round was thrown away by the lack of control. But instead,
a jump spot.
It works out wonderfully.
Look at where he actually died. It doesn't even look like he's out far enough to even take any damage. That's a big start, a switch up, trying to maneuver Durka into new positions, putting less over on C instead. And with him gone, you can already see that has been completely claimed by Kayak. Also, if the orb is still there, that could be a little bit too much.
They thought that he was in heaven, though. I think he had the right play there. Like, you're trapped, you're surrounded, you've got to spring on something. And especially with them thinking he's on the other angle, that's where the danger lies, that it would be a split through to B. It makes sense. Deep aggression from Kayak, knowing that Boaster had drawn forces in the other direction. And indeed, Showstopper online now, but that should be used as a safety net, especially now. 4v2, no need to throw it in. Even the nade there, delaying them further. And I think Vitality, whether they are a big fan of a Waterfall retake or not, I don't really care. I think they're just falling back to save these weapons. And for Fnatic, that's exactly what they hope for. 7 rounds, now guaranteed to be on the board. And with 4 alive and op saved over as well, they're set to close out this half in a very strong position.
That's the thing, though. The early fight from Althea, having that operator, that was basically set up as a denial for Durka. He's been peeking out most rounds, as said. He's been controlling that. So that was Althea, well, being the alpha and just taking that clear fight. Kayak's made a bit of a slip up and gone down to the spike, but I don't think it's going to do too much damage to the economy. But instead, I think it was actually just a jump spot from Les that I believe barely even showed anything. I'm hoping we'll have the replay of it. It must have been, literally just nothing. And that's enough Althea to take the opener. And by that point, you've kind of lost so much control. Like, they had a free walk into C. And yeah, that's...
I thought I'm safe here.
Yeah, they did. They had a free walk into C, but again, this is Boaster going for the TP deep into spawn, surviving on 10 HP, and making the call many players wouldn't, but many players should, of Durka just shot me. He almost took me down. I survived a brush with death. I'm out of here. Runs in the other direction and forces them to hunt him down. That's what buys the C site for Fnatic almost for free.
Careful. It's been a rough half so far for Vitality. We've sung the praises of their attack half, but really do need something to play with, and Fnatic have been adapting throughout, be it with varying takes, be it with denial of C-site in the last. Now what looks like a much more direct hit in towards this A-site.
Oh, slowed completely. But he's got plenty of time still on that Showstopper. Up close! And it's a big hit less down. Nade chasing, kicks, and he's in trouble with the C's. Just about staying alive, but look at the reinforcements. They're all coming in. Durka from the back might be able to find value. In fact, he'll be pushed all the way back by Alphayer. While the take is coming into the B site, the space that was given up by Vitality trying to reinforce the back of A ends up biting them in the back as Fnatic tap the spike on B and now avoid this walk-up. This could have been disastrous if we saw Durka able to capitalize. Instead, they make it to the C site, minus Alphayer. Also the latest lurk of all time.
It seemed like they had an idea over on the Vitality side that they might opt to switch back. And yeah, you mentioned it. This is a late rotation coming through, maybe a little bit too late. Boaster needs to hold the line for Chronotool to get back in time. As he watches, now knowing his teammates up close, but needing to try and deny. If there was someone spamming it, coming through on the other side, Chronicle's actually managed to find one more, but Kix is still waiting patiently. Chronicle trying to face off versus 2, needs a little bit more. Shots connected, but Kix is just sticking the defuse, even let's go! It takes a lot for Vitality to finally get back onto the board, but with 4, they close that gap at least a little.
Well, maybe even enough. 8-4, a much easier half to recover on, and well, we're not done yet. It could be a 7-5 half in their favor, a streak from Fnatic. 7 out of 8 rounds, but finally put to bed here. And in a round where they use that showstopper for the pick onto Less, it's remarkable. What a job by Seavelf up top, by Safe containing that deeper aggression. I think the over-rotation of the A site almost cost them, but the fact that they filled in the gap so quickly stopped Fnatic from being able to take advantage of the space that was given for free. So really well handled under pressure. 3 players stacked up on C, and early on, Kayak wanted to go there for the pick. It's probably a good job he did.
Just to get rid of that turret. We've seen it a couple of times, and it's just to put further doubt in the minds of Fnatic.
Drone is down.
Sending through the drone. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder, a very aggressive take, but Chronicle still manages to land a couple of shots from afar. I don't mind the idea, but not being able to fight from the player so deep. They look to run back away. They've left Less alone. Bear in mind, he does have the Viper's Pit and only a Spectre, so at some point, if he is going to utilize it, it needs to be soon, but this was all a ruse. Again, the push and pull that Fnatic put through on this map, they baited out the Viper's Pit, and they're not even going that way.
I don't know. Oh, look at the position of Kix. Oh, the flash is too deep.
He didn't know.
Chronicle's on for the 3rd, and this is a beautiful read from Fnatic. Not that play, but the start of the round. They knew Vitality had pushed up when the alarm bot was broken as an addition. The reaction, I don't know if we'll hear it on the comms, but Alpha clearly called for it. They wrapped back, they were ready for that push-up. The response from Chronicle covering his teammates as the Rolling Thunder came in, keeping them alive and keeping the chances for this round alive single-handedly. 4 kills. He's down on 2 HP, and he'll not get a chance to bring the Viper's Pit online. It's the last round of the half. Less is walkabouts. He is running out of time quickly. And I think at this point, you might almost just save the weapon for the stats.
Yeah, what can you even do at this stage? You're done. On 1 versus 4. Spike is ticking. You're on the other side of the map. You got completely baited by Fnatic, like playing early, like denying that aggression and then just sprinting over towards that side of the map. He'll get himself one extra kill just to improve his stats for the VLR scoreboard readers, but ultimately a stellar half coming through from Fnatic.
And more importantly, he got his cast up, and that's what it's all about. A nice 8-4 cushion for Fnatic. Let's see if it's enough for them to bring us to map 3 after the break. Welcome back, folks. 8 rounds for Fnatic, a 4-round lead, and they're looking to bring us to map 3. But first, they have to best Vitality on their own pick. And now, Vitality move to the attack side. They scrounge together a couple rounds, quite literally 2 rounds, after the pistol and the follow-up anti-eco. So it's been a slow start for Vitality, but there's been moments, there's been sparks, and again, Sivov, one of the best debuts that we've seen. And he's continuing on his work for Vitality, pulling the sled from the front.
Here.
4 rounds in it. This pistol could close the gap, or it could make this a real uphill battle. Durka not liking the latter.
An 8-4 half in the last map was not enough for Fnatic to take it over the line, and we've mentioned throughout, the Vitality looks so comfortable when it comes to the attack side of Lotus, so much so that a lot of the time we don't get to see much of their defense. Kayak realizing he needs to try and pad the gap after Chronicle is lost immediately. Does a little bit of chip damage, but has to fall off. It seems like they're going to head towards the C site now. There are positions that I think players have earned a title for, and whenever I think of this C site, I think of Althea. Without the majority of his utility, an alarm bot and his turret currently watching towards the B site. If they do go this way, it's just down to that man and his pistol.
Well, you might be calling for the orb to go up, but that's not possible with Chronicle down in the dirt. Alphier gonna follow suit, as is Boaster. A convincing set of opening duels for Vitality. And it looks like that scoreline is about to get a whole lot closer. Considering half of their rounds come off the back of winning the pistol in the first half, it is certainly a breath of fresh air to see them keep themselves in it after such a close map number 1. We know they've got it in the tank. 5-8. The gap closes, and Fnatic should be on an eco.
Yeah, not expecting a defensive side force. I'd be very surprised to see anything of the sort, but it would have been nice for Fnatic, in fact, on both maps to get the pistol in that second half. Just be able to give themselves a little bit of a boost. Because, as I said, once Vitality get rolling on the attack side, it can be very difficult. I will say, I think Fnatic will have known this map is coming in the veto, though. If there was any side of any map that I would have looked to counter, looked to break apart, this would be the one. Look for tells, look for ideas of what your opponents have been doing and try to break them up. Now, obviously, Fnatic are going to be confident. It's the Lotus. It has always been a great map for them. But right now, even though the scoreline is firmly in their favor, it is definitely not over.
Here.
Yeah, right. About those adjustments, about reading into Fnatic's play. What was it you said earlier, Tom? 2023, they've been running this comp since?
Yeah. Well, this is the 22nd time in a row.
If you don't have enough data there,
from it even once.
Yeah. If you don't have enough data there to see what their ideas are, what their objectives are, at least in terms of comp coming into this, you probably shouldn't be here. I think Vitality so far, they've had their reads at times, but Fnatic coming ahead in a lot of those battles. This one should not be one of them. Classics across the board, numbers towards C and B. Vitality have left the door open for a rotate back. I thought they were going to go for that. Instead, it's going to be Les crossing over, who runs into 2. Okay, runs through 2 of them, never mind.
Yeah, now it's just a free push back towards the other side of the map. I think they even had salvos to deny any cheeky peeks that could have come in from the corner. Those 2 kills completely changed the stature of this round, and while Vitality are still pulling in that sort of FPX style of purchase, you've got 2 pistols that you can afford to lose, and then 3 rifles. If they keep all 5 players up, or even if they keep 3 up, they're going to be coming in with an incredibly strong-looking bonus.
So far, it's not looking like there'll be any dents delivered, although they're going pushing into the buggy. Well, that's going to quickly put to bed the flawless, in-zone flawless as it would have been. But from here on out, what can you do?
Give them a shout anyway.
You know,
do you feel like they deserved it?
I do. I think they've well and truly earned it with their support.
Well, 8-6. Both pistols, both follow-ups, now under the belt of Vitality. But this is the round where things truly get interesting. You might be thinking, well, Tom, this is normally a bonus. This is one you'd heavily favor to the side of Fnatic, but with those weapons being held over to the next round, 2 players not investing, able to buy back up into this one. And at least from what I can currently see on the board, it looks like Durka might immediately invest into the operator. Mitch, I'm sure you're slightly more excited about a different gun.
I am indeed. The big boy out on Boaster. One of my favorite players to see utilize this weapon, although it has fallen by the wayside in recent memory. He's always consistent at spamming this door. Man after my own heart. Timing's good for him. Has to set up a smoke. And for Durka especially, being here, knowing who you're up against, that's a brave play. You know how this guy likes to play. The trigger finger, the only difference between an opening pick for Boaster, Vitality being able to approach this late round with their operator still intact. For now, looks like they will keep it. Oh, I could have spoken too soon. It's on his head.
Don't say it too loud. Maybe Boaster will hear you.
Over that white noise, I would be impressed if he can hear anything.
Look at the aggression, though. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Kayak in a solid position, Spike on the deck. Retrieving that is not going to be easy, and you can already see the rest of the team are having to try and hightail it back in the other direction. This aggression wasn't spotted out, and Vitality were basically looking for it for the majority of the round. Waiting for some support.
30 seconds left.
Durka's operator will be that first point of contact, looking for the head, but doesn't get anything, and Alfia immediately swings. Les has taken space on B and does manage to win the fight, but they need to get that spike first. Immediately teleporting away, but teleporting straight into the hands of Boaster with the Odin. The spike down, but it was irrelevant, as Chronicle managed to remove his doppelganger. And Fnatic break back immediately. Now the problem with that bonus, Mitch, is although it was a bonus, they did buy an operator. So not only is that going to go into their opponent's hands, but also that takes the economy low enough that there is now a piece missing.
Exactly, we're bolstering the Fnatic buy, and at the cost of your own economy. Certainly not an ideal scenario for Vitality to be fighting up against 3 rounds in it. And a weak weapon sent into the hands of Safe. He'll be playing as salvos most of the round, and I think they'll give him a more passive role. Off rip, the spams are coming through, and they've done damage. Les is down to 58. He might be relegated to the Stinger.
Do you reckon he didn't spam it in the last round just for the surprise factor?
Could be, yeah. Do it in the more important
Maybe they
round.
won't expect. Well, no, it's not even that. It's they wouldn't expect me to buy it, but now they know I have it. I'll just spam.
Could well be. The back off. Paranoia used to buy a little bit of space, but that stun is perfect. Boaster has to send it to the backside. Salvos are chasing him down, keeping him honest. Only one corner he can really fight from, and Crashies ends up going down, but Chronicle from the side, picking up a few. Stinger on Safe, alongside his salvos, have brought this back to even territory. Fnatic still have Chronicle, though. He's tearing through the back lines as they push into the site. It's only the first players through that end up breathing late. Safe and Kicks. And they're up against it with the operator of Kayak and the utility clearing down below. Safe needs that pick up top.
That's the thing, his position revealed. This fight might be everything and has to turn tail. And unfortunately for him, that's the moment Kayak strikes. Alfia combining, that's another on the board. And after winning the bonus, or winning, sorry, against the bonus, and now winning with the rebuy, Fnatic have put themselves in a fantastic spot. A map that historically has always been theirs, but in recent times, Vitality took their crown, at least in EMEA. They now sit 3 rounds from taking us to a map 3, taking us to Haven. Which, if we're being honest, you look at the comp that Vitality was running for a long time on that map, it was taken from Fnatic themselves. Teacher versus Padawan. The question of who that master may be.
Lots of damage, and Chronicle the one to pick up the kill. The spams here from Fnatic, such an annoyance for the early rubble control. It's denied. Vitality move to the B side. Zivov already in, and he's picked off one with Kicks following through. That's the site claimed. It's upgrades found in a plant. Not yet being sought. They're going into Kayak. This could be a big problem. Where do you go now? The showstopper's on your tail. And that's the spike down in spawn. Last man standing. He's gonna go pushing right into the waiting arms of the off. He survives, but now he's sent forward by the nade. A second bite of the cherry for Kayak, and he devours the remaining players for Vitality.
Even when things look to get a little bit scary in the mid-round. It seemed like Kayak had a very good read on the scenario, posting up, just waiting for them to try and rotate back towards at C site. It has felt like throughout, Fnatic have been slightly ahead in a lot of those calls.
That's so annoying to play against, man.
I'll say as well, Chronicle is having one hell of a map. Like, that's always the toughest thing, I think, when facing up. Yeah, moving swiftly on. The toughest thing when facing off against this Fnatic is that I feel like when Chronicle is online, it's almost impossible to win. Like, you have to be on your A game every single time, and we're currently 16 and 12. Vitality have taken a pause. Maybe a last-ditch effort. As said, in EMEA, their attack sides have been formidable, but they are yet to get themselves a buy round. And in fact, that's been the story of this game. 2 individual rounds is all they've managed to garner throughout, excluding those pistols and seconds. I think the guys on Fnatic have got to be feeling incredibly confident moving forward into Haven. It really would feel like anyone's game. I thought, like, with Split going Vitality's way, this match was firmly in their hands. Theirs to lose. The Fnatic has proven that they were well worthy of the test.
Placing swarm grenade. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade.
We're going to get a little bit of a blitz down from Fnatic again. That early rubble control we so often see, at least being feigned out. Yeah, Poster still with the big old gun. Clearly feeling like the spams have been working. Maybe he took a look at the tab.
He's a bit further forward with the spams now, though. Before it was through a wall, now he's just right up close.
He's realized the only thing that saved them last time was that wall. Let's take their map shields away. Fair enough. Big ult from Durka. Lots of info found.
They found Chronicle.
They didn't. I don't think they saw Chronicle, no. No, they didn't.
They definitely didn't. Seaboff has teleported into the site. He was frustrated about not receiving info. Now he's not giving it out. He was too busy looking to try and hunt down Alpha. And it is a blitz on the site, and in-zone flawless. After the pause, that's moments after, Faded has taken time to explain how those ults can be used, where we can put those into play, and they get nothing.
Oh, it was Kicks signaling the end of the round, screaming out, off your feet. Their legs are swept out from under them through a snake bite is an ambitious play. And with 2 players ready to spam you down, there was no way they were getting away with that one. Chronicle feeling his impact now, 18 and 12, and the snake bite assisting the other kills. What is that? Kayak's taking him down. The spams have gone out of control. Durka tries to match them pound for pound, but he comes up short.
You dare try and use his own spell against him. That one's never gonna work. An easy amount of damage, but taken by either side. An early advantage here for Fnatic. A fantastic haunt coming out from Crashies. You look at the ultimates, those are in their favor. Kayak, deep control on it. Where do you even go at this stage? You now have Boaster bolstering B. And even this nasty little trap play. You got the Viper's Pit. You go, okay. Well, they blocked off C. And this is what happened in the last round. They targeted Alpha. You know that this guy is going to be lurking in that spot. And now he's moved up. Buddy, you've got someone literally touching your back right now. Being caught out by the audacity of this Fnatic squad. The TP's not going to work. The Viper's Pit integrity is still there. And you can even see the reposition on B. Crashies has taken back control, expecting them to come through, expecting them to clear his angle. He's perfect. What is that from Chronicle? Just to spam through his own pit. Seaboff, good luck, my friend. It's another in-zone flawless. Fnatic as clean as ever to close out this map.
Whose map pick was this again? They looked so clean here, and you talk about looking at the data. Well, it just got a whole lot better for Fnatic, 1-1. We're going the distance in this series after so many OTs. We were due a quick map, 13-6. We'll see you after the break.
Oi, oi, oi. They lost 2v5, bro. They lost 2v5. They're nervous now. The beast is back.
You keep doing your live shots, okay? You keep doing your live shots.
Holy shit, bro.
I thought I'm safe here.
My boy! Good boy!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Nice! Good job! Nice kayak, bro! Pike. Nice! Good job, kayak, bro! Nice! Nice! Nice!
Chronicle is fired up after that map win over Team Vitality, and can you blame him? I'm your host, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. That was the one map that we were for sure thinking that Vitality were going to bring home with no problems. What happened?
I was worried. I was really worried. I said before we even got into it, the only time that Vitality have lost this map was against G2 Esports. So Fnatic on par with G2, are we back? We're so back, baby.
Yeah, exactly. And the casters were mentioning, we also mentioned that this has been historically a very good map from Fnatic, and we were just bumping in with how Chronicle was feeling. And one of the things we saw through during that map one, back on Split, was Chronicle struggling a lot at the beginning of the round, especially on the defense, because he was being challenged time and time again. But when we look at the performance that he just had, so many rounds went his way. He was also able to like individually shine. When we look about the first bloods and first deaths, even though the numbers are not very outrageous, is more on the defense that we're focused on and the comfort that he found.
Oh yeah, I love that you bring that up, because I think in the previous match, like we were a little bit concerned on Split, you know, the amount of kind of first kills that he was giving away, constantly dying in the same positions as well, in untradeable positions. It just wasn't ideal for him, but I think going into this one, he really, you know, he brought it back for himself. He was a highlight.
And I like how fired up he gets, because he's one of those players that doesn't usually, right? We expect the alphas and the boasters to be that fired up. So it's nice to see the side of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think because I would have been a little bit pissed off if throughout the most part of Split, I just feel like they're challenging and challenging me, and I feel targeted.
Yeah, he got his revenge there, and it was really done through just the clutches, the late rounds, the moments where it really matters. We see Kakuga, the Fnatic player, stepping up.
Yeah, absolutely. We were speaking about how close that split was, how everything was to the brink of the second, how we didn't see players and teams throw in advantages and whatnot, but actually Fnatic coming together, it doesn't matter if it's in a disadvantage. We saw this brilliant round with them getting the 4v2, but we also saw it as the map was getting deeper and deeper.
Yeah, I think what you find as well in a lot of these clutch situations is it's all like different members of Fnatic. It's not just relying on one sole person, and a lot of these clutches were in post plants too, so it's not like Vitality weren't being able to work their way back in. They were getting it into these numbers where they had the number advantage going into that retake. It's just that Fnatic, they were just so synergized and riled up with one another.
It's their home ground, isn't it? It's like we've done this on Lotus before. It takes us back. And for Alpha, the only player across any regional league right now that plays Killjoy on Lotus, we never see this. But as you mentioned before, you guys mentioned it, it matters what player is on what agent, right? And when you see him on this, it doesn't matter about the meta. The meta doesn't matter.
The thing is, there is very few agents that I'd be like, why would you put Alpha on that? But Killjoy is definitely not one of them. And especially thinking of what the next map is going to be, it is good to see that he's feeling himself and that it doesn't matter what he is playing at, he's going to have a good performance.
I think as well, even when we look at his Killjoy specifically on the defense on that map just then, like he wasn't just waiting and playing passively, he was playing in front of his utility. So even if the Teho,
he always
literally, no, but like even if like we're saying the Teho utility does kind of, you know, get rid of that Killjoy utility, he was just so confident in being able to play in front of it. So yeah, it didn't really matter at that point.
And Billy, how much will this confidence help Fnatic as we pivot to a map where Alpha plays ISO?
Oh my god, it's only going to go through the roof at this point. And I think as well, we touched on it on the pre-show, you know, about Vitality saying that, oh, we can take their Haven comp and we can make it better. I think this will be a real test as to what they've said, if that's actually true.
Yeah, speaking of Dirk saying, it's not only about the comp, it's the fact that I am playing on is what I do to this composition, is what I mean to the end result. Even though this was a 13-6, we need to keep in mind, Vitality won both pistols. They also converted to the next one. So in gun rounds, the disparity is a little bit concerning when we move on to the third one, because when we talk about being comfortable, hitting the shots, playing as a team, being ready to take the disadvantages, being ready to be trading for those duels, right now the momentum is on Fnatic's side.
And it's very concerning them throwing a 5v2 and a 5v3 after an entire split where they made 0 mistakes almost. But onto the comps here. Do you want to see Safe on the ISO or the Jet?
I would love to see a mirror so we can test everyone like pound for pound if they really think that they can make it better. I want to see it. I want them. I don't want to see it. I want them to prove it.
Yeah, no, I am completely on the same page as you. Like I want Safe to be playing that ISO. If you guys are going to come onto post plant and say, you know, we can make this composition better, we can run it better. Okay, let's see it then.
And I want to bring out my one fun fact of the day, which is Boaster has a 100% success rate in the ISO ultimate. 1 out of 1, and it was against Safe. So yeah, he's only ever won the 1 out of 1, but it's still 100% win rate. So maybe Safe brings it back out. We could have that duel going again, because you know that players, they want to go to Boaster's side. Traditionally, it's like, you know, you think that's a free side, but today is not. That's not been the storyline.
No, absolutely. And I would also love to see the head-to-head in the ultimate between Safe and Alpha. I want to see, because of course he's gonna get his numbers, the other one's gonna get his. But what about the head-to-head?
He's suffered enough from Meteor at this point. I think he suffered so much on the global stage. This will be a good place, Billy, like you said, for them to just prove it. Because if they're going to come out and say these things, they have to back it up.
Yeah, exactly. I 100% agree. But even looking at this fan vote at the moment, people seem to be riding on the wave of Fnatic taking that second map. And I guess the saving grace for Vitality right now is that it was such a close map against Navi when we saw Fnatic play them. Like the fact that it got to 15-13 and it had to be a comeback. Yeah, it's a little I guess that is a saving grace for
They're holes,
Vitality.
you know,
yeah,
they're flaws, they're
exactly.
flaws. Yeah. You have to bounce back if you are Vitality, if you want to, you know, keep that place as the #1 in EMEA. And I love that you mentioned it. The only time that we've seen Fnatic this year playing on Haven with this composition that we're discussing, it was against that Navi. It was that comeback that they had to perform. And not only that, it was Alpha. If you guys remember, he stood up and he said, "I am not losing this. I do not care what I need to do or I have to do." And we just saw him from the defense just pushing through mid, pushing through C, pushing through garage. It doesn't freaking matter. He just thought, we are winning this. I do not care who's on the other side.
And if he was like that against Navi, what's he going to be like against Darka if it gets to that point?
He better not be spraying any bodies. I don't want to see that coming out of him.
He made it personal now. He made it personal.
But the problem is, that was a mental step up. It wasn't a physical. His butt was glued to his chair against Navi. And we saw every single time this man steps out of his chair is insta GG. The karma works so fast in this scenario, which brings us back to the fact that this is still a grudge match. This is still all about Durka versus Fnatic, and what are they going to play? Are they going to bring back the ice?
Wait, what?
They will, but it's Sivov and Safe is going to play Sova.
This is one of the things that I had in my head, because if you look at Vitality, currently the most experienced Sova is freaking Durka. So if you go into this map, you want to keep the Sova, you have Sivov. Are you going to put him in the open, give kicks the Sova? And the solution is keeping Safe on that initiator role, a little bit like the Tejo, but a little bit less of damage and utility, and Sivov on the ISO.
I honestly am really shocked at this, and I think as well, as much as we had said that Vitality's roles are kind of smoothed out now, looking at this Haven, I don't know if I stand by that statement anymore. We have seen Kix play the Omen on a couple of maps previously, but again, it was that Sova. Who is going to play Sova? And it looks as though Safe is looking to lead his team from the front on that agent.
Yeah, I'm so surprised, because this has to be the first time that Sivov even plays this agent in an official. We're speaking about the head-to-heads that we were thinking of seeing, but this changes everything. How is he going to measure up against Alpha here?
And of course, Safe. Normally it's Leo playing the Sova. Well, Trex playing the Sova, but it's Safe doing it right here, right now. We've had a great series so far. Mitch and Tom, I cannot wait to see how this is going to end.
Well, quite a surprise. Not necessarily in the comp being run. I think it's a good idea from Vitality. It's a comp we've seen have legs, but Sivov?
Yeah, I think the desk touched on it. Kix has only played Sova 6 times. He plays a lot of the other initiators, but Sova was never really in his wheelhouse or something that he proficiently played. So there had to be a choice made, and Safe is definitely someone who can play that initiator. But it's whether or not Sivov is going to be up to the standard. Now, aim-wise, no 100%. Question. There is not a question. But he's normally not so aggressive this round already. He's looking for that fight. It's actually Alpha here on the other side. And well, Durka, Sivov, they will combine immediately. What a start.
A scrappy start indeed, but it's sort of what you expect, right? Running this composition, unless I'm mistaken as well, this will be the first time we've ever seen Sivov play this in an official. But when it comes to ISO, when it comes to this man,
this is his second, map, right? He got, was it 38 kills on Haven as a breach? So you then put him on an ISO. If anything, it should be easier.
45 minimum. Let's set the bar here and now. Anything short of it, he's throwing. But no, like he's played unbelievable. I think individually this guy is just off the charts, second only to Zeus in week 1, and a chance to build up those stats again here now in the role where it makes a bit more sense, where that expectation can be put onto him. Kayak, a double.
Spike down A.
Nicely done, but anything further will be impossible with Sivov quickly shutting him down. Crashies, the last man standing, 1v3.
Planted.
And already he's going to be caught, suppressed, and taken out by Kix. 1-0 start for Vitality.
When we go out there,
see how that setup can work in that sort of team environment. It's obviously a pretty vast change, but one that they feel works the best. Just this 1-2 punch still looking exactly the same. That's the thing. It's in essence, it's a shame that we don't get to see the battle
This is how we should play every single round.
How we wanted it. And well, there you go. If there's anybody listening from Fnatic, that's how they're going to play every single round.
There you go. Someone let Scott know. Let Milan in on the info.
They're not going to stay long.
What? How could he do such a thing? But yeah, you know, you look back at last map as well, Tom, and I think like you can't undersell how bad that was for Vitality. They win the pistol, they win the follow-up 2 times, and they walk out with 6 rounds. That is astonishing. And for Fnatic, it was a big shutdown, but here on Haven, we could see the same thing. Pistol goes to Vitality. Follow-up should be theirs. This is a classic buy from Fnatic. Not investing anything, essentially. A few pieces of utility, but even then, you expect them to be held on until the next round. Reveal sees that there's nothing outside A, and the push up here from Kayak be initiated.
I think a good sign for Fnatic going forward into this match is the fact that you have seen some excellent play from Chronicle in the last. Like, he is someone that, when he's online, as I said, he's almost impossible to stop. So the fact that you're going to have this aggressive defensive side, you're going to have that combination of Kayak and Alfia looking for fights across the map, you need an anchor. You need someone who's going to hold ground, especially on a map like Haven with 3 sites. Chronicle is your man. So that's where I'm going to be focused, even though it's very easy to look for the craziness what we brought forward. So I think he might have missed that lineup when they were going in the first time. Well, not in the previous round, in this one. So I think that was just to see if he could do it again. I don't even know if that actually had any value. Yeah, I think it was just like, let me check I got my lineup correct.
Fair play. Sometimes it has to be done. Down to the spike. The rest of the Fnatic members go, and this is the early round formalities out of the way. Low buy from Fnatic. Vitality do well to not step into a trap. And now, the full buy from both sides. There was
look, there you go. There's the first one.
No need to show that.
But that's the thing. I like the fact he goes back and goes, let me just check that. Yep, okay, that's right. There he goes. Does it again.
Right click is to bounce, right, guys?
And that's obviously if there's any trip up close, that will remove it from position. So, but I like that. You've already won the round, so you go, okay. I'm you know, getting the rust off. No, I'm not really playing that sober as much nowadays, so I don't mind it.
150 credits just to check. Why not? It's a low investment.
Baller.
So here we go. Fnatic, they get the rifles up. And on the defense, this is where things really start to heat up. Alfier on the ISO, a big challenge for anybody to face off against, as we have seen a million times over. Betting Crashies, interesting call. The flash up from Kayak, they're gonna swing deep, but Vitality are playing super passive, allowing them to grab that early information. The rotation now from that gate crash towards the C site. The step back on A as we slowly see Alfier look to reinforce.
Look how high this trip is. I don't know if anybody, because you're going to have the cage probably popped off rip. They've already got close enough that it's not going to matter as much. Just utilizing that gate crash, basically running in, destroying the trap, and then falling away back towards A. It will hold players there for sure.
There was a moment where it did look like Alfier was going to go towards spawn, fill in the gap on B, but they're relatively confident with leaving C kind of open. And then the B side had 2 players on it. No contact, no moves. Well, okay. Boaster says you can go on over and help out that A site. Kayak's now here, 3 players. Boaster even starts to get an inkling that this could be the A hit, and so he's now ready to pop the paranoia. It's perfect, but Vitality still come ahead. They cannot expect these numbers to still be here. Now they will. Alfier was the one to find a kill with Boaster going down. 12 seconds left. The plant needs to be found. The spike on backside and undeniable. They ran into almost the entire team. A dump of utility and big swings from Fnatic. But Vitality, they've dealt with everything that came their way. And a 3v1 where Chronicle, as good as he's been, seems to just be locked out.
That's incredibly impressive. This is Fnatic's first buy round. And what basically happened there was they sold the fake on C, but I think it was Kayak then jump peeks it, just goes and checks. It goes, I have seen nothing. So I'm going to rotate to the other side of the map. Then they rotate a 4th player in. And if you have that much of a stack and you come out with 2 kills, well, either you've done something bad or your opponents have done something incredibly well. And I think that, again, we're seeing the heat of Sivo very early on in this game. I think it can be a brutal sort of switch if you go onto that ISO and you start badly, especially as someone who's used to having the Omen, used to having extra util to maybe back you up. This is all about those firefights. Well, he's 4-0 right now.
Not a bad start from him, and a phenomenal start for this squad. Again, look at that. They deal with Durka. One of the big problems, creating that extra angle to fight from. Paranoia hits. Oh! He just saw him before it landed. And even then, Alfie are finding that one kill. The fact that they had a late player coming up short played perfectly into Vitality's hands because they're able to spot out the last guy, the fourth player, the one that would surprise you normally. He gets one, and then he's dealt with. Wonderful stuff for Vitality. An inspiring round for their squad, no doubt. It's not just the fact that they beat down the first full buy, it's that Fnatic read that play perfectly, stacked up, and it still didn't work. Now they've got a light investment into this one. Chronicle saved over that Vandal and has the regenerating shields to bring him back up to fighting form, but early on, Vitality again avoid any of this early aggression from Fnatic from going down in those fights, and it looks like they have picked the easier of the sites to push towards.
Okay.
That's the rifle for Fnatic though, and Chronicle picks up the kill.
Not a bad start. So, weapon down.
Spike planted.
Potential to utilize what they've got. Unfortunately, there's no ultimates, and even utility. You're kind of looking at, you've got the dart back online, a drone. Paranoia would have to be sublimely placed. Kick still has one remaining, is wary that they're already coming in from behind. In fact, though, it's going to be that short play, but Sivov again! You talk about this guy already being, I think it was 4-0 going into this round, but he's fighting aggressively. He's facing off against opponents. Oh, okay. Kayak eventually gets the job done, but Sivov is just flying. Another added to the tally, another round for Vitality. 4-0 now in the lead, which, considering how that round started, that could have been a lot more costly.
And what I love about that is as soon as the Paranoia, which was well placed, landed on the site, the immediate swing from Sivov.
Yeah.
He was there for his teammate no matter what. Happy to take the brunt of that retake force. And while he dealt with them, well, it seemed to be easily.
I'm back!
4-0. Vitality are back in the driver's seat.
This is said, I'm back, when Sivov got a triple kill in a round and earned his ult.
Got one.
I'm back, guys!
There's the shock landing. Good job they tested it earlier. Kayak knows there's players coming his way. Has a gate crash to get out of there. Decoy not going to be working. They know that he's here.
Yeah,
they saw the reveal, and yeah, time to get out.
I guess the only benefit there is some utility. Chronicle's got to be careful. I don't know if he's realized how far forward into the site he has managed to get. Sivov fighting up against Chronicle, and while he has not been missing so far, Kayak still at the back of the site though, has been able to get one and escapes once again. The second gate crash utilized. Durka seems like he might try something cheeky of his own.
Yeah, but he's conscious there's either a player or perhaps even the player he was just hunting down on the other side of the smoke. Doesn't want to emerge from it. Ultimate activated from Kayak. Gonna clear out a lot of space. He didn't clear the corner. But Les doesn't know. He doesn't know. He just knows that that player ran out there. He panics, he pops the cage. Information at least goes their way, and Kayak realizes, hearing the steps, that there's still one outside garage. We'll look to crunch on him later. And the push with the smoke up, Fnatic, they stand a decent chance. I love that from Alpha. The wall is gonna block them off from spams completely. It's almost fully diffused, but Alpha's been taken off the spike. A second player crashes, steps in, and he steps out just as quick. Sivov with a three-piece in this round. Vitality are hammering Fnatic into the dirt.
It's actually crazy that we talk about this squad and the fact that Trex has been a highlight player throughout VCT EMEA for the past few years. They pick up a man from the Tier 2 playing for Mandatory who was doing very well. Third place in the first EMEA challenges. And now he's coming in against Fnatic. 10-0. 2 kills a round at the moment for Sivov. And they're not just like your run-of-the-mill eco frags or like picking off players who are already stunned or flashed up. That was integral kills to stop them defusing. He's delivering on the highest level right now.
Well, the conversations we had about Durka and Kayak and the storylines between the two, the pressure on Kayak to fill the boots of Durka while Durka wants to take his boots back. But really, for someone like Sivov coming into this map up against Alpha Year on the ISO, one of the best ISOs in the world, you gotta think that even if you can exist in his shadow, that's a success. But right now, he is shining a new light on Fnatic. Fnatic with a decent step up from Kayak. 2-piece already, Les and Durka down and out, but the man who's yet to taste death, Sivov, still alive, and weaker weapons still what they're working with. Nothing recovered by that defensive side.
Both Boaster and Kayak being able to get something, but not able to fall back into things. The shield helping out massively. Hunter's Fury utilized and will pick off Sivov. It's an investment, but that has garnered a reward. And you can see the long run around from Crashies. He's hoping to try and find a weapon on his way back, or potentially box them in. The rest of the players are going to have to wait for him to get into position. That time will continue to tick. And that also means that they won't have his utility until he reveals himself.
Very much worthwhile, though, with that smoke put down by Boaster. Cerebral, well, I thought because he could sneak his way through, but the reveal is needed. Broken, and some information to work with here. Trade starts out well. Crashies on the recovered rifle, but now he's the last one standing safe, looking to run away. Has Hunter's Fury, if he can get to safe distance to activate. Instead, he's looking for the kill, but Crashies made the read. He suspected that's where Safe would take it, and with enough time to bring this across the line, Fnatic are on the board at last with a pay safeguard Thrifty.
Incredibly close. I think those early fights being taken, utilizing the Sheriffs to great effect. But then it was that response, and also the reaction with the Hunter's Fury. This was just absurd. Like, Bo's just spamming at a box and ends up taking Durka for his money. Less with maybe a little bit of a late check of that corner. Solid work from Crashies, finding one with a Hunter's Fury and a couple more. They're on the board.
Let's go,
It took them some time.
This is the evac round. Let's go.
Looking for two.
Alfia believes this is the moment that things will change. Have to wait and see. This attack has been devastating so far.
That's hilarious. I think the reveal got stuck on the decoy, and because it hasn't got line of sight, you're not getting revealed by it. So it's able to push up on the back of it. It'd be confusing to look at from the other side, but I guess Chronicle wasn't that confused. He's just wall-banged Durka straight through the boxes, through the wall there, through two walls. You can see the holes just fading now. Not a bad opener for Fnatic, and they still have that operator of Kayak lurking into the late round.
Looking at the kill contract as well.
Nowhere to
Potential from Alfia to this fight more awkward. Solid work though from Safe. The lineup might have been missed once, but the Hunter's Fury will put them back at level peg. And Alfia, in the meantime though, has managed to re-aggress and find less. This puts this into just the players looking to make their way into the B site. There goes that kill contract, looking for the fight, looking to try and take the battle, and he will win it at that. A clean sweep with a double from Boaster. Fnatic start their climb.
One step at a time from Fnatic as Vitality, well, Sivov, he's not immortal anymore. 11-2. Still though, if he can just find a fraction of the flame he had moments ago, this could be a very different game we're looking at. That was nasty. I don't even know what he's shooting at. I didn't see him either time, but fair enough. And a big play by Boaster in the end. He had one of the best openers. I think he was 14-3 at the end of the first half of Split, somewhere along those lines. Didn't slow down that much as the series, or the map, well, the map that felt like a series went on. You have to think that stamina would always be a problem in a match like this that's gone the distance, and we're on map 3, but both teams, it doesn't look like either are pulling punches.
They proved as well that a 5-0 start doesn't mean jack. Like, both of these sides are very comfortable in streaking rounds back together.
I got the spike.
But the last map was far more dominant for Fnatic. It's been a slower start. That's much better though. Safe already dealt with. They are pushing back into this stacked up A side. It was where they had mass success in their bonus round. Even walking into a stack of players, their execution was sublime. See if they can get anything done here.
Close corner. It's going to be cleared by the decoy at least. And Sivov the one to win that battle up against Alfier. Ult activated in the kill contract. He's been good in these, but Boaster, in a heater of a series, doesn't stand a chance against Sivov. 4v2. Fnatic seemingly locked out, and the much more direct approach from Vitality has worked wonderfully.
A-side takes have been really impressive. Space taken by Durka, then Sivov on the follow-up. It seems like somehow an even deadlier combination than when we had Safe on it, which seems ludicrous to say when you look back to again, the #1 and #2 duelists of the year. Coming out of last year, but it seems like, again, the youngsters come up from that Tier 2 scene and prove that there is such a wealth of talent within EMEA right now. What was looking like the start of a comeback for Fnatic has quickly been dealt with. And honestly, if I'm Vitality at this point, there is a part of my mind that goes, do we just fight for A every round? Because that's the second time. What was it? 4 players stacked up there the first time.
Yep.
This time it was 3 players stacked up there. And okay, sure, there was an ult in the mix as well that dragged the player into a 1v1, but other than that, it has looked very, very easy for them to take that control.
Still, the ult dragged them into a 1v1 and I guess stopped that from being a double peek or at least a refrag from backside, sure, but they'd also lost long control. So that player on backside, although they get pulled into the kill contract, they had a choice. Fight short with my teammate and get swung on the left side and die, or fight long and it's still 2 1v1s. Situation doesn't change. So I think that push, very effective from Vitality. And like you said, 2 times now, we've seen that. We've seen numbers be there, and it didn't work out. For Fnatic, something needs to change in terms of that A hold. And I think, yeah, that is the typical response, right? Start pushing up and taking the early control, or post your operator there in the early rounds. But again, there's problems with that. I mean, just look at how Vitality are pushing into those long-range angles. You're often going to see that wall come up from ISO, just completely blocking you out. We can just see standard long smokes go down. The responses and reactions, but there's plenty of them for Vitality with the comp that they're bringing to bear here.
Makes it a lot more difficult. And the other thing as well is like going for those long fights when there's going to be the opportunity for Sivo to potentially have the double tap available. He is 13-2. Like it can come down to as simply as shooting him in the face. It's not an easy thing to deal with, especially for Kayak going in with a lack of shields. It does seem like Fnatic though are going to try and respond to what has been that A pressure. They have set up 4 players to battle for that early control. The problem is, it's only the lurk that's currently there from Les. Instead, an initial fight for Garage in what looks like a C-long fight.
Exactly as you said, Fnatic do go for A long control. They push up, and now they find out it's the other side of the map that's being hit. But I guess we get to put to the test Vitality's post plant. Double tap, the shield that ISO has will not be online as it's already been activated and no success found. So Seabuff at least will be a little easier to take down. This position, key for Vitality in the late round. Les's lurks, we talked about them, they've been impactful, and yeah, they're gonna clear the standard side. Will they clear the left though? For now, the answer is no. Oh, the timing! He went to his cam just as Chronicle swung out, and now the ult indeed gives all the info to Fnatic.
Dimensional Drift has been picked up by Durka though. If they are going to try and defuse, he can ping exactly where they are already. The spam's coming through, already knowing that it's halfway, but just shoot me, my friend. That's all that's really needed. Well played by Durka and Safe, a duo as deadly as ever. And what was looking like a possible round after Les was cleared quickly turned to ash.
Yeah, I mean, they were pressured by the time, but once Vitality have an ult like that, you can't be defusing the spike on the other side of a smoke. And they would have to be some silly geese.
Right here.
And he goes again, look. Crashy's, I know he has almost no choice based on the time, but I think you just run away and save at that point rather than stick it. An easy reaction from Vitality, and look at how happy Faded is with how that one went. The guy that sometimes keeps his emotions in check, but he couldn't help but crack a smile there.
Stood in the spot where the shock dart has been going every round. That's rough for both.
Great play.
He's yeah, immediately gone. Like, maybe not having that info, but that's a rough way to start the round.
If he doesn't have that info, it's going to be conversations with Chronicle, because it's his trap that's getting dealt with a lot of the rounds. I think even as a cam watching it happen, so he's just going, oh yeah, Boaster, it's great. Yeah, you should hold from there. Yeah, we'll hold it together. I'll swing on your contact, yeah?
Remember when you made me do those dances? This is my revenge. He has gone walkabouts. I do still have a couple of guns. Boaster wasn't the biggest threat in this round. They are patient while the jump up from Althea. It's not been the best map for him so far. I think of the ISOs, there hasn't really been a question which one has taken over. Chronicle's rifle is still well positioned, but is slowly moving away. Will have heard utility being popped. He's going to hope that he can try something a little bit spicy, a little bit tricky, knowing that there's a player on the other side. I think that only ended up breaking the shield. That's unfortunate. Oh, for Crash, he's spoke about his individual level looking stellar. I don't know if it's up to this standard.
Maybe if he pops the Hunter's Fury and takes down 4, you know, who knows? But I think if he did pop the Hunter's Fury, we'd have to pause the game while Fnatic pull a sub onto the stage. A questionable decision. I can't believe Dirk has just done that. He saw him and didn't even bat an eyelid, just jumping around for the bait.
He's done that a couple of times, though. I feel like Durka is one of those players where I hear a lot of people go like, I'm not a stats guy.
I don't care about stats, no.
I genuinely think he doesn't.
No.
Like, as long as the
if he cares about stats and does that.
Yeah, I think the first number, like how many he's killed, I think he cares a bit about that.
Well, he could have had another one there.
True.
Look at this, he takes his gun out. Oh, God.
Yeah, you're getting things kicked. Interesting.
Yeah, let's run that one back. 8-2. Vitality, well, they've even got some flair to their gameplay right now, and I'll tell you, it can't feel good to see Durka doing that up against you. You know he's having fun, and you want to quickly put that to bed. 2 rounds left in the half. Vitality, oh, they lose the opening pick. Seavoff down. Who steps up to fill the gap? Boaster onto Durka. Kicks. He's had some good maps so far. Boaster's barely making it out, and they won't be able to hunt it down. Alpha pops the double tap, sends in a vulnerable 2. A real opportunity, and with the Hunter's Fury landing onto Kicks, this round seems to be cemented in favor of Fnatic. Some real heroic gameplay needs to be found, and Safe, well, he's certainly going to give it his best shot. 2v3.
It's Hunter's Fury as well. Using it in this spot's always going to be difficult. Less revealed dimensional drift thrown in there. Going to have seen the aggression. Boaster can just wait on the other side, and now Less. He's got to pull off a miracle. Nice shot for the first. Even trying to wait for that dimensional drift to end, but it was well timed by Fnatic. It took a moment for them to get back onto that board, but they will see themselves up to 3 at least.
Yeah, again, the foundation's being built 1 brick at a time. 1 more needed for Fnatic to have that 8-4, 1 more be contested for. And it's this hold working out much better. You know, the direct hits from Vitality have been successful a lot of the time. Well, I mean, everything's been successful for Vitality so far. Trying to get in there and force the issue, they very much met their match. Seavoff falling in the early round, well, that seems to be where hope fades at least somewhat. Guys, 14-4 at the moment. We came in questioning, you know, oh, can he match up against Alpha here on the ISO? Well, he has done leagues better so far. I think he might have as many kill contract eliminations as Alphair has just kills.
Oh, that's not necessary.
But it's true.
It is.
I think. Maybe it's not. Could be 2 out of 3, but still.
Tide can always change. As we've seen in map number 1 especially. Some momentum on the attack for Fnatic, and who knows where this series ends up. I would be a fool to count out either of these squads, but it does seem like the mentality of Vitality right now is just flying. Confidence, having fun. So looking at the position though of Alpha, yeah, it's the setup of almost like a bait of Crashies who's played this spot before. The A-site holds have really not been going to plan, but maybe if they can catch out Less, it will be a slight improvement.
Oh, they see exactly where that player is. Happy to take the assist. Crashies being spammed up, and the shock dart finds him. Vitality. Oh, they still have a problem to deal with. Ultimate put through by Alphayer, and he's managed to pull Kicks into a battle for his life. The shots don't land though. Then it's Kicks to return with Safe on the triple. It's enough to put Vitality 9-3 up at the half.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Fnatic at first half, with much to be desired, and the new boy on the block, Seavoff, thriving, Safe alongside him as well. But there is still a second half to come. If you're a Fnatic fan, you best believe in curses.
It's the first time I beat him, guys. Ever.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, folks. An uphill battle ahead for Fnatic, moving to the attack side of Haven, but 6 rounds down. What a performance. We talk about debuts, and for Sivov debuting in the league, he blew our socks off, and now I believe in his debut on ISO, he's doing just the same. It's really impressive to see this guy play, but both teams as well, and I feel like this has been true series long, maybe less so on Lotus, where, again, Vitality just found themselves throwing bodies into brick walls. But it feels like we have this, especially on Split, constant rethinking of the strategies, constant evolution round to round. It's been fun to watch, but let's hope Fnatic have got a big learning experience about this attack side.
The scary thing is the last 4 pistols of the 5 have gone the way of Vitality. They have been dominant in these early rounds. Only the very first went the way of Fnatic, but they need to try and match up with what will be the last one. That's not a bad start. Alfia, a quiet first half, but he's already going to open up in the pistol.
On the attack as well. If anywhere you want Alfia to be confident, I think this half matters the most. Aggression is necessary. You will be the point of the spear. Double tap activated. In goes Kayak first, though. He's got the full HP to work with, and not anymore. A cleanup of the double duelists moving through the double doors. And Vitality even find Crashies with Sivov on a huge kill. Fnatic way behind now. This started out with an opening duel, and they've got nothing ever since.
Never expected 2 players to be sat behind the door in Garage. Is such an unusual position to see 2 people stand. Again, in a buy round, you'd probably never do that because of the risks with utility going through, flashes, etc. But in this case, less gambled on it. Boaster trying to bait out,
30 seconds left.
Push through spawn as well. They're hoping to try and find a fight, but the majority of this roster has looked to group up for Vitality. All 4 players wrapping around mid, and the double tap is just a goal to sell the idea that they're on B. Maybe there's a small chance for an isolated fight, but it really comes down to Chronicle here. Did he get seen?
He's got all the way around. No, he's not being seen. Now he has. Sivov picked off, and Les, sure, finishes him off eventually. That's going to put Boaster in a bit of an awkward spot. They're not going together, despite kicks being very low. Oh no. Durka swinging alone goes down 2! Boaster with the lifeline for Fnatic. The Red Bull clutch, and he's dropping it back on the stage. Oh, goodness.
Oh, that's crazy. It's only the one coming out of Chronicle as well. And I don't know what it was. Maybe it was a sixth sense. But if you watch the way that Les ends up moving, it seems like he's aware that somehow Chronicle is behind. It becomes...
Boom, 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 yaka!
Irrelevant is what I was going to say. It becomes irrelevant when you have Boaster doing stuff like that. They needed someone to give them a lifeline. They needed someone to win them a pistol. And it's the man dancing on your screen.
I really hope we are going to go back to Milan and Scud there and see them imitating the exact same move.
I think they twerked just afterwards.
Yeah. I think so. We cut the replay short. That's... Look, send it to me in the DMs later. We'll get that one sorted. Vitality 9-4. Fnatic win a pistol that they didn't seem to have any right in winning, especially with Chronicle not having the mass value that it seemed like he needed. But Boaster, good in the clutch and good in this series as well, has given them a lifeline. Vitality, take classics, 5 of them. No real investment to this round, and honestly, if they end up winning it, let's just call it there.
Don't want to get danced on too many more times. It can't be good for the mental. Fnatic's goal with 3 rifles, 2 pistols is just to keep this clean enough. Doesn't have to be the greatest round you've ever seen. They lose a pistol or 2 and that's absolutely fine. You can see the defense, they're attempting to swing back in. I like the usage of the vulnerability. Well, Durka, with any other gun, I'd say he's got an easy pick-off. Instead, he's been seen. This now becomes much, much tougher.
That should be impossible, especially with the classics. Durka can't do anything long range. Down to just 1. Kicks happy enough to find a single kill. Boaster's low. Some opportunities, perhaps. Oh, desperately close to connecting, but it won't land, and so an extra rifle saved over. But that was really the only question, was it 2 or 3? Maybe even 1 if he had a big round. 9-5, Fnatic 4 rounds behind, but here's the full buy for Vitality. And let's not forget, even in that pistol, they were able to find mass amounts of value in the late round. I think this is going to be a big challenge for FNC.
We are feeling it. I can feel it in my face.
I'm glad that's where that went. I was very worried about what was about to happen, but we ended up in a good spot.
The team doing the censorship do a great job. I don't think anything ever falls through the cracks.
Never.
This is the round that matters. Fnatic, this bonus is basically as good as it gets. Okay, sure, no ultimates built up other than the From the Shadows, but having rifles across the board, Boaster teleporting into the site. This is a very aggressive start to the round. In fact, they'll get the plant in on B without too much resistance at all. Incredibly quick to get that done, and now we look for what Vitality will respond.
They've at least still got that trap to cover off Garage. Even despite that, Durka's not happy with the control. Can't just fight in from a few angles. He wants to open this up a little bit more, but he's fighting into heavy Fnatic territory. Sivov, the return of perhaps the king, certainly on this server, but he's being put down quickly. Returned by Les, keeps it doable. Boaster and Chronicle put this to bed though. And Les, despite tapping, he is quickly out of there. No real chance to take this across the line. All he wants is the weapon for the next, or perhaps damage, because he's got a fight brewing, and now they know right where he is. He'll make it out with 50 HP. It looks like he'll even carry the weapon forward.
Yeah, it's something, but that round from Fnatic, I love it. It's just so direct, so quick to the point. Like, a lot of the time when you play up against a quote-unquote bonus, even though it was 5 rifles, you have the expectation that maybe your opponent's going to play a little bit slower, try and feel out the map a bit, and then look to work the picks. Instead, they just go full sprint. I guess they didn't catch that one.
Is it hot in here? What? 3 rounds.
What time is it? We passed the watershed? We allowed to put this on the internet? 9-6. That was such an integral round, though. Les is going to hold on to the rifle. That's all they really have to play with. On this defensive side, ultimate's also starting to build. Alfia wasn't happy with the space that was taken. He wants to really sell the idea that this is a heavy commitment in towards the seaside, but with nobody pushing anywhere near the smoke, I think Vitality will very quickly realize that that was a ruse.
Well, the shield was broken. Alfia was stepping back, but for Vitality, exactly like you said, that they made the read. Seaside's been left open. Gradual shift towards the right side of the map. Right where that Fnatic hit is coming through. 2 players on site already, rotation in from Kicks. If you're gonna make it work in a round like this, Les with a rifle and his setup to play off and support of many, many players, this is exactly what you would want. Once he doesn't take his cam out before the fight, he's ready once these cages drop. Vandal could catch them off guard, but it doesn't even get a shot fired before Kayak steps up to the plate. A nasty little double, and Durka won't get anything from behind, bar the one. It's certainly not enough to slow the gradual push of Fnatic, 2 rounds behind. And Vitality, they might be starting to sweat a little bit. We're coming into a bye round, but if this one falls away, then we could be neck and neck.
Yeah, we're seeing an almost identical start. It was 5-0 for a Vitality team. They've said how little that can matter at times, but
Enemy remaining.
took a pretty hefty response.
Good job, bro. Bro, I feel like Pipson running around. I have no clue what's going on.
What? Nobody send that to him. Nobody send that to him.
Yeah. No,
I want to show that to him next week with the 2 of them in the same room.
Oh my god.
That's incredible.
Boaster definitely doesn't know he's being outed right now.
Boaster, mate. That's the most toxic I've ever heard Boaster be. I need
crazy.
more of that.
That's crazy. Wow, look at the pace. I think they've had the realization, similarly to the last half, that this A side has been incredibly difficult for both sides. And with a more direct take, well, Dirk is way too slow to realize what's going on. Chronicle removes Safe, and this is basically round over. There's still a minute left on the clock, but are you going to try and fight back in with 3 of your players still standing? No Yoru, and you don't have yourself the Sova either. It just doesn't seem worth it. They've just got to save.
What just happened? Like, genuinely, what just happened? Durkin must have heard him go backside. Must have heard him come out of his ult. Was he hit by a paranoia and I just somehow didn't notice? It's a slip up and a slight, like a couple second reaction in it, but that's going to cost you the round immediately. And you can see Vitality call for the save right off rip as soon as they lose that sight. Even just the utility that Fnatic will, in their heads, still have left to play with, there's no point. And add to that, Alfier's got his ult, so good luck defusing.
Wow, they're looking for the guns now. Rightly so. You are looking at a 5-0 lead, and well, hello. That's where one of the guns are. But they also have so many credits in the bank. The rest of the team are going to look to try and trade this one out. Not quite. Les will hold his ground. Give him a tight angle, give him a position to play within. Well, it seems like it's going to be a slow, what has been a very, very fast-paced Haven so far. Much more direct approach from Fnatic, but it really does feel like right now, Vitality is struggling to deal with it. You can kind of understand it in this round where you have a dimensional drift to get you into position, but the round before they did a very similar thing, a hit towards that A site, even with a stack in position, the execution has been fantastic. Come on. The only thing slowing Fnatic down is that technical pause.
Yeah, the climb back is significant. We have seen it before. The 5-0 start and a half for exactly the same team as well. Vitality faced down the barrel of this on split, ended up sweeping back and winning out in overtime.
This map as well. We're looking at exactly the same thing. We are mirroring the map. And well, the 6th was where we saw a response, and Vitality are still going to have a purchase. I think the other thing as well is maybe at times you'd look at this buy and go, okay, most of them have light shields, there's a Bulldog in the mix as well. Do you really want to go for this? Do you want to go for a lighter buy? But it's the ults. Like, you have most of them 1 or 2 away. Very high impact if they can get there. So I don't mind them at least investing a bit. And, well, in this case, it's majority for some players, but just to make sure that they can make this one competitive.
I love the difference in players as well. We get to see a lot of folks down on that stage, and when the timeouts are called, some players lock in, some listen intently.
Some have a nap.
Less doesn't change at all. It maintains exactly the. I think he might be a statue. I'm not sure much moves other than his wrists when it's game day, when he's on that stage. You should see him on the court. But I love the difference as well with Kayak.
What court would that be?
Basketball court.
Okay, basketball. That could have been tennis.
It could have been. I have no doubt that he can play it. But the difference as well with Kayak, you know, you always just see him lounging back. It's like he goes to his happy place. I want to know what that is.
No, he's lying back and he's imagining these Aspas.
Many of us do that. Not just during the
Except for him, it seems like it's at least within reach. Whereas for me, there's many dreams. I'd take just the hair. I don't even need the Valorant skill.
You say that about a lot of people.
Yeah.
This is a nice spot.
It's understandable. Well,
that dream died a long time ago.
Fleeting youth.
Oh,
9-8. Let's get existential with it. Dirk is down on mid. Picks up Boaster.
Spike down mid.
The opening pick for the side of Vitality, something that's been missing in some of these rounds.
It's
their opponents hot on their heels.
I think that missed. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, nothing found from Alpha yet. That was their attempt to bring back the advantage, at least in neck and neck.
It was very close. I think it was literally a millimeter off from catching out Kicks and potentially even things up. That would have been maybe a controller down on both sides unless Kicks managed to win the duel. And, well, he said it in a previous clip that he's only won it once, so maybe not believing that that would be the case. A stall out from Fnatic, and interestingly, Kayak is so much further forward than anyone else. Still a jump spot from Safe, just trying to get them extra information, but I think he's missed anything that could have been there, and I think realizes it as well because he's going to fall back to the site instead.
Drone up through A long, that is the spike carrier droning, but intention to go back, exactly. It's a ruse for Chronicle to embed deep into short and play that late flank. He'll get a great opportunity by the looks of things with the cross coming in, and indeed, he catches Durka. Chronicle with a valuable pick for Fnatic, putting them back into a reasonable position, but it's all falling apart on the site. Kicks interrupts the fallback, and then Seavoth has the door wide open, steps through the frame, and puts his fist down. Fnatic, they were climbing back into this, but the gap has just gotten a little bigger. Vitality on double digits.
They really are mimicking each other. It's crazy that the way that this game has gone is both teams having a 5-0 start on the map and then the next one breaking back. And I think a lot of it just came down to Durka deciding, okay, I'm taking this one into my own hands. Sure, gets caught out by a lurk, but it meant that it almost forced Fnatic into a slightly more direct take, and both Kicks and Seavoth were very, very ready for that to happen, both around that position. I think especially with the kill contract being used to try and clear it out, there has to be something in their minds. That'll be their first round over on the defensive side. And that's it, they had a lot of ultimates that were close. Well, all of them, bar the Neural Theft, are now online.
Flowing on the way, and they are certainly committing to it. Sometimes you can just gate crash out of Garage. We've seen it attempted before, and this time the exact same thing happens. The double tap about to fade. Alpha, he's not getting greedy. He doesn't swing in as many a player would, and it might have been a mistake with Kicks so close. Hunter's Fury, blindly thrown in, cancelled with one more burst. Safe was trying to bait anybody that might have lurked up short. He's still scarred from that lurk from Chronicle in the previous round.
Oh, nice. Okay. He's had the read. Drone goes out, but it doesn't give him much more information. When you have a Yoru pushing a spot on the map, it can very easily be a fake, and that's so unfortunate. I think he's just teleported away, so waiting to try and catch someone with that kill contract, and there will be nobody even remotely close to that position. Fnatic have tried that bait, succeeded, and now head into just one man. That man will be less.
Luckily for Seavoth, he had the trigger discipline to not just fire the ult through into empty space. Hunter's Fury, oh, it's not even Hunter's Fury, it's Boaster with the trade, but because the ult's online, Seavoth gets another shot, double tap, not available, but Seavoth finds the pick, and now comes back in, ready to brawl. Fnatic have their work cut out for them at 2 versus 3. Happy to run that clock down a little lower, but the plant very much needed by this squad now. 10 seconds. They know that someone has to plant, and when they do, they're removed from the fight, but they'll do it on eliminations instead, taking the fight to the back site. And Fnatic hot on Vitality's heels again.
There are moments that are swinging this game back and forth, and that was definitely one of them. You mentioned it. Seavoth holding his ultimate for a rainy day in the end, just about being able to put it into position, but is this late call right down to the wire. 8 seconds on the clock as they look to take these final fights, and even a little bit worrying that in the middle of that there was a reload coming through. 10-9. Fnatic break back immediately, and well, with a few of those ults already expended, Hunter's Fury gone in the last round. I think the TP was used as well. And obviously the kill contract for Seavoth, everybody's back on level pegging again, except for the problem, the economy running out for this defensive side.
Mid push from Durka cancelled out with the gate crash. They don't see early contact. Now, like this from Fnatic, just the early freeze. I gotta say, in that last round, backside C push, the main thing that stands out to me is many players would make the assessment of, we can't really plant here, we have to just fight. But they do that individually. Fnatic move as a team, even in that moment of panic, 6 seconds on the clock, and they made the right call. Drone on its way around. It's spotted 2. They know that there's heavy presence here now. And with Sivov often playing around this position, maybe they'll put 2 and 2 together and realize that, well, Chronicle's space that he's taking might be more valuable to them. With 40 seconds on the clock, though, it's time to make a call.
Smoke's gone in. The spike is heading back towards C. They are selling this as a giant ruse in towards the A side. Of course, the majority can just leave, and they have fallen hook, line, and sinker for this one. Only one standing. It will be less. Might be able to try and hit the timing at least on one of the players, but Chronicle baits him in with the removal of the pin. And now they have that post plant. A 5 versus 4. Dimensional drift immediately used for Durka to try and clear some of these angles. Knowing there's a player on site, Alfia is already going to drop another teammate though, and this is looking incredibly problematic.
Big plays needed on the site, and it's Alpha still lurking around to find the value. Sivov with an unbelievable performance on ISO, and he'll get the defuse to halfway. They've even got the side angle covered. The swing out, though, instantly deals with him. With Durka done in by Kayak, there was no hope left. We started out with more OTs than I care to count, an 18-16 scoreline. 4 OTs needed, and we may need the same here, Tom. But if you look at the timeline, well, you said that they were doing exactly the same. 5 rounds, then the win back. Well, since then, the tide has turned back into Fnatic's favor, and it looks like that defensive round from Vitality might have been a flash in the pan. Add to that the fact that in the next round, this one here, Vitality don't have money. A lead back in Fnatic's hands, all they've left to do is to close it.
We speak about the 9-3 curse, but most of the time that's just been a meme. This has been an absurd resurgence from Fnatic individually. We have seen the depth that this roster can bring, and on the other side of things, Durka's been trying to pad the gap, but that's now a whole lot of aggression. 3 rounds in a row with a mid push, punished 2, the third got away. And in this case, trying to literally put the world on his shoulders. The problem is he's got that rifle, but if you don't teleport out of there, there is no real way to retrieve it, especially if Fnatic just hold onto that ground. And I think they will have had the spot onto safe. So they're just pausing again. This spot could be dangerous. Nice shot from Les.
Here. From the A side, but the spike still very far away. That's time running off the clock, and Chronicle wants to make up for it with space. It's dangerous against a weaker buy to play like this, and that's a big mistake. Even the Tracer's easy to follow back on, but Sivov steps in to take the pick. An immediate response, though. Boaster and Kayak cleaning this up before it gets too dangerous. Les lurking inside the smokes, and he steps out with Kayak waiting. 11 rounds for Fnatic, and what could be one last big buy for Vitality to put a stop to this win streak. An incredible amount of rounds with just one scattered throughout for Vitality. They need a solution, and they need it now.
And that win streak doesn't just take into consideration today. That is a streak of 6 consecutive victories through different rosters, through Durka being on the team, to leaving the team, to joining Vitality, to making a Masters. But this is the first time he's faced off against Fnatic, and I'll be honest, it has not been a good day for Durka. He had his moments in that first OT. That was where he really looked to step up and take over the match. And while with a pause on the board for Vitality, he's the man we look to again, because let's be real, we talked about this 1-2 duelist punch. Well, it's been a 1. Sivov has been incredibly impressive. In fact, you look at Alfia on the other side, he's been having a rough time. But then, the man who replaced him, Kayak, has been unstoppable. 19 and 14, the depth of this Fnatic roster showing the resilience as well. It's always going to be more difficult to continue when you make that player swap, but I don't think there's been any proof of that here today. For Vitality, as you said, They come into this one with a buy, an attempt to stop them, but you then look over at the ultimates and they're not going to have any of those to help them out.
It really is a day for the young guns, forged in the fires of Tier 2. Now they've come here to bring that chaos to the server. For Fnatic, 11 on the board. The chance to put themselves on the green and just tap it in to close us out. But it's this buy round that Vitality have hinged everything on. They've just had a chat with Faded. Their last opportunity, I believe that's both their timeouts burned up.
Next. Cutting through.
This has to work. Whatever iteration we see, it's aggression from Durka down on A short. Kayak commits the ulti, and that's a big problem now. Even though he gate crashes to spawn, they have to be worried about this for the rest of the round until that's fully cleared. It keeps Safe in position deep into the round, only now starting to leave that A site, but it's this push that's made up for the gap that was created. But they're watching it. Kayak, eyes in the back of his head, and Boaster on Deceive-Off, the big player for Vitality, put to bed early.
And they immediately look to fall back, already seeing enough for them to know that this could be a ruse. They're trying to run the steps over to A and make them commit in this direction. Look at them running all the way down as if this is the play. It really does seem like a Boaster masterclass in so many of these rounds, just baiting their opponents, baiting the leaders of the Vitality squad to believe that this is going to be an A commitment. Instead, now those two players who've sold the ruse look to run back, and they're still waiting for less. They're waiting for a flank on a site they never even took.
Unbelievable. You come into a round after a timeout knowing, boys, this is where we have to stop them. That was the idea from Vitality, but look at how it's fallen apart. They won't even come close to the site where the spike is planted. Not even close to B. Up in heaven, they sit and wait for this round to come to a close. And even then, they don't get to sit safely for long. Alphayer is here. He's looking to make it more costly, and he's hit kicks. The 1-2 punch perhaps to put the economy in the dirt, and he's landed it! An end zone, flawless from Fnatic. This seemed to be Vitality's final hope. A history that they hoped wouldn't repeat here today. But it's written in the stars now. Fnatic with 2 chances to close out this series.
I want to say as well, to give even more credit to Boaster, after the last 2 maps...
And Cron Hunt. Me and Crashy will cuddle and make love.
After the last 2 maps, I think you can genuinely say this has been some of the best attack side calling we've ever seen. Like, think back to Lotus, the consistent switch-ups, redirects, and bamboozles, and well, Durka thought, again, that's the second time he's just been matched pound for pound. That was literally the flank last time coming up, and then he purchased an Outlaw to beat the other team's Outlaw. It truly is ridiculous how almost in his head Kayak must be at this stage.
You see all this money for Fnatic and Vitality go, okay guys, we can get utility and get some decent weapons, take the half shields. And then the first pick goes to an Outlaw and you're like, uh-oh. Well, a lot of us are in a pretty vulnerable position, but Fnatic...
This is everything. Sivov needs to try and win this battle. It's him versus Chronicle, and it's Bessie! And he knows it as well. That might be the beginning of the end. Chronicle was able to hold on to mid control, but the team weren't just sitting waiting. They weren't watching while they took that 1v1 fight like we were. Instead, there's now going to be another. It could be another nail in the coffin. The problem is they lose one more. It's left a lot to less. The import, the man brought over from Brazil. A Champions winner who has suffered defeat at Fnatic before and will suffer it again. We look as Vitality as a favorite going into this series, but history repeats itself for a 7th time.
That's got to be heartbreaking, Tom. After Split going the way it did, Vitality digging deep to fight back into that map, taking an OT after facing so many map points. And then the last 2 maps, although this one 13-10, that second half, there seemed to be no way for it to go but into Fnatic's favor. Sivov with a debut on ISO, performing phenomenally, but it just wasn't enough.
Think about the Boaster pistol clutch. Think back all the way to then. A 1v3, I think it was a 2v4 as well. that if they lose that, I think this is done. I think that Vitality just steamroll over
least
it.
no
But
team.
the leader stepped up. I think we talk a lot about his individual stats, but I think throughout the day he has been sublime. Whether it is the statistics ending this map 17 to 12, having high impact overall, but also I think the calling was honestly sublime. And then again, we always wanted to see what Kayak would do when he stepped onto the stage versus the man that seemed irreplaceable. But he had a star-studded performance today and even a little jig to finish things off.
Oh, it's good to see Milan and Scott joining them to soak in the celebration in front of the crowd.
He can finally have a rest.
It's good to see an Irishman down on that stage. It's good to see Boaster popping and locking it.
I wonder if that was too much. Too much.
Yeah, that's the quota for the day. But what a series this was. We were hoping for a tight one, and we got it in the end. 13 to 10 on this final map, and again, singing the praises of these young guns, of Kayak and of Sivov coming in from that tier 2, and there's always the question, yeah, they can do it in tier 2. Yeah, Sivov can get 38 kills in tier 2 on Breach on Haven, but surely not against Fnatic.
I think it's even more of a proof in the pudding that investing in the youth is the value, and a man who's still incredibly young down on the stage. It's going to be Alfia with Yinsu.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. 19 years old, by the way, 19 years old. Now, Alfia, thank you for another stressful series and another comeback on Haven. You guys have got to stop doing this. At some point, you got to win it cleanly for once, right?
Yeah. I don't want to feel stressed anymore. I just want to win 13-3, 13-2, 13-4. But for that, we need to win pistol first.
Yeah.
We lost every pistol.
Yeah, I mean, the pistol loss rate was a little bit... We won't talk about that. We'll focus on the positive. Now, the last time you played Haven on the comeback against Na'Vi, it was your mentor that carried your team. I think all of your teammates said it was because of you that you made that comeback. So this time, against Team Vitality, who was the person that made this happen?
I think I'm giving the point to Jake. I think his calls are like absolutely insane. Like he had all the time read. Like, I mean, I see him first time reading like this. It was great. Like we have also like the ex-player in the Vitality, so he knows what is he gonna do. Like he was telling us what is he gonna do, and we were reading like a beast.
Did he have it every time? You know correctly. You all followed him.
Yeah, we followed Jake on Haven, and with the 3-9 clutch, he win. It was like the life point, and we just win.
It felt like it was done at that point, right? Let's talk about split, because this could have been a 2-0. What happened?
Okay, the first thing, I was playing Stretch for 3 days, and didn't start well. But I said to teammates, if I play Stretch again, I'm never playing this game again. So I just turned my normal settings.
Oh, so it was the tech pause was your fault. Was that you?
No, it was another issue.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because they were telling us it was a player changing settings. Now, you are the only player in any of the regional leagues that still plays Killjoy on Lotus. Every other team has decided not to play Killjoy anymore. Why is
Killjoy is never, all the time it was good. I mean, Lotus is basic map. You don't have to like Teo, Breach, Vice, this kind of stuff. I think you just go play. That's it.
That easy as that. Everyone in the audience is writing this down like, is that easy? Now, obviously with Durka being on the other side, he was your teammate for such a long time. Did that make you guys lock in a little bit more and take it even more seriously?
No, I mean, we were playing our game, but I think he wasn't not locked in today. He was doing a lot of mistakes, I think, because we had like enemy. I mean, I just saw the video. He shot my body 70 bullets.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. Did you see it in the game?
At the moment, I didn't see.
Okay, what was your reaction?
After I saw that, I said, I'm not losing today. Let's go win, boys.
Okay, so advice to future teams: do not shoot Alfia's body if you kill him. Last question: before today, you were kind of the gatekeeper of ISOs in our region. You're the best ISO player. Sivov on the other side. What did you make of his ISO?
I think he's a really good player. I didn't expect he's gonna be that good, but I think sometimes when I was fighting with him, I couldn't even give a react. I think he's a really good player. I can see the really good feature. I don't know. He's one of the best players in the world, I think.
Yeah, second best ISO in EMEA now. You think better than Vert and Safe?
I mean, like on one match, you can't say anything.
Okay.
I'm still best.
Of course you are. Thank you so much, Alfia, for joining me. Congratulations once again. We're going to take a quick break here, but do not go anywhere because Pacey will be taking on Koi right after this.
Dear diary, we having a good life. So about
Not again.
We lost first map because we didn't sync so good with the one bounce.
so wet. Oh my god, I'm gonna drown in it.
You say, I say, is it good? And you say the line.
What's wrong? Why do I have to say the word?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. It's not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up.
I hope you guys had a lovely break there. We are back here in the fan zone of the Riot Games Arena. I'm Yingsu. I've got Billy here with me, and the IGL Fnatic is Boaster. Now, Alpha here on stage said that he accredited the comeback on Haven to you. He said your calls were incredible. Everything, you had the read, you knew what Durka was doing. What was the game like from your perspective?
I just think it's one of those games where I was just feeling really good despite going 8-4 down. And then when I got that 1v3 on pistol, I was like...
It was 9-3, but yeah, carry on.
It was, 9-3?
Yeah,
it was like a flashback to when I played safe on Bind. And I said, I've given us a lifeline. And it felt like that. And then when it came to just calling, I don't know, it was like I was just in a flow state, good vibes, and I was just feeling it. And then I started getting kills, which makes me feel it a bit more. And after that, it was just... We were getting picks, and it was looking juicy, I'm not going to lie.
Do you think that was the turning point for you guys in that match?
Pistol did help, but I think bonus. Always winning, but I love a cheeky bonus.
Do you know the stat to how many bonuses you win when you win the pistol? Because it's very high.
You know me, making some of the best bonus strats out there. It's not only me. I don't know, actually. What is that, 80%?
10 wins and 2 losses.
80%.
Yeah, but you don't want a lot of pistols, so what's, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we need to win a pistol. That would help.
Yeah, you do indeed. You do indeed. Now, can you explain the boom shakalaka to us?
Boom shakalaka?
Yeah, you won the pistol and started doing shenanigans.
I don't know. Whenever I get hyped, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I just start moving my body and then just like thrusting the air. Yeah, you know, in celebration. Just got so much energy.
Can we make sure that Alpha gets glued down to that chair?
Yeah, please.
Because on Split, you went to OT, he stood up, and then, you know, the rest is history.
I mean, Alfie is so funny. He changed his rares this week. He's
he
like,
said.
I'm not playing stretch anymore mid-game, by the way. I'm just, oh, this bloody idiot. Last week it was the Vandal. I'm not using this Vandal. Or Crosshair, I can't remember what it was. And then this week, I'm not using this stretch res. I'm like, what are you using, brother? Can you get me, I'm carrying it.
Yeah,
No,
just get Forsaken setting. Isn't that the secret? I thought your secret was just using Forsaken settings.
I've actually gone back to my old CS Crosshair.
Oh, okay.
Speaking about strats, how much do you feel Scott has added to the team? Because of course he's been an addition that you yoinked from BBL from
He's
kickoff.
such a vibe, by the way.
Yeah,
On
like
the
he was
coach cam,
up
he is a
cheering.
vibe.
Yeah, he seems very supportive from what we've seen.
I think the combination of Scott and Milan is just really good. They obviously knew each other before, and I think Scott is very good in VOD reviews with Milan. Milan brings that positive vibe as well. I think them as a combination is really deadly duo, and then I am able to kind of synergize with them too. So I think he brings a lot. He's bringing ideas. He's saying like in tac timeouts as well, or like even in scrims, like they're doing this. Bosa, this was a bit of a problem, very similar to kind of Mini.
That's a huge compliment.
Yeah.
He's still got a long way to go though, so like Scott, you better get back to work. But they're just working hard, and it's just nice to look over your shoulder whilst you're looking at Pokemon online cards prices, and they're working whilst I'm chilling. No, I'm joking, but I am working too.
Milan is definitely not working when the cards come out, I think. He's right in there in the mix, right?
Oh, last night Crashes unboxed a blooming Espeon on the hut from the Fusion Strike. We were all going, we're gonna win tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, that's the secret behind this. You were shooting like crazy today. Out the gate on Split, I think it was like 9-0. It was crazy. But my question is, despite having a performance like this shooting, and Alpha and Kayak were very quiet in this first half, you decided to give your gun to them and go with a frenzy on an eco round. What was the reasoning behind that?
Well, you know, I'm not Angel. Kayak is our duelist. He's our star. I am having a good game, but that doesn't mean I'm going to win us the round. Kayak and Alfia, these guys are players that can really hard win a round. Mine is kind of random on the day. Granted, this day, I was kind of banging it out. I was looking kind of juicy, but I think it's because I got no stress right now. Last year, I had a lot of stress and a lot of problems. But this year, I'm just kind of like, whatever happens, happens. I don't have a problem with losing anymore. And if we win, we win. And I think it's really like making me enjoy the game, enjoy competing again. Because last year, I just remember, I think I got loads more gray hairs and like I was bags under my eyes. This year, I've just got the bags under my eyes. Oh, they showed that whiff. That was terrible. But we managed to win.
I wanted to kind of reflect back on Haven because obviously it's what we've just seen, but Sivov coming into this Vitality, were you expecting him to be the one to jump onto the ISO? And was that a surprise for you?
Yeah, I was just saying that's the Bosa smoke. I'm coining it here because no one else does it, and I've won so many clutches. Sivov, on ISO, bloody hell, he came out shooting, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was 11-0 or something. I was like, oh, for goodness sake. I pressed tab, Alfie's on 1 kill. I was like, don't worry, Alfie, you're going to come back. And then Alfie comes back and he starts feeling it on attack. He's like, get me to attack, get me to attack. And I was like, don't worry, bro, your time will come.
I mean, you guys are always coming, but it's never normal, right? It's just heart attack city every time you watch Fnatic. You wanna say something to the fans that are all here, you know, having heart attacks alongside you as well?
I'm seeing some very familiar faces out there. I appreciate you all coming as always. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the game today. Thank you for all the support. Love the Who Are We FNC. Losing your voices for us. I love that. And I'll see you next week.
Yeah, the game next week is going to be an interesting one. Now, it will be Apex. We've seen it on social media. The Floor is very excited to play against Kron, but maybe a little bit too excited that she said like, oh, if I diff Kron, I'm going to retire. I can't do that to my glorious king, her words. How do you feel about that?
Fine by me. I saw that flick on Split yesterday and I almost, I was about to swear, pooped my pants. Like, it was a crazy flick. She just B-hopping in B-heaven like an absolute tank.
I mean, that's your duo. You were duo in the off-season.
Yeah, she was good. I was like, we got to keep an eye on her. But yeah, I think I'm just looking forward to each game. And also Saturday is Booster Box Bonanza, where we're going to open up booster boxes. So I'll be more excited for that. So I like to have a swift win if I can.
I would really like to keep my job and bring this back to Riot Games.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So last question, we have KC versus Koi coming up. Now, they've both been going through it, probably stressed as well. Any advice you would like to give them, maybe to lose some grey hairs, keep, the eye bags? What's your secret for them to...
What team is it, sorry?
KC and Koi. I mean, you've seen how stressed they are.
KC and Koi. Koi was our performance scrims yesterday, so we warmed them up well, I think. And any team we warm up seems to do pretty well, so good luck. But also good luck to KC. Got some very familiar faces I like in there. I won't name them, because then the others will be like, oh, why did you name me? But
name them.
Yeah, Alves, Kazaish,
yeah.
Actually, Sugetsu is kind of growing up in my books now after waving me goodbye in Copenhagen. But yeah, I'm liking those players.
What did Sadak and Elite do to you, eh?
Elite
and Martine?
Nice. They're all nice. Yeah, they're all nice, really. So I've kind of dug myself a hole here.
You have to list
Back
all
to
of them.
you, Yinsu.
Thank you so much for that, Boaster. Congratulations once again. Thank you for everyone coming out to watch Fnatic. Make sure you stay for the next game. It is going to be a juicy one. As I said, KC have gone through some rough times, but their coaching staff did not shy away from talking about what's been going on behind the scenes. Take a look at this interview I did with Zaysh a little bit earlier. Welcome back to my weekly third wheeling session, and this week I am bringing you guys the coaches of KC. It's N and Zaysh. Welcome back. I have to go straight in and ask about the coach cam reactions. Everybody loves it. I know you're suffering a lot of the times. So tell me what's going through your mind. What do you think about the community, making stickers of your moments and enjoying your reactions?
Oh, I just don't face most of the time, so it's I think a question for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's same as when I was player. I'm very emotional, and yeah, most of the time I cannot control myself. Like so, everything is kinda what I feel on the moment, and then like sometimes he get pissed because I'm moving too much or like I'm doing like
I'm doing like stop.
Does that affect you sometimes when he's just looking like he's having the worst time ever?
Yeah, no.
You're
like, why? It should.
This is a good balance, I think. You have a bit of both ends. Now, the reason that I feel like you've been suffering is the fashion in which you've been losing your games this year. Every single match is so close and it's so it's stressful. So can you tell me why you think that you guys haven't been able to get a really important win on the third map and be able to actually get yourselves over the line?
To be honest, to not reveal a lot of stuff, like what's going on around and inside our team, I would say we have big problems in some aspects. And one of them right now, it's you can see clearly it's anti-ecos. Like we lost last time, we counted 5 anti-ecos on Pearl. So if we win at least one, like won last time one at least, it's GG, we would win. Probably, of course, I don't know, past is the past. But yeah, it's one of our problems, and sometimes we, let's say, we have lack of X factor, and that's what we're trying to train in Prax. Yeah.
And last question, I'm glad you mentioned the X factor thing. Because it's Martine, right? It's not usually Martine. He's out there. He's leading from the front. And Icebox was really, really good. But you guys convinced me that the Omen Martine worked. But I think other people might be confused. I'll come to you, Zaysh, as to why Martine's on the Omen.
I think with the actual meta, especially on Icebox, like double smoker is pretty strong. And Omen, you can play it as duelist because you have the TPs, right? Of course, it's not as fast as like a Neon Dash or like a Jet Dash or something, but it brings you utility that you can use. And Icebox, like if you check the past years, it's a map where you can play without duelist. And Omen does kind of the same job as Jet, especially on defense. You can get high grounds, you can play like on really high grounds and stuff. Even on attack, you can take the top tube and this type of stuff. So. Of course, as I said, it's less explosive than a Jet, but it brings you like other aspects of the game.
I'm convinced. I'm even more convinced that we're not losing a single anti-eco today. Am I right?
I hope so. I'm gonna...
You heard it here. You heard it here. It's gonna happen. You guys wait and see. Wait and see.
Thank you.
I guess we'll have to wait and see, but we do not expect him to be losing that. On the other side today, Movistar Koi will be going up against them. We see a KC saying that they're trying to find their X factor. And when we look at Movistar Koi, we might think that actually something that defines them, it's playing that double sentinel composition that we see across a lot of the maps. I wanted to take a look at what we saw last week. They played against Foot on this Lotus. And even though they did not win this match, I think that there is a very big important part that comes with conditioning that they did very well on this Lotus. To give you a little bit of context, we have just gone through a tag pause call from Gaius, and I think we wanted to address how Koi is putting a lot of reinforcement, putting both of the Sentinels utility on C, and at the beginning of the round putting a lot of pressure onto A. With this conditioning put on, you have two options. You completely refuse that you're just not going to have that A side, or you go and fight for it. And what they think in the side of Foot is that is exactly what we're going to do. But as they say, conditioning is very important. Koi is going to be using the same utility that they had been using in the past. The response from Foot is going to be putting Zeus in this in rubble, helping him with a stun, and also with the eye to just create that pressure. And even though they're making a lot of noise, that is absolute music to the ears of the 4 players that are currently hidden, just waiting and just thinking this is going to be great. Because one of the things that I did not mention is that we see that both Shadows and Filu have their ultimates, and they're going to be very, very important for this round. If this had not worked out, they could have used those 2 ultimates in a combo for a retake if needed. But with everything that is going on here, and as I play the round, you will see how everything just happens in perfect harmony. And all the trigger is probably pushing the button on this door. Timing is very, very good, because as we go on to the minimap, I'm going to very quickly show you what happens here. The Paranoia is going to be coming in for Gruvinho. We're going to see Filu using the flash, coming out of the smoke, and the most important part to force them out, that Armageddon, pushing them all into a very, very narrow funnel. Beautiful play from the side of Movistar Koi. What I mean with this is that they have it. They have the tools, they have the ideas. Maybe they might need a little bit of luck sometimes, and they definitely will need to be in top of their game today going up against KC.
Vale, such a beautiful breakdown that if we don't get Lotus, I'm going to be so mad. I'm actually going to be giga mad if we don't see this map coming out of today. But there are more than just one map in the pool, Billy. Talk me through one of the other ones.
This Pearl, honestly, was a little bit of a difficult watch for me because, like you said, Movistar Koi, they're doubling down on this double sentinel. And of course, this was the first time we got to see Shados jump into that chamber. But for me, this Pearl breakdown, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things, right? They chose to start defense, which of course makes sense, right? Because they are running that double sentinel. But for them to only get 4 rounds on their defense, running that double sentinel composition, and then move on to the attack and get nothing, concerning for me.
Painful, definitely,
yes.
If you're a Movistar Koi. Of course, love this graphic, but yeah, it looks devastating. If we take a look at the compositions you're mentioning, I think it's very, very important that Shadows was playing on that chamber. And probably one of the things that he had to deal with, I'll move along here, as we see on the bottom, is the fact that I was going to say Casey. That Foot is playing with Ada Captain on the Astra, Mr. Fallen, Cracks. Like, they have a lot of utility to force Shados to not play the best of his game, because every single time that he tried to go on the aggression and he tried to put to take, for example, a B-long control here on Pearl, you had an Astra pull, you had the salvos coming in, you have the Prowler going for him. So it's not only the fact that he's playing it for the first time and it's a bit of a bold pick. They are not setting him up for success in any way.
I have to agree, but to that point as well, I was glazing this coaching staff of Movistar Koi last week because of the expectations that we have of them. So when I see Foot running this composition and nothing has changed from kickoff, and a lot of the rounds that they are replaying from kickoff, I'm like, Movistar Koi, where's your prep? Yeah, why are we not expecting this?
Hopefully, hopefully we don't see Shadows on the chamber again on this map. I don't know. I don't want to be a hater just because he can play so many other things so beautifully. Yeah. So beautifully. But on the other side of this, you heard it from Boaster, Sugetsu is going up in his books. Has Sugetsu be going up in your books as well?
Absolutely. I think that this is like a prime Sugetsu time. Even though they were not able to get the win yesterday, the individual moments that we were seeing from both Martin and Suigetsu, there is very little players that look as pristine and perfect. Margetsu. As Suigetsu shooting. There's very little things. There's very little players that shoot more beautifully than Suigetsu.
And what did you make of Zaysha's answer about Martin on Icebox? How did you? I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, he was speaking about how you still can have the aggression because you have the TPs and you can flex around. That they're not the first team to try it, and I think it makes sense. You know, if you want to implement the double controller and you really want to take it that way, I like it.
Yeah, I like the double controller, and like the agent that we saw Martin primarily playing kickoff was the Yoru, right? So I guess it is similar in the sense that you can have that aggro, you can TP back out again. Yeah, so like it is kind of a similar playstyle, I suppose, but it's nice that they feel as though they have the flexibility and Martin can be the person that can jump onto that Omen should they want to run a double controller.
We speak about how Koi can bounce back and Koi find a win, but what about KC? Is it as simple as don't throw any anti-egos?
I think that from the beginning of the stage, like last week, and after what happened in kickoff, we had that question of what is your identity going to be? Is it the harbor that we're going to be seeing on and on? Martin being on that Euro jail. I think that I'm going to pick up what Kata said yesterday, and is that it's too soon to tell. But obviously, I think that for any of these orgs, you need to start showing results, especially with KC and the beginning of the year that they had last year. You have to prove things, and for Koi, seriously. It's been like since July, since they get a win. And one of these teams is going to go 0-2 today.
Yeah, I was going to say, these are the two teams that are at the bottom of their group right now, right? So like it matters to both of them. It really does matter to both of them. So my expectations of Movistar Koi, I'm expecting the prep to be there. My expectations of KC, I feel like my expectations of KC are wrong at this point, completely wrong. I looked at the star-studded roster that they have on paper and I'm still waiting to see something.
And are they still on the same level? Is this a close matchup in your opinion?
Oh yeah, absolutely,
yes,
because
100%.
even though they both lost, they both put up a fight. That Lotus ended up in an overtime, the Pearl not, but yeah, for KC the same.
Yeah,
well,
completely.
Both of these teams are currently winless, but that is about to change, at least for one of them, hoping to make their mark on Group Omega and come out with full confidence. Here is KC and Koi.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Really, I can't keep up. Play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether. But I still took a heater. No halo. I've been with a head gun. I've been on my King Kong. From Halo. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Chillin' with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what?
There is a lot in stake here for both of these teams in this matchup and a huge opportunity to not go 0-2 going into next week. But let's take a look at the map vetoes. What are we going to get?
Oh, so Movistar Koi has decided to ban the Pearl. I was thinking that maybe they wanted to ban the Haven after what we saw during kickoff and also what they banned in the past. But this is very bold.
Yeah.
They're going to pick the Lotus. We were just speaking about it.
Yes.
And KC repeat the comfort that they found in the previous one. When we speak about preparation, and Billy, you were mentioning about that coaching staff, this should be to the T. One of the best speeders that they could have gotten.
Yeah, no, 100%. I was getting a little worried there that they were kind of getting forced into banning that Haven because, of course, both of these teams did ban Haven last week. And, of course, KC, they've been suffering since no longer having Bind in that map pool. But for them to pick into Icebox, it tells me that this perhaps could be their new Bind, given the results that they had against BBL BBL last week.
Yeah, but can that be misleading because of the composition that BBL was running?
It's a good point.
We saw, weird shenanigans. Yes, the result was definitely something that you cannot learn a lot from if you're KC. I don't think that the holes in what they were doing could have been shown during that matchup. But I really like that we have the Haven talk, because KC, even though it's not shown here, won the coin toss and chose to be Team B. So they forced Koi is like, oh, you banned the Haven, and when they didn't see it, they were like, I mean, we kind of have to like ban the Fracture if you ban the Pearl. So is Haven happening?
It's like the first match, right? It's
Yeah,
just big
literally.
balls, vetoes
It's-
all
yeah.
around today.
I like it. I like the boldness.
Yeah, the mind games have started already, but let's talk about this Lotus. Bear, you've already given an amazing breakdown about Koi, but what about the side of KC? We saw it against GX, the Donkeys years ago, but what can you expect here from them?
Man, I'm just not a fan of Harbor.
Yeah.
I feel like that sums up my thoughts in just one sentence. If they would have done something outrageous and they were just battering teams, I'd be like, okay, but man, this is the EMEA.
Well, let's take a look. I'm sorry that Harbor's going to be there. Billy, what do you make of it?
Have mercy. I was thinking the same thing. I thought, you know what, they didn't push it on Icebox the other day with the Harbor. Surely we're going to drop it for Lotus. So no, we are in fact going to see that Harbor picked into it. And honestly, yeah, I'm yet to see what they can actually provide with it. I think looking at Movistar Koi though, I'm not mad that they're playing this map. I think that the result that they had against Foot the other day, probably not what they wanted. They probably would have liked to have closed that map out, but I think they looked good on it nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, Carmen Corp has decided to start on the attack. Everything that I was speaking of Movistar Koi being very strong with not only playing the double Sentinel, but actually putting all the utility from both of the Sentinels in one part of the map. You can forget about that. They're not going in. They're not going in easy, Like, even though, yeah, this is a huge map, you can just leave someone maybe through casket and they will be fine. So I want to see if KC is going to be exploiting those holes, because maybe that is the reason why they decided to start on the attack.
Yeah, and this is the kind of comm, Coach Mini was talking about before. You can get away with gimmicky things like this at kickoff. I wonder if they're going to get away with it here. And speaking of Mini, or should I say poor man Scott, here he is standing by with Pansy.
Okay, do you want to take that? Are you going to take that?
I guess I'll take it.
You could have given it back. She can't even reply.
That
This
is true. That's
perfect
true.
time.
That's true. No. I'm not funny enough in this moment.
Damn.
This is
okay,
like I'm gonna be in the shower later, and I'm gonna think of the perfect banger, and then like it's over for Yinsu. But she's caught me off guard here.
No, she's actually done you in. But we can kind of talk about those comps then, right? Because it was kind of something that they were alluding to. Where do you sit on this? Is it really standing out to you? Does it supersede this matchup in any way or any of the bigger narratives?
I think that it's just the Koi are playing the comp that they're comfortable with, is their map pick. KC not changing back from the comp that they had at kickoff. They did have some strong ideas, but it's Harbor, so I'm reserved about it.
I am also reserved about it. I hate it. But I'm always willing to be proven wrong. I'd like to see it kind of have the validity to it.
Already we see Koi trying to re-clear this A space, and KC are going to be caught off guard here.
Yeah, looking at the damage so far, KC just falling like flies. This is simple work. This doesn't even seem complicated. Just re-clear. Oh, that wasn't pretty. It's a consolation prize, if anything, getting the kill in the end, but it's Elite left in a 1v4. Spike a million miles away, and with 50 seconds, you got to be pulling off miracles. First challenge, not clean enough. Not going to happen for Alive.
Yeah, just from that telestrator that Bear showed then, that's the exact same concept coming in. It's not a Teo ult, but it's literally the Teo Sowers used to break the door, and then 3 people coming out of that. I call it Hobbit. I'm not sure what the actual call-out is.
We call it Mini.
Mini. Okay. The mini door.
Sure.
It's catching KC off guard completely. Nice little proactivity from Koi. In a composition that doesn't have too much proactivity, it's nice to see that they're still able to do it.
And I guess I do want to talk bigger picture about these two teams, because this is quite a defining game. It feels like a pivot point, right? It feels where we start judging a little bit harder. We look a little bit closer.
It's like a high-stakes game for all the wrong reasons.
Yes, I think that is a really good way to summarize it. And we can kind of get into it a little bit deeper, but at some point, you do need to start matching those expectations on these rosters and looking at the results and being very genuine about it. I've never seen that live skin before.
No, I haven't either.
What the hell is that?
That's funny. That must be new.
What the hell did I just see?
Yeah, I think going on to
I'm baffled by that.
the Harbor with it too. It kind of makes sense. It's nice from
like a
Sadak.
theme there.
He's like actually role playing as Harbor.
It's finally got a use.
Like for KC, like in terms of like expectations, like this team has been built, you know, in mind of the fact that it's a French org.
Yes.
Paris
Go
champions.
champs. Yep.
But right now they're not winning games.
No, and it is strange as well because there's a lot about the team that was very highly spoken of. Oh, nice from Shados. Yeah, lovely stuff. Good work. And this Koi looked very in control. An in-zone flawless there just to get past round 2. It wasn't a heavy investment from KC, but yeah, you're looking at the investments from KC. Lord only knows what they spent on this roster because there are big names there, right? You're looking at Sadak as one of the biggest imports that came into this region. Storied sort of IGL,
like
you know, one of the big dogs.
Together, like to me, like if you're building a team with Eng and Sadak, you know, you're aiming
pushing high. Yeah, so we'll see. This is early days. I think Lotus does sit obviously firmly in Koi's camp of expected results. This has been a solid map for them. And they've been struggling for results themselves. But a very similar beginning with this kind of breaking of mini door. Grabino going to be playing up towards Rubble.
Getting nervous.
See if those nerves are warranted. There's a lot of work happening over towards Mound, but this fight... Okay, Elite gets to keep his life.
Yeah, and I want to just say that even though it's Koi's map pick, I think, for me, Sadak is one of the best IGLs of all time on this map. I think he really understands the map well, and you can already see in the pistol round and even this round, like how quickly, I say Sadak, the Sadak rule to me is by 1 minute, it seems like they're able to clear out Mound and almost re-clear A a lot of the time. Here Elite's pushed back already, so they're going to have to kind of go through that later.
Yep.
But look out for that on this game, like how quickly KC can clear out Mound and go re-clear Rubble.
And it was something that we were watching with like Heretics on their attack, and we were kind of not worried, I think worried is the wrong word, but highlighting that they weren't addressing some of the fundamentals here, and they weren't kind of focusing on it in I guess, quote-unquote, the right way. But let's see how this actually shakes down now, as KC do need to start committing to one of these two sides. It looks like C will be the eventual goal. Soulcast trying to stick around. He does a flyer who's just gone down, so support system through from Waterfall. Now going to be picked up by Gravino. For that plant to come in now. Now 15 seconds.
Shados does have the salvos, so they could flood in here.
Yeah, you can see them flying in. Time is getting very low now. They're going to start getting, I don't want to say worried, but it's getting close too. There's only a corner to play from the Cove. Keep them just about safe, and the brawl begins. It's Soulcast to tip the scales, but only to be traded. Down to a 3v2 with Shados and Grabino remaining. It's all on Shados. The 1v2 is not impossible. It's looking improbable, but a great start for Shados so far. Aves and Sadak to locate, not going to happen. Good response from KC.
Yeah, they weren't as quick as usual on their attack, and they did choose technically a site that was held quite strongly by 2 Sentinels, but ultimately getting the kills on Flyo immediately meant that it was quite easy for KC there to kind of convert. They get a bit dicey with the time. I think Soulcast is someone I'd like to highlight a little bit, that like during kickoff, he looked phenomenal in this Vice, especially on this map.
It was scary. Because it kind of felt like maybe you'd found comfort, right? When I used to think of Soulcast looking kind of comfy, I'm thinking Sky even. I'm rolling it back. Yeah, Scrimback Soulcast was always like the nightmare creature. If it comes to life, we're all screwed. Oh, hold on, we'll come back to that, because yeah, this is an absolute biff down middle. Who's willing to try and keep committing? As it stands, it looks like they've stemmed the pressure and held back that flood towards B.
It seems like KC have like a pretty specific game plan at the moment, like doing things that I've not really seen them do too much before.
Go contact with Soulcast. He's got his setup pretty much ready. For a reactive investment.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this C side of the map. KC know they have to get rid of this Vice U2.
Hard to do, but they've managed it at least on the first attempt here. Wall be tested too. This is slow and steady, but we're still about 45 seconds. This map, you can pivot quick.
Yeah, it's all about pivoting between B and C here. So this is like something Sadak's quite good at, is kind of trying to bait the rotations between, but ultimately still 3 towards the C side of the map.
Thorns have gone down now, so Shados investing.
30 seconds left.
the salvos just to slow things down. Soulcast going to be put under pressure though. He's committed to the site, which is a little bit risque, but he does have support. It's Soulcast to go down. Grubino tries to then spring in, but the numbers sit very well with KC. Looking composed on the site hits. Delayed again towards the site, but the plant should be okay. I'm looking at who's left. Philo and Flyer, they don't really have anything to deny.
Flash to go in. It's no big util for this retake.
Sugetsu just got his smoke back up as well. Just going to come in and keep things dangerous. Trying to navigate, creep through, but that barrel might give it away. Clean work from KC. And let's talk about the composure here, because some of these rounds do feel late, but they're going through the protocol list of dealing with Soulcast utility, kind of maybe keeping in mind that Shados can stall out with those salvos coming in as well. They seem to have like a nice bit of read on the timing, maybe?
I was going to come in and be a bit critical, KC. Like, I think that they should be leaving a player outside A and trying to listen for the sound and trying to take rebel control in these mid-rounds. I think if you see there, I'm a bit worried for Koi. They had the perfect stack. They had 3 people ready and still losing. Like, I'm a little bit worried.
Okay. I do worry if KC start looking stronger and stronger on this map, though, because obviously Icebox coming up next does make it difficult. But for now, we'll see if any of this becomes a bigger issue down the line, as said.
It's like a key thing for the Koi comp is that they're going to struggle to take this rebel control. They've got double Sentinel, they're going to be playing a bit more of a bunkered style. So KC, if they want to, they're going to be able to take a lot of map control. But in these early rounds, I don't think they've taken as much as what they could have done. When historically, Sadak's teams would take the whole map.
Small steps, but potentially in the right direction. This round is on pistols, but we've seen issues in these rounds before. And KC were talking about their anti-ecos as it's looking okay for now. We're about the 50-second mark. They've got past rubble. We have seen that Mound's got some exploration. Soulcast finding a bit of timing here. Philo couldn't quite get the shot, so you are starting to see those opportunities dwindle. And they should now kind of go as expected. Yeah, Martin, quick clear towards Flyer. It wasn't, you know, safest, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, just a simple anti-eco conversion. You're going to see, like, we saw a re-clear of rubble there. Nice use of the harbor to re-clear the space. But I'm now getting worried again because KC are going to have big ults online now. 1 away from the harbor ult, and then 3 power ults online. On the Koi side, they got the tail ult. I don't think they're going to fall. I don't think KC are going to fall for the same Telestrator play. I'd be very surprised. If they do, then I might leave.
Okay, we can put the headset down, minis off. We'll pick someone out of the crowd. I'm sure there's another Fnatic fan out there who could do the job.
Yeah, I think there's a few.
Yeah. And a timeout for KC.
Eng loves his calling timeouts on huge momentum rides. I don't approve, but there must be some logic
right now. Zysh is mostly leading this conversation. So either it be around how they want to apply the ults, what they need to look out for potentially, because this is also, as you said, it is a very big round. So if you want to try and continue this sort of run back of cleanly executed rounds, fair enough. But maybe, I don't know if they can note the operator. Is that something they're going to be considering, or what? What the game plan is?
I have a weird theory in my head. That maybe the way they prep is they're not so like heavy on it, and so they see the tail and they're just calling the timeout to be like, we've seen this beautiful round they do. Potentially.
Okay, maybe.
I know that some teams don't really prep in the same ways that I do, where I'm like telling, like, Durkee, you need to remember this, and you need to remember this, and like everyone's got their own like job and stuff.
Gotcha.
Because I know a lot of teams don't want to kind of overwhelm players, whereas I prefer to make them. Yeah.
Hate your players.
I hate them.
Yeah, make them work for it. But
no more theory.
I guess eyes on KC here. What do they come in with? Is it just like a set piece? Is it mindful of?
Looks like a very set ult strat.
Yeah, which don't know if that really accounts for the timeout, but this is going to be tricky. But Flyer's already gone down, and Martin looking confident. He's normally on the money with these. Shados having to respect that and give the space up. It's bought enough time for the plant now.
Yeah, 45 retake. Shados does have the tail to come in.
Who's there to work off it? Okay, I'm seeing Grubino was near. Soulcast as well, trying to group towards that seaside connector. Sadak can stall
Still
this.
lots of ults from KC side.
Yeah, both gonna go in. And stall. That's wraps. That's wraps on 4, right? You can't. The time's just gone now. Even with the util here for Shados, it didn't feel like there was a chance to play, and I like the patience to invest Elite's ult as basically the checkmate. There was no coming back after that. The time had gone. As it is, Carmine Core look very drilled on this. Maybe that timeout feels a bit excessive, but seeing how their previous results were, maybe they need that micromanagement.
Yeah, potentially. I don't have a read as to what it was, but it looks like good read on the ult strat. For Koi, you know, it's disappointing to lose around like that, but ultimately you didn't use any ults.
Yep.
You still saved the economy. You're on defense at Lotus. You can get away with, you know, being disciplined in these rounds and kind of saving for the next.
I just want to see them take a little bit of a step back, because it feels like they're being dictated to by KC at this point. Tempo, map control, it's all very much in their hands. This operator didn't get much of a chance to find anything. These B leans are hard to bring it in, but 3-2 split. Prowler pretty much clearing, so space can be taken again. Oh, wow.
This is B. It's B pressure. We see, though, on the KC side, there's all a bit of a ruse for Elite and Sagetsu to walk out towards Rubble.
Like the fast progress on Mound, though, this should allow pressure now to come in. And keep in mind towards the spike. Sadak wins the fight, though. There it is. Okay, good trade for Soulcast. That's a spike down in a really tough spot. I thought that could be a twofer. Oh, man, Sugetsu with a banging shot for him to find Filu there, but this is going from bad to worse.
Timing.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, spike again lost. Having to go back here. Elite fighting his way forward, though. Good impact. Soulcast, we're going to need you locked in on this. Can he defend the precious cargo? Ooh. Okay, well, they know where he is, but 40 seconds. They've got time to play with.
Yeah, just doubling up, playing it together.
Still got paranoia, too, with Sugetsu.
I like the re-wrap around here from them. Soulcast needs to do something here.
30 seconds left.
Timing's everything. Soulcast can't quite get it. The hesitation, the timing coming into play, and KC, again, a very cautious but correct step.
Yeah, the game plan from KC is so interesting. Like, they used the B conditioning to work it again. I have no idea why Sadak's in the site by himself with the spike. That was very dangerous, but it seemed to work. It's the same as what I said earlier when we were watching Fnatic. Fnatic, I said they had some interesting ideas on Lotus.
Yeah.
They were like pressuring B, going at Rubble. There's been some stealing of ideas here. I think maybe Fnatic has stolen some KC stuff, because that seemed pretty nice.
It got the job done, didn't it? For Koi, it's still not completely over. It's still enough in the bank for a buy, and a lot of ultimates coming online here. Filu trying to make a play from the corner. Anyone to help him? No, feels isolated individual. I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about this comp is that Euro can be, you know, positioned wherever on the map and go for kills. He's the only real aggressive agent. The rest are going to be bunkered up a lot of the time, but checking the box is pretty easy for KC there. And this is what I want to see. I want to see Elite take these timings out of Rubble, especially when we see the Yoru's dead on the Mound side. You know that Rubble's clear, so this is good from Elite, taking the space. And Sadak's going to be able to mid-round beautifully off of this kind of information.
And it's going to be checked, though. The clear has come in over towards Mound. They're going to note this. Soulcast has to respect the ult. He's got his own as an answer back if they do want to play retake. And nice stall here, too. That is the spike with Sadak, so he can't just skip ahead of this.
Once again, it's a retake situation where Koi are not in advantage. It's 4v5 again.
Sadak looking really clear on this one. Here it comes. There's Soulcast with the ult. Are they prepared, though? Pistols, are they ready? Soulcast has a lot on his plate now. Ults galore, but it finds very little. Sadak unaffected, and the rest of KC sitting deeper. They got to get a move on. Got to get the pressure on. Sadak, obviously unconfirmed if they've taken someone off for this defuse, but the spray from Elite, the connection from Elite, it's a response from finally Soulcast, but the wall drops and the kills come in. Carmine Core, ready for all of this.
Yeah, beautiful from KC. Just getting that pick, playing quite disciplined, using that space. You know, the open plant really helped them there.
Koi, this is meant to be a map for you, really. This is meant to be the big kind of redeemer. My notes were limited here. If Lotus falls, it could be over for Koi, was pretty much how I started. Now, for KC, this is great. It feels like they're getting everything they want, right? In their minds, they're getting everything they please. Where's the reply from Koi? Where do you find it? If Filu's going to make those plays, I don't mind him doing it. I'd like to see some support to it, or something more than him just playing by the box. Someone to maybe keep that attention drawn away, or something in addition. It feels just a bit fractured. It doesn't feel like there's a cohesive idea of how they want to approach this.
Quite honestly, I think that if Koi just went to their standard 1-1-3, Sentinels playing C and B side of the map, and just trying to take rebel control with Teo, Yoru, Omen, I think that's going to be fine here. The only thing is that KC might not read that and be one step ahead, and so might expect that. And I think KC do win the rebel fight if they go for it.
Oh, you're having me on. Why's it gone red? What's this then? What's this? How's the day been, Minnie?
It was quite nice watching Fnatic. It was quite nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about it was nice?
I think I've got over the, like, you know, because at the start you're kind of like, it'd be funny if they do lose because I'm not with them anymore.
Which they were doing.
Yeah. But now
So
I'm over that now.
Right,
So watching them win was quite nice.
You're like hoping for the best for your ex, one of those, like you've matured and you're like, oh, I hope it goes well.
I'm a well-rounded human now, not.
But obviously Boaster did give you the whole like, oh, you know, they're doing great. They're almost like Mini. You know, so again.
He said nice things about me.
Yeah.
He said that Scott's still got a bit to go if he wants to be me. So
that's why you're saying nice things, because he said nice things.
You saw my reactions in the green room. I was being a bit of a fan there.
No, you were just like, they're not as good as when I did it, but they're alright.
That's what I mean. Okay.
They're alright. Like, that Durka guy's good, though. I wonder who he used to play for. Hopefully this gets resolved quickly. We've had a couple of these. It's mostly been Tom and Mitch who's had to deal with them. I haven't had to fill...
Yeah, it was a Fnatic game, though.
True. Very true. Let me judge the players. What am I seeing? What am I seeing? It's me when the admins aren't that close, because it's not like a peripheral issue, you know what I mean? If someone's just spilled a bit of water, all good. Player reports. Refs, get investigating. I always imagine like someone's like over there with like a whistle in like a referee outfit. I do miss the days of esports when they had to like dress them up in like the striped.
That was League of Legends did that, I think, right?
I mean, they were doing iSeries. Like,
oh, really?
There's some vintage footage out there. Yeah. And when we were talking about yellow cards, someone did say they'd like to see you in a little referee outfit. Yeah.
What's this? What is that? Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
I feel like any time there's like, I'm not gonna.
No. Go ahead now. Go ahead. Yeah, we've got a tech pause. We're talking.
No. It's a secret. I can't reveal.
It's a secret you can't reveal. What do you? Why are you being so cryptic?
Because I'll ruin the surprise.
Okay, you better have a ref outfit, otherwise I'm out. I'm buying you the little whistle.
It's like he wants to drop kick me, and now you want me to be a ref.
Well,
what's going on?
Look. That is not comparable for starters. Can we?
I didn't say it was.
Well, then why would you bring it up?
I don't know. I just feel like I'm getting it.
Right. Well, no. Yinzu gave it. You said nothing. You froze.
Yeah, I thought I did. Freeze,
have you thought of anything yet?
No,
or is that it's going to be back at the hotel? You'll be sat there going, Christ.
Yeah.
Done me. Yeah, the drop kick thing was out of pocket from Sliggy. He is going off the rails though. After the whole molly yourself thing. It's
I
just
watched some plat chat and he was actually flaming.
Well, he just doesn't do it on his own channel. He'll take others down.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
But he won't do it on his own. It's different.
That's the only reason I'm here, I think. I'm gonna get good enough that I can start flaming. I'm just on his stream flaming right now. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true. This is your time to shine. Flame him all you want.
No, we'll wait.
Okay. We
I
can
need
do
to
a
get
hot
more comfortable first, and then we'll.
Got you, and then we can build into it.
Yeah. That is part of my, goals assessment with the.
Right. Yeah, that's your review process. Okay. That's the golden standard.
You're on part of the success criteria. You need to judge me on that.
I judge you all the time. That'll be easy. What is this? Restarting player client. Okay. Well, I'm sure that'll go fine. I'm sure there'll be no problems there. Nothing's ever gone wrong with that happening. Well, time to look at chat. See how's it going, chatters. What do we have? Got to work on your banter, Mini. True.
Got to work on my banter.
Yeah, your banter is slacking.
Oh, okay. Look, I'm here to cast the game. I'm here to watch some Koi KC.
Yeah, how's that going for you?
It's not. Yeah, not well.
there's not much happening. There's not much going on. Even chat's not giving me much content. Normally, I'm clutching at straws when I'm looking
They're
at
flaming
chat.
me, but they're giving us nothing.
No, they're just saying, oh, thanks, Pansy. Hi, Pansy. They're being nice.
Yeah. They're never nice to me. But I do flame them, to be fair.
Why are you flaming them?
I think Sliggy's chat gets off quite easy.
I think they're judged quite harshly, actually, Alab, you know? I think they're fighting against the man. The evil mods. I do get timed out a lot. It's crazy. Again, how are we looking? Oh, hands in the air.
I think I'm a mod, so I can't get timed out.
Makes sense. Discord mod energy. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, what's happening in NA today? Is it EG? My glorious Captain Potter is out there. We are doing ready checks, so hopefully we'll be back in game soon enough. So thank you for your patience. And yeah, EG Sen. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, EG do like to beat Sen. That is a banger.
I like EG, so it all works out. Well, I say I like EG, I like Potter. Close enough. Close enough. Right,
What's your background right now on your PC in the green room?
Why are you bringing that up?
Why is it Potter?
She's holding that Champions trophy. Yeah. I thought it upset you a little bit, you know what I mean? Seeing your betters. Alright, well thank you for hanging out with us, guys. Apologies for the extended delay.
Apologies for the rubbish banter.
Yes, yeah. Well, I'm glad you said it, not me, because otherwise I'd be accused of bullying again. Right, here we go. It has been 6 in a row, and we're into a round with pistols. So we could probably carry on, yeah.
Yeah, easy rubble control again for KC. It's just like, Koi don't have anything to fight it, they have no economy. Easy peasy. Sadak making some good reads.
Yep. All looking solid so far. And it's good to see them kind of, and I feel like if I compliment them here, it does start going wrong. But trying to be careful in these anti-ecos and keeping the spacing right, keeping the intention solid, not leaving it too late. All the pitfalls that can kind of build up. Now Soulcast, nah, not gonna happen. KC, 5 standing, coming in, looking good on this in-zone flawless, up against just those pistols. So 7-2.
Yeah, I think that maybe I'll expand on that a little bit. It's the idea that, again, Koi's comp has 2 sentinels, but there's 3 sites. So you can't cover everything.
Yeah.
There's not enough fighting that can happen on this comp, really, to take the space. So Sadak can have a field day, just kind of mid-rounding here. But Koi going back to the default that I said that they probably should do, but we'll see, because I still think KC win this Rebel fight.
Let's see. So far, no issues particularly. Koi, Grubino, it'd be too much to try and play out from tree now. Oh, going on an old mission down there. This is already a big tick in the box, just taking over Rubble so quick.
Yeah, Koi have brought 4 people across. I'd be interested to see if they go for one of their reclears, because they're very cognizant that they can't just sit still. Slowing down the pace. Soulcast on Koi's side has got a lot of information towards Mound, though. So if he keeps that information, then Koi can keep the stack.
Let's see. Can you see patience being shown here? Maybe looking to punish this reclear coming in. What do they wait? Shutter on the other side. Lovely. Pressure towards Mound, patience towards Rubble. This does feel like a very comprehensive attack side coming out from KC, even just in that pick. But Grubino trying to sit and wait. He's going to hear these steps. He might need to call in the cavalry because he is on his own here. Slow lean over from Flyer, but smoke going to go in. This is tough. It's tough. KC, so heads up. They are manipulating this map very well.
Yeah, and even here, not finishing towards A. Knowing Elite's got the space towards the front of B. Can plant for B.
Blocking fire.
Comfy. Even if it is down at, 10 seconds or so, plants in. No sweat on that. Shados and Soulcast struggling to find impact. Late to the party, utility in play. First fight had, nice from Soulcast, but a good trade, and Martin doubles down. This is, a stomp so far.
Yeah, I think Koi, I did praise them for the reclears and stuff, but I think they need to be more confident in the turtling.
Okay.
If KC do take this Rebel control, their CB side of the map has a lot of sentinels. So like on the A side of the map, just play these kind of passive, like on the map, like here, like these kind of positions.
Yeah.
And they should be fine.
Have a little faith in the setup.
Get some information and make sure that they're not just like running at you, and you should be right.
Okay.
Clear the screen.
It's called clear screen. Similar beginnings, but this time around it's Koi to win out towards Rubble, but we can already see that KC aren't eyeing this up to the same extent. They're looking elsewhere.
KC again, very quick. They've taken all of the front of B, all of Mound, clearing out the util already on C.
Soul gas.
activated.
Is he going to try and play this one? Spike being chucked up and over just in case Sadak did get left on an island. He's going to be left to his own devices here. It's going to be quite tricky to pin him down though. If they see Sadak, it's not the same indication as seeing maybe Martin or someone who goes on their own a little more, maybe even Elite. Oh my god, no! Sadak! He just gets set up for it. They had no idea he's still around, and now we've got problems everywhere. Others to find Flyer. Oh, this is sloppy at best. It's great from KC, showing their control and their poise. But for the Koi fans, this is going to be a very tough watch here. 5 still standing against the 3. Filu's got ult, Grubino's got ult. Shados just gun in hand now.
Save again.
Oh man, this is...
Saving on 2A is not where you want to be.
None of this half feels like anywhere I want to be for Koi. So do you... I feel like we've already highlighted what we'd rather see. So there's not much really left beyond that. We'd like to see them have more faith in the setup, maybe be a little bit more invested
but in a round like
into
that,
it. But
it's just simply not being comfortable in the holds.
Yeah.
Just getting, you know... Again, I have to praise Sadak and the calling and his understanding of this map. It's unfortunate that Koi's, quote, best map is one of the ones that I think that Sadak is, you know,
I mean,
one of the
Alba
greatest of
actually
all time
looks
at.
good on it, which is wild. And Sadak's very good at reading the tempo, the pressure, how to approach it. The fundamentals are in play. And we've been critical of Sadak and KC, so it's good to see the upside here, right? And I don't think we have to sugarcoat the pill. You know, we're EMEA fans. We can actually say it how it is. I do think that they have been under-delivering to quite a substantial standard. And it's good to see a couple reminders of the potential this team has and why people are excited for it here. Now, I don't think Koi is necessarily going to be your big opponent to face off against, but this is a critical game for them as well. So let's see what those save weapons can do.
I think a narrative for me as well is that KC knew, like both teams knew Lotus and Icebox is coming in here.
Yeah.
So it's like KC, it's almost like KC have all the kind of information and prep and can work around that. And when we go to Icebox later, that'll be the same for Koi.
Setup is still in place over towards C. A lot of invested utility. Pressure. The other side. This is the first time they've kind of scouted this deep, actually, for Koi.
Time to jump.
Yeah, interesting to see if they were going to go for a push through, but the Vice wall kind of denying it all.
Oh. This is still not comfortable. Still got presence on the other side of the map too. It's quick looks either side. KC trying to be slippery about this. Sadak trying to give him steps forward. Here it is. Filu gonna be here. Has to be up to the test, and well, wasn't him to do it, but job done. On top.
I have the spike.
Yeah, Elite uses the ult there, but catches nothing close.
30 seconds left.
Speeding up the process. Speaking of speeding up, they got 25 seconds. They got to keep going on this one.
Pivot towards the B now because Sagetsu's got the front of B.
Good shout. You're absolutely spot on there. Flyer still with a nice camera, going to spot the intention. Ult going to come in as well, going to note the lurk. So big info being caught here. Filu's still got to find something with this. They still need to work with the information. They've basically seen everything they can. Ult now going to come in, and Sugetsu stands tall, doing brilliantly here. Filu just behind the curve, being completely outdone by Sugetsu with some vintage composure from him. And Filu with 40 HP, he's just gonna crumble. Beautiful work from KC, never feeling out of sorts.
Yeah, the only rounds they drop there are the pistol and or the eco. So if I'm KC, that's essentially as close to a perfect half you can get.
That is absolute money for them after what has been a brutal start to stage 1. Let's see if they can keep it clean in the second half. 10-2, it has been a clear-cut affair thus far for Carmine Core, fixing a lot of the issues, at least to the eye test today, that have plagued them to this point. Mini, I feel like they're coming in with a game plan here, and it's working pretty much as perfectly as it could.
Yeah, I think that Sadhack has, again, good reads on this map, and I think he importantly understands the composition from Koi and what it can and can't do, and exploited all the weaknesses.
Keep it as sharp, though, on this half. It would be monstrous turnaround if Koi can start posting some numbers, but it has felt pretty rough. Probably not feeling out the game too much yet either. Martin, opportunity. Just one and done. Oh, yep, there it is. Takes the get out of jail free card and takes Flyer away.
Yeah, what Filu couldn't do on that defense in those positions, already we see him value from Martin.
Yeah, not outstaying either, and Koi getting curious. Wanting to maybe pressure or explore the option towards B, but we can already see the util in their way. They can't leave that one late.
Yeah, and all the information, again, from Elite on the C side of the map for KC, so they can stack towards this B and A side of the map, and Koi are going to be walking straight into it, it looks like.
It feels so different, doesn't it, the switch, when KC were being very slippery, elusive on their attack, making it hard to be in the right place for. But now we see KC with 4 on the right side of the map, and Soulcast, it's so readable to them, so comfortable. Koi just walking into the stack. KC instantly making it up to 11.
Yeah, Koi came out with a very designed pistol round, and it got just shut down early by Martin's position. I think at this point you need to start thinking about just warming up for the next one.
I mean, if we're being realists, as much as everyone will be saying, oh, but round by round, 11's all they get. Yeah, cool.
I think it's even better going with that mentality that you're just, because it just takes off the pressure.
Exactly, then you're not fussed about it. There was always that conversation in the past that a quick loss is the best loss to have if you're gonna have one. Feeling so close and just losing out can be just heart-wrenching. It can absolutely gut you, and the exhaustion. Here you go, right, spin on, let's do what we can, feel out the game a bit, start to warm into it, but there is still other maps to be played. The issue is it's Icebox, and also Martin is looking on it.
Yeah, and Koi have bought up here, so that is a big kill from Martin.
Come on, Koi. Give me something to root for.
Fly is exploring out towards rubble. So, let's see what he calls here.
I guess it is about, you know, what's the read, what's it looking like? How do they decide to approach it?
Previously, when I saw Koi play, I thought Flyer was overextending sometimes in these positions, but being a bit more disciplined this time and just calling back the A hit. Robinho is curiously staying. It looks like some indecision this mid-round from Koi.
And that's not what we want to be saying, you know. Love to see them.
Good call, though. They're faked towards the A. The C site is very weak right now.
30 seconds left.
Just the one player.
It's still Martin.
But it is Martin.
It's Martin. Oh. No. Oh. A bold choice from Grabino there. That is going to be spiked. Noted. We're going in 1 by 1. Oh, make it easy for Martin.
Okay, maybe it wasn't a good choice.
No.
No.
10 seconds left.
Half armor? I can't remember the words.
Light
half
shields?
armor, light shield, sorry.
That's the one?
That's the one.
Regens?
Oops.
I thought when you're starting about operators.
Match
The golf clap is appropriate for what we're seeing so far. I love the audience here. They're in tune, you know what I mean? We don't get the screaming so much. We don't get the, you know, like the emote, do you know what I mean? Like the yellow one. We don't get that. We just get nice golf claps. Appreciate it. At a 12-2, it's all you're going to get. This is now do or die, right? This map was not pretty.
Get past me.
How many chances do they have here to close out? Yes. 10 chances.
I was trying to think, is that
It's not. I'm not trying to mess with you. I was just asking the question. Right, come on, Koi. This is your map choice. Come on.
simple approach? Let's see here. If it comes in quick, it is just elite, but it isn't going to come in quick.
Slowed down, stalled out. Re-clear through B main. It all feels indicative that this C hit is on the way. Shados trying to clear a path. It is being respected to an extent. Whoa, NT to Martin there. I think he tagged Flyer too, but down to 10 HP. There's players here now, though. This is starting to get really tricky. Elite trying to cause some troubles on the way in, but they've managed to make it across water.
Flooding in.
Yeah, they're still fancy and go at this. They wanted to have a brawl on it. Flyer still so disconnected. It is the 4 on the site, and right now it's KC winning out on the site itself. They need to bring in the bodies. Flyer needs to join up now. 10 HP or not, it doesn't matter. They need the help. Sugetsu still with that paranoia too. But a pause, even considering a flank, I tell you now, it ain't coming.
Not sure what Koi are waiting for here. Because there's a very real possibility Shadows get spammed here trying to plant.
10 seconds left.
Okay, Util back on Sadak. I mean, it looks so simple. And well, with the plant down, this, they'll sooner forget. For KC, it is a massive win, Mini. This has got to feel great for them after what's been a shaky couple of maps, couple of results. They fixed a lot of those core issues here, and they came out swinging.
Yeah, and Icebox up next, a map that they destroyed on last week.
Yep.
Could be a good series for them.
Yeah, this is certainly looking much better for KC. But we need to see if Koi can wake up.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change. Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up, been TT, hey. Came out the womb like.
I've just been informed that Martin actually has dinner plans today, which is why they are, you know, trying to make sure he makes his reservation. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. After the first series, Billy, this is not what I expected from this map.
I'm angry. I'm really, really angry.
Angry Angel?
Angry. Like maybe even worse. Do you know what? It's just so frustrating, right? Because we just highlighted the whole thing on Pearl, starting on the defense, only getting 4 rounds on your defense. And now we go to Lotus and we only get 2 rounds, the first 2 rounds, and then KC just continued to get every single round after those first 2. I'm frustrated at this point.
It didn't seem fair at some points. I think that we saw Koi that was very defeated. I think that the score really speaks for itself when we look at those first engagements, when we look at the post plan, it's 9 out of 9, and everything was working for the side of KC. Every bit of pressure that they were putting on the map always ended up being an open and duo 1 for them, an isolated fight, or maybe some duels that Movistar Koi should not be taken from the beginning.
Yeah, and I mean, those stats just looked so dominant, right? And I think a big part of this as well is we were talking about the coach's preparation going into this. You give Eng your Lotus to prepare, he's going to know how to counter you, and I think that that's why Movistar Koi, potentially struggled during this.
That was basically a 13-0. If you really think about it, it was a 13-0. But not a lot of rounds we can choose from, but Kakuka, let's revisit round 11.
I chose one. Yeah, I was like, okay, from all of this, like what can I take, you know, to show the viewers a little bit how they get onto your head. So this is round 11, and I wanted to showcase this because we spoke about the double duelist and what you can do with it. Here, Sadak disrespects that, triggers that wall, throws the spike across it, and he takes damage throughout the thorns. But it is actually this smoke, if I'm not mistaken, comes from the side of KC that actually helps them to put the question in Koi's mind. Have they gone back? Are they still there? He gets the opener and they keep putting on the pressure, creating a lot of questions on Koi's sides. Flya thinks that he might be able to do some damage, taking an advantageous position, but after that, after Martin following up with the ultimate, is so much pressure, and after so many rounds in a row, we speak about, oh, can they get into their heads? They're living rent-free there.
No, I have to agree as well. And it's like you say, Sadak goes unchecked, and I think a big part of that as well is Soulcast is playing such a deep, like, passive setup on that C site. He's just not able to hold any sort of control of it, which is like, it's just not the performance that we want to see from someone like Soulcast, who's been through all of Tier 2 last year and come back into Tier 1.
Yeah, and we don't often get the Vice versus Vice head-to-head in EMEA right now. That was a bit of a treat if you were a KC fan. What did you make of Elite's Vice on that map?
I think Elite was great, but I think the one thing that I keep in my mind is last week's Elite, right? He had such a great performance against BBL in that very first map, going 20-2, and that was the first map, and then the rest of the series from him was super, super quiet. So I am a little bit concerned that he needs to be able to keep up that kind of performance. But in this map in particular, I mean, it was very clear that he was the Vice that came out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Consistent, good enough, and against a team that, as we're saying, looked a bit defeated, but you know, he was there to put up the numbers. I would have loved to see a little bit of him on the defense here, to just have even more reasons to...
Sorry.
Yeah. KD is 6. You know, he is a bit of a more passive player. He was more on the job of like not letting them push or not letting them have that effect through A. But it was actually, we were seeing on the replays later in the rounds that he was finding the most impact.
An elite performance, if you ask me.
And it's his birthday on Sunday.
Oh,
so
happy birthday. Is it 20th birthday? How
I can
Zoomer
tell
are we talking?
that. I have a calendar. Let me check.
Okay, you check. While you check that, I want to... They are not going to throw their anti-ecos today. They threw way too many the last time we saw them, and so far, at least, after Lotus, they are 2 for 2 in terms of winning their anti-ecos. We're going to keep an eye on this as the series moves on. But Billy, do you anticipate that this 100% win rate is going to carry over to the next map?
I think so. I think their icebox looked really good, and I think, you know, we get, again, I have to bring it back to preparation and having Eng as your coach, right? And Sadak as your IGL too. Like, of course, they've actually gone and put the work in after that performance in week 1, because they probably thought that they'd be able to close that performance out last week after that very dominant first map. So, yeah, I think that we can keep an eye on it and see how they go.
2 out of 2, but is it, you know, with how the rounds
in a 13-0.
Yeah, exactly. It's like This one, I'm going to call it a little bit of a fraudulent stat. He's turning 20 on Sunday.
Oh, wow. Okay, happy
So he's
early
definitely all too old to be in the league now. Probably will be, replaced soon. No, I'm joking. But thinking about moving forward, and as we say, and looking at the next map, looking at something that they looked extremely comfortable in. Let's see if we see some surprises when we jump into the agent select.
Yeah, for Koi too. What are they gonna do? It's okay. There's so much to unpack here. We're not gonna get the Shayna, so I'm very upset about that. But what do you guys make of this comp?
Okay, so Shadows on that Killjoy. Solkas playing the Tejo. Okay, Filu on the ISO. I mean, I like it. There's a lot of initiating power versus this composition of Karma and Corp, not having that duelist starting on the attack. I want to see what kind of aggression we're going to be seeing with Movistar Koi. When we were speaking about Elite, I want to see how he deals with it.
Yeah, I think a big talking point that we've had since Tejo has been brought into the game as well is teams choosing to pair it with that breach, with that phase. And of course, we saw from Karma and Core last week that you didn't need that, right? You could pair it with this Keiho. So it's really interesting to see that on Movistar Koi's side, they've also just gone, do you know what, we can run it with the Sova and it will be absolutely fine.
Yeah, exactly. And with them coming into this one, if they were forced to play the Icebox, I know that they get to choose the side. I want to see playing that double info, having two drones. I want to see how they use them across the map, in what timings and what effect is going to have in Karma and Core, if any.
Yeah, and I want to see where Solkas is going to land in the tier list of Tejo players in this region. It will be his debut, hopefully. Pansy and Mini, this won't be another quick map.
Why have you said that? What do you mean? I'm happy with being a quick map. Look, this would be fine, okay? Maybe Koi could just come out and they like 13 to him.
That's not where you were going with that one.
What do you mean?
I don't think that's what you meant. I think
what do you mean?
meant something different.
I don't think that's the case. We are into this. Do you subscribe to the Koi concept here with this lovely selection of agents? Just say no.
No. I don't. There's no Icebox comp in the world that anyone plays right now that I'm a massive fan on. But the ISO was something that Comet and Gorilla ran in their stint with Vitality last year. So I think they do have experience there. I like the Teo, I like the Killjoy. Viper, it's decent. It's a decent attempt at Icebox, I'm not gonna lie. They have lots of planter now on this defense, so it's gonna be interesting to see how KC deal with that.
Okay. That's a fair summary. As it stands, KC will have the door left open for them, right? So plants come in. Lovely chip damage too, actually, I told a lie. Porcupines everywhere. A second attempt at the plant now. Lovely chip, but you can see the HP just a little down lower than they'd like, I'm sure. And Solkas, as said by the desk, rightly so. First time we get to see how he looks on that Teo.
Yeah, big KO knife there to delay the retake. There's only going to be so much time. They do have good retake util core here.
Oh, Martin even forced away. Puts a lot of pressure on Sadek playing up towards Nest. Needs to land some big boy shots. Ain't happening. Rubino getting right on back in, down to Martin. Now left in a 1v3. Didn't quite get past the second hurdle. Solkas to get the first.
Yeah, beautiful signs here from Koi. I like a team that knows that playing retake on A sometimes is a good idea. I want to be able to see those layers later on where they're going to have the ISO be more aggressive, but for a pistol round, I like it. I like that option for them.
And I do think this is a nice test as well for KC for how well they adapt and learn on the fly, because there's quite a specific tool set when it comes to Koi and what they can do in this and where it becomes incredibly impactful and hard to deal with. So I want to see how, the likes of Sadak potentially wants to approach it, how maybe, the coaching staff decide, okay, time out here, we want to try and get this right. And for Koi, how long can they keep this going? And is there layers to it? Is there levels of adaptation, right? And what's the comfort looking like?
That's the difference here, is that KC don't have information on Koi's Icebox at all here, and the reverse is true, albeit KC won a lot on their defense. So we only saw 4 rounds. So preparation here is all quite new on this side for both teams.
Solkas, he's got a corner to play from. Filu, yeah, holding this. This is nice. Confidence builders too. Oh, a bounding Arvez will still do some damage, but that's all it will be. 3 stay alive. A pretty clean outcome for them. They'll be happy with that. All the big weapons kept in check.
Yeah, this is a big first gun round. I want to see what KC are going to do with this Omen. They had lots of cheeky ideas on the defense, and on the attack, I'm sure it's going to be the same. I think the one round we did see, they had a default where they're going to smoke long B, TP into it, and it was quite nice. So maybe something they're doing for the first gun.
No more.
This has got to feel great as well for Koi. Having a start like this, it all feels right, but you can see where the eyes are turning for KC though. It's not going to that same A site anymore. A lot of pressure on Gravino. Does need to back away from yellow.
Yeah, Casey just pushing back any kind of potential spotters on long B. And what that means is that Koi are starved of information. To get back that line is quite risky, so it's a good starting default position on Icebox.
Trying to vie for that information elsewhere. You can see the owl drone in middle, even having a bit of a glance as well. I think it was Elite potentially. No, excuse me. Shados looking down the tube as well, just in case there was something they could gather from this. But KC now reverting to their old ways. Should have spotted at least Filu, yeah. Not sure if it was able to get Flyer as well, but still. Position noted, about 50 seconds. And it looks like KC are really trying to make this mid-round sweat.
Yeah, there's a big information game happening where we saw KC initially go towards B, the rotations happen towards B for Koi, and then we see drones on both sides of the map. Like, it's a big chess game right now between the two teams.
As it stands, the third man is still leaning towards that B site for the defending side of Koi. Still going to keep the player here. I like this from Gravino. A little risky, but right choice. Yeah, lovely from Gravino, just threading the needle, timing right to evade the knife's connection and all the util that followed. Shados is there, but Sadak and Martin in the meantime. Oh my god, Gravino, that fell a little too far, but I guess his options were limited. But so's the time. For KC, they've got to make this count with only 9 seconds, couldn't deny it. Flyer tried to make a bit of a mad play, a mad dash for Filu.
Destabilizing.
Are you up to the challenge? Sitting pretty. Perfect HP. Sadak certainly not the case. Filu with the right call so far. Sadak's gonna have to make the right choice, make the right call, make the right read. Drawn forward. Oh, Sadak! Turns around on its head. I thought Filu had that every day of the week.
Yeah, unfortunate round for Koi not to win. That would have been a great momentum going into the second map. I think one thing to note there is that because KC didn't have that, like Koi dodged that knife on yellow, KC not having the Sova to kind of clear out yellow, that might be something that kind of comes into play for Koi in these later rounds. Big round from Sadak.
Woo! Yeah, it's relief in that one. I think we saw obviously from Filu's side, but it certainly feels that way. It's just like that big sigh. Could have certainly sent the momentum spiraling forward. And speaking of spiraling forward, Rubino Martin, oh, he's gone back for seconds. Oh, it's messy as anything, but they win out the brawl. That felt cut short almost.
That's exactly that TP play I was talking about before, straight into that smoke. Koi not ready, it seems.
No, Shados and Flyer left with a mess in front of them. Well, they're going to need, I feel like a mistake really, Flyer trying to make something out of nothing. Two towards yellow there. And a very disconnected Elite whose timing is going to be lovely. It's just the checkmate in case there was that eventual problem. The pressure now making it hard, but Flyer can now leave. The gateway open. They've got to save.
Yeah, just a save. Sometimes it just feels like the firepower just doesn't, you know, isn't there sometimes. Like, you can't always be in an advantageous position in a round.
Okay.
But, you know, you got to win them sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm getting a bit nervous if KC continue this, because they found a solution.
The last two rounds felt pretty okay.
And if they're not as prepared for something that you even highlighted earlier on.
He was dead 5 times, bro. I stopped shooting 5 times. I was like, die, just die.
Luckily, he didn't shoot back. All good. But yeah, we're going to keep those 2 saved over rifles. The ult's still there with Filu, but now this is where I turn my attention to Koi. What's their layering now? They had a good start. I liked how that felt. You know, they were kind of playing to the strong suit of this composition. I want to see layering now. It may not be in this round because it is a half buy. It's kind of forced around. Well, it's not even forced around. It's a couple of sheriffs, but they played in Shados, and Sadak looked lost in the source.
I think he just presumed that the Killjoy turret was there. But even if it was, that's not a safety net, so Nice round from Koi, using the Vandals both on A and middle at the same time to try and find a pick, and they're successful in doing so.
I'm so happy to see them trying to get aggressive around it and playing it in, not just like, okay, we'll just have a Vandal. This is lovely. They're okay, well, but it was a good attempt. You're not going to be... Look, my curse isn't that powerful, all right? I can only cause tech pauses. I can't affect anything else. This is all I got, but...
I mean, I said I was calling out the firepower. Like, that's a moment where it looks beautiful, the advantages are there, but it just slips away.
Which feels yeah. See if Shados can make something out of it, though. I don't think so. The position's seen really early. And you can see up on 410, waiting for Sugetsu. Are we going to have a bit of a Jame game? Lots of saves. Shout out to my 3 people getting the rest.
Killed my bot.
Red James still playing?
I think he fell off a little bit.
Well, and so is this even affair. It is falling off now. It is tied up, a 2-piece good start from Koi. But this slow march back from KC is looking good. Now, compliments where it's due there. Koi, I liked what they did. I liked them coming in with some intent to try and make those rifles work in this broken buy. But it will fall short. Obviously, there is just going to be the outgun eventually, obviously, from KC. They do have the better weaponry. It's fine. But I still like the concept from Koi, even catching Sadak there for a moment.
Yeah, but now we're looking at the big ults from KC's side. The Teo ult, the Killjoy ult, and even the Omen ult. I trust Eng to cook and Sadak to cook something up even with an Omen ult at times.
Which coach did you hate playing against the most?
If early in season, against Eng is kind of annoying.
Just
because there's
quirky
the
weirdness.
Tech, yeah.
I see.
In general, give me anyone. Give me
I
anyone.
love any of them. No, again, their reputation for Eng, and especially with the adding of Sadak, you kind of thought that was going to be the main backbone to the style they're bringing in, but...
I'm calling that here, KC are going to be drawing attention towards the B side of the map, around yellow, and when we see that distraction happen, I think we're going to see the lurkers through middle under tube.
Looks like it's absolutely poised for that, doesn't it? But the read here, I don't think it's even necessarily I don't know if I'd call it a read, but oh my gosh, and the Teo actually forcing Rubino away. It feels like they're aware of this potential. I don't know if it's the right read or just the right timing for it, but they've already called off Elite and they've cleared Sugetsu. So I'm not sure what it was that gave away the game, but they seemed hyper aware of it. They weren't even playing towards yellow or front side. They were playing deep towards site itself and very cognizant of pressure coming through mid. So finally, a big advantage here for Koi. This could be huge for them playing this back in. Noting pressure on the side from Martin. Bloody hell. He's just had a barrage of utility thrown at him. Prior, you couldn't have asked for anything easier. Martin's going to go down and leaving it to Sadak and Aves. This should be the easiest slam dunk of a round for Koi. Sadak, you're good. You ain't that good. Not going to be put off the 1v5 here. Diffuse in. And I wonder what the tell was or what the read was.
I know this sounds weird because I saw it on Lotus too. There was like a read where I was like, how did they know that? And honestly, like, I don't think they would have scrimmed each other this part of the split. But
super aware.
But that kind of stuff is sometimes an old scrim. Maybe.
That's just like in the back of their mind somewhere,
or I'm completely wrong and they just saw them at some part of the round or made noise or something.
I mean, there's always a chance. It's one way you kind of wish you had those player comps, right, where you could be like, oh, okay, that's how they read it.
Let go be.
Again, yeah, that was fantastic handling of that split, though. And I wouldn't say the same scenes this time. Pressure towards A very early on coming out from Koi.
Yeah, and ult's online now for Koi as well. If Robinho gets overwhelmed here, can put down this Viper's Pit. Very common on the B side of the map.
Team now maybe feeling that we aren't seeing players sit behind yellow. We're not seeing them play front sight, so it could be available.
Yeah, KC are doing a good job of being quick with his B-long default. They're getting yellow by 1 minute 10. It's beautiful. It allows Sadak, you know, to do what he wants on the map, manipulate these rotations.
We complimented Koi for how they approached this before. Now that this feels like it's an awareness that KC can figure out, because they've had no challenge to cross towards yellow. They haven't felt pressure towards this yet. They're feeling it from kind of mid-site, maybe CT. The paranoia is spot on. Were we going to go for a TP on this? Easy target.
Big
You've
fake
got-
from B. He's
Yeah,
looking
and
for
it's...
the Omenov.
Oh my god, it's working. I'm pretty sure, though, Filu's heard this. Yeah, he's trying to get back over here in time, but does he try and stick around and fight, or does he fall away? He's got his ult. He's got options, but he's trying to get a little bit closer. 29 seconds. This is risky, and it's not really rewarded. Filu, the only one that's trying to hold on, but traded effectively. A nice flash as well to facilitate the swing towards the back of the site. Shados can slip away, but they're trying to play ahead of this. Grubino catching two, but Sugetsu left in the 1v2. 10 seconds, no plant to be had. Oh my word, that almost actually happened.
What a shot.
Jesus, he almost had flyers.
I was about to get quite critical about Philo playing on site there, especially with the ult. Could easily have used that, got off site, shielded up, used that ult. Easy 5v4 retake, but the flood in was beautiful from Koi.
It was kind of that second string. It was like Grubino, right, who came in and pretty much, I don't want to say saved the day, but tilted the scales back on over. Here it is, coming back through. Beautiful from Grubino. This shot at the end, I'm pretty sure that's the winning kill, but the one before.
Oh my god, bro. This guy just one-tapped you like that? Holy f.
Yes. Yes, it was quite a nasty shot. 4-3, Koi. Forcing the timeout here from KC.
Yeah, looking good for Koi. Icebox defense is usually when you don't want the bulkier rounds, you're like struggling most of the time, so getting 4 already is good for Koi. The momentum has shifted here.
Oh, it certainly has. This little step back that they've taken, right? We've seen kind of this aggression from Koi, taking the space over towards A, willing to challenge with Filu, pushed up initially, and then we've got that more passive play towards B, sitting deeper towards the site, allowing them that space behind yellow, but really Casey weren't able to manipulate too much. It felt like maybe they were with the right read on the rotation, but it was still held by Koi. It was very impressively done.
Yeah, I think it's, again, I'm just going to go back to like map theory on Icebox. Like, a lot of teams love to overhold this A site, and it sometimes just isn't holdable. And Koi again, like KC almost manipulated the rotation just a little bit to go towards B, but essentially Koi comfortable on these kind of floods and retakes.
Yeah, and it's good seeing them comfortable after map 1. That was a rough showing. Oh, shoulder check by Martin super early. Maybe, I don't want to say asleep at the wheel, but just outdone.
Just as I said, they're comfortable with the floods and retakes. We see Filu in a 1 and done. With his ult.
Oh, why do I feel like Sugetsu wins this? Yeah, he does. Okay, don't let this one go, Koi. You've got a really good step on the ladder.
Cover going out.
They're still getting pressure on A. This is hard to read. You got to look at how it's being reacted to by Shados, right? He's still trying to keep a bit of space here, but now they've cleared back through. Nice work coming in from Flyer to push back through towards A, backfilling the space and catching Martin. Now it feels readable. Obviously they're in the right place here, but can they deny the plant or do they try and slow it down and play it back in? Player disadvantage is tough. Soulcast still with that ult sitting by. Nice shot, nice follow-up. Soulcast lining up the kill feed. Shados wants in. Oh, it's not clean that time. Oh, he's making a bit of a meal of it. Aves coming alive, but Soulcast on clean-up duty. Sadak.
7.
And Flyer's positioning is surely...
Player standing.
What did I just... No, my God, what
You're
is
not
going on?
Aspas. What's he doing?
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what I just saw.
One tap him.
But what have I just witnessed? God gave me eyes.
Yeah, I mean,
I
again,
chose to watch this.
It's a messy... it's a messy round. I gotta criticize Koi at the start here as well. Like, they have power ults, and they're not playing rounds for them. Not using this Viper spit, not using ISO ult, not even being in positions to use the Deo ult.
God, thank God for Soulcast, though.
But yeah, when Soulcast is shooting, it's fine.
Last player standing.
Nice. Oh my god, if we lost because this guy timed me, I would have cried.
So would I.
All right. New round. I feel like I'm part of the team. Round by round, boys. Just forget about it. It's fine. It wasn't pretty from either side. I don't care which fan you are. I'm pretty sure you saw it too. But we go back in and we see a different start here. This is nice from Koi. The evolution on what we're seeing. Martin going to deal with the shield, but he ain't dealt with the player. 3 coming his way. He's got problems. He's got the paranoia, though. Can it save him? Gets out of dodge for now. Fancies to go back in, though. I thought he'd give himself a window to escape. Now he still wanted the punishment.
Casey
down
used
to
that as
3.
a distraction to get on the A site though. But 3v5 post, gonna be difficult for them. 2v5 post, hopefully.
Right, all good, all good. Filu there starting to use the ults that we were asking for. A lot of players here. This should be comfortable. It is. Filu starting to feel a little warmer. Aves, nice try, not nice enough. Koi taking a good lead now.
Yeah, that was one of those like classic awkward KC rounds where they're doing something that's very new that not people have seen before. 2 people walking under tube making a big distraction for people on A, but Koi handled it beautifully.
This feels like a very different Koi, very prepared Koi, kind of heads in the right place. Yeah, what a 9-day difference to map 1.
Yeah, they're more composed with a composition that I would argue that if they played almost like this with the other composition, I think it would have made more sense.
Can't believe you've actually cursed the game though in the break.
I did, yeah. I said to the makeup people at 6 maps today.
All missiles away. I've got a flight really early tomorrow. Could you just like...
I'm trying to curse.
What do you mean? You're cursing against me? You're like, nah.
It's going to be 6 maps.
Ult from Sadak. That's gone well. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Oh, you're not proving me wrong. Flyers having an absolute belter of a round. KC still making something out of nothing here. Soulcast, Filu, and Grubino, though. Starting to see Filu looking a little bit more confident in those previous rounds, and he does have support here as well, but he's going to be forced in. Pops the shield and gets handled. KC, what on earth? They just played that picture perfect. I can't believe, after what we just saw Flyer do, you know, they look so confident. Rubino, suddenly, I mean, Aves does have, Aves has his utility. Yeah, he could, surely he's just the checkmate here. Rubino's going for it though. It's the first volley coming in. The tap. And they can react now. The timing rough for Grubino. He's trying to play him, but they're not dancing to his tune. Grubino desperately tried on this one, and it just hasn't worked. KC, where's that coordination been for the previous rounds?
Yeah, quite a little bit unlucky. Their bait and switch setup completely nullified by Teo ult.
Yep.
But good discipline to they kind of froze that mid round down, realized they had the Teo ult to just clear out that space.
Oh, nice, guys.
The reactions are just the only thing that brings me joy in life anymore. 6-4. Now, Koi can't let that get to them, though, because they had been on the track of looking like the better side, at least initially on this half, and back to business. Filu once again looking to find those ways out of this, but these trades are leaving them in a bit of a tough spot here, but from afar, Flyer trying to bail them out. Good chip damage, but can't convert the kill. You're looking at Elite, you're looking at Martine, they are worse for wear.
Yeah, great damage there. A bit of a mix-up with the aggression. Server ult behind it. Koi looking good in this half. Like 6 already, doing this kind of round. Looking decent. Shadows does have this Killjoy ult though, and with the... I was gonna say the Hunter Sphere would be a news, but it's on the other side, never mind. They could rely on this Killjoy ult for the retake, so... You see the re-clear towards middle for Koi. They might opt to give up this A site a little bit. Disciplined by KC though. Waiting for these salvos, these refresh util.
35 seconds though.
Looking like it's going to be a brawl.
There's Filu, a little bit of uncertainty of how to evade, but it's Grubino to catch Martine. The HP was low, and it looks like he was working in the dark, but with 20 seconds, there's got to be a speed up here. Filu getting isolated fights, and really, it's Elite and Aves to try and dig in here. Aves has been nuts though so far, but time is running low, 12 seconds. He's going to wait this one out here, and Elite's timing is outrageous. Perfectly played to catch the pressure onto Shados. And KC are back at the door now.
It's just another round for Koi where they're not playing around their ults. Like, they could be winning this half even more convincingly if they had used the ults more effectively. We have a Killjoy ult for a retake. no need to play on site against Teo salvos that are going to just ruin you.
But how do you kind of get that into players' heads, though? Because it is purely player call, right? Like, that's nothing as a coach you can really work on. Is it something
to drill that in every single day?
Yeah. Because, as I said, it is those choices in those moments that feel like a coin flip, but you do have to make the right call. But now, right back forward, Philo fighting forward. This time, pathing a little different, but it's Martin to catch him. These early battles are now starting to really heftily swing over to KC's side, over towards A.
Again, I look at the Teo ult, Killjoy ult, and we're going for an aggressive play without using any of these big power ults.
And what round are you going to save them for?
Exactly.
Minis.
And now
Coach is coming out.
they get sight here, so Getsu has Viper's Pit. It's a very tough retake then for Koi.
Shados, Soulcast, here come the ults now. Trying to stall it out is Sadak, investing the nade to come in, but Alves again. This guy has been finding impact, warming into it, dealt with. Soulcast goes down, Grabino's still trying to make it past middle. He's got to pull off a miracle here. You noted it. The ult coming in from Sugetsu. And the information being found. A long road back, but an individual fight will certainly help matters. 3 more to locate. Hit to try and make it through. Trying to pick the right path, and there isn't really one here. Tied up in the end at 6 apiece.
Yeah, Koi will absolutely take 6 here, but honestly, they could have pushed for more.
I'm absolutely with you on that. It feels like it could have actually been a Koi lead here. Some chances missed, but KC starting to get that read right, starting to really build into this. I do only wonder how this one really shakes down. Koi with a couple of more opportunities to try and keep up, but let's hear from Sadak talking about KC's prep for stage 1 and how he's adjusting to VCT EMEA.
Preparation-wise, we are really trying to up our mental game. Of course, our strategic game, we really think like it was good, but the part that we focus a lot was on the mental stage because we have a lot of new players. We have players that this is the first time they're playing on a LAN even. So for us, it was like, okay, we really have to work on the mental side. It's been a hell of a ride, I would say, because to be honest, I came here and this is my first team I have to call in English. So everything was different for me. Like the calls, the maps, agent names, some concepts of the game changed just because of the language. So for me, it was like a really high adaptation period. It was kind of like 3 months for me. It took me a while. But overall, like I really like working with this team. Like I think I'm well respected and people are super welcoming to me and they listen to me a lot.
Yeah, well, let's triple pick. 3, 2.
Woo! Not only as an IGL, but as an experienced player, I would say, as a captain. So yeah, I mean, I like it. It's been fun.
Help but like Sadak, really. The second he joined the desk, I think, or like some of the interviews he's even given, he is a brilliant character to have. And we're hoping if KC can get back on track here, and kind of prove that in the server as well. But on the other side, Koi. This is a competitive half. Now, we, again, have to remember map 1 happened. It was 13-2. It was very one-sided. This looks like a bit of a different team, really, the way they're approaching it. Confidence starting to show, some individuals turning up, and overall, a better look collectively, but the side swap puts pressure back on.
Yeah, a good half from Koi, though. They'll take 6, but the problem is that KC did win, I think it was 9 on their last defense. So KC are comfortable in this defense.
Oh, but
this lurk.
This is really not...
Oh, okay.
It's recoverable. He saved it. He saved it. If we only look at the kill feed and not how it happened, it all looks fine. Koi, this is so good. But a 1v3 for Sugetsu is incredibly difficult. It feels like it was won and lost in middle there. Grubino just finding so much impact through those kills and the pressure on the back lines, trying to disrupt the post plant now. And you've got Shados, Soulcast, and Flyer. A lot of utility to potentially go through. None of them back online apart from Flyers right now. See that coming in there.
Toxin screen down.
Sugetsu, his options are looking worse and worse by the second. They're gonna toy with him. Yeah, this is one of those, unless they make a catastrophic mistake. It's not going to happen. Beautiful from Koi. Now, I'm sure Grabino won't put it in the highlight, but it was an impact moment for him.
Yes, I think that it was a very tailor-made round for KC. Like, Koi had come in with a pistol where they understood that maybe KC's rotations, they'd leave that middle area open. And so, beautiful strat. I'm going to, give credit to the coaches there.
You always do. Players?
Yeah.
Nah. Coaches? Well,
Yeah, it wasn't Grabino. That was all coaches right there.
You reckon?
I think so, yeah.
I reckon Grabino's gone, I've got a bit of a time in here, boys, don't worry. Just walking middle. I'm sure no one's watching. But that's huge for them. This is a really big step. They take the lead. 7-6. You got to imagine it'll be 8-6 after this, right? They start getting back in, and this is exactly what they need. These are confidence-building rounds as well, the right reads.
And I think on the KC side, we heard Sadak talking about the mental game. Like, going down now to Koi, I want to see how they deal with that. And one thing that I think is kind of, we don't talk about very much, is that KC do have a performance coach, Mr. Ewan.
Yep.
And he worked with us in our 2023 year, so he's, pretty good guy. And I think that like highlighting those performance coaches is something we don't very much do. But I'm very interested to see how his impact is on the team, and with these, especially this young roster,
Nice for Shados, just farming up. I mean, I think they...
over the 5K.
Yeah, but it was a pistol 5K. It's all good. It's all good. He's fine. And honestly, scoreline-wise, he's having a quiet game, so it might be quite nice for the confidence to start building for Shados and early build towards ult here. The lockdown can be quite vital. For KC, look at just get it over with. Happy. The Koi side, though. Impressions?
What was the impression of them?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
No,
in
I
general.
can't. No.
Right, okay.
It's embarrassing.
Just in general, or when you do it?
When I do it.
Right, fair play. And you're right, I think it is hard to kind of figure out, though, what those sort of coaches actually do for players, and especially if we're not seeing positive results as well, and it's very hard to extrapolate that information. So, something to maybe question on further. But as it stands, Koi taking the positive steps, and this bonus, hey, is pretty solid. Got Guardian out, Bulldogs.
Nice little trap play here for KC, though. They've completely left the A side of the map open. But Koi sense danger. Making the right read.
Fancy it. Something.
Feels very Icebox right now. You know?
Do you like
I don't know how
side?
it feels to cast. Like, this
Awful.
is the first time
I
casting
hate this map.
Icebox, but
I hate it. It's awful. You might as well just cut the map in half and then just
big
spam
drone
everything.
though here from Aves, clearing out the B side of the map. So KC are going to be ready on this A side of the map with numbers soon.
30 seconds left.
Oh, there we go. Elite is going to have to respect that, I imagine. Okay. Little shieldy wall going to go in and facilitate the push up towards the site, but the plant's certainly not on the cards just yet. There is still players. Backside wanting to try and dig their heels in. Filu removing a few, but it's going to be KC again, still trying to put up numbers. But Filu is absolutely firing on all fronts. A 1v3 for Martin. Looks out of reach. Or am I out of touch? No. Flyer is going to secure it. 9 rounds now for Koi.
I really like that exit from Koi, the shield going up the left side, and then because the composition doesn't have like a Sage or a Gecko in it, Koi needs to take the deep space. So using that wall, using the salvos, using the ISO, taking that deep space, and KC didn't seem ready for it at all.
Be still.
Something I would be writing down right there if I was saying.
On the notes.
Yeah.
I'll scribble down. Don't see him writing.
Look at my orbs. I'm 0-8 and I haven't died. I haven't done anything.
Actually, he has made no progress. It's all good. You don't need your ult. You barely used it in the first half anyway. It's fine. What? As long as Soulcast hits the shots, I don't care. All right, then you worry. No one's making frag movies and montages out of Teo ults, are we? Someone can prove me wrong. I don't think they will.
I think me and Sliggy did a clip.
Right. Right, the infamous Sliggy Mini duo.
Yeah.
No namers, are they? Move over,
that's
floor.
True, that's true. I didn't...
Sorry, Soulcast. Sliggy and Mini
we
here.
can't aim, so we need the tail. That's why I'm so angry that it doesn't use it.
Okay, this, I don't want to say it's a throwaway round, but we've got Sheriffs. It is the Shiko. Patented. Copyrighted.
this might be one of those classic, we'll go B on the anti-eco, make it feel like we used the B side of the map. And then secretly...
they never go B again. The players are here pretty quick. Grabino's really pushing the issue. I don't love that. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary in these sort of rounds. Okay, if Filu's going to farm, then do whatever the hell you want, but I do think it can open up problems when you can play it perfectly safe. Fortunately, as said, Filu is wanting his eco Cobra moment, and he's got it. 4 kills.
Might be something from the prep, though, with KC having the Omen smokes. They're able to smoke the white crate quite a lot, which puts the post plant in an awkward position. So it might be something from the anti-strat, but they want to push deeper on that B side of the map. I agree with you. In general, anti-eco, best not to do it. But it might just be a habit from preparation. The stress is setting in now.
Is that your kind of like, you can do a breakdown on coach cams?
Yeah, I want to do one for the desk.
Yeah?
A full
like telestrator.
I just watch pain and I just enjoy.
You're grinning. I've never seen you smile so much.
It is beautiful watching it.
No, to be fair, my probably biggest guilty pleasure is when like Mitch and Tom get awful tech pause. And then, like, I know they've got something to do the next day, and they're grumpy. You can hear it in their voice. They're not happy. They're not happy. They're trying to make like lightheartedness of it. You know what I mean? A little bit of banter. Ha ha ha. Tech pause. But like deep down, I know they're seething, and it
you
brings
just cursed
me...
it now though, because we're gonna get a giant.
Oh, I don't care though. I don't care. No, I've been broken by this. Okay. There's no recovery for my mental. It's been gone for years. But I love seeing
people break.
Yes, yes, and then I feel better.
That's fine.
I think there is some disorders named after that. I don't think any of them are healthy.
I think both of us have that disorder.
Yes. Yes, we do. 10-6. 4 in a row. Koi, feels like we got the veto almost incorrect, you know what I mean? Like, the way this is kind of shaken down, but I guess prep is the name of the game. Being able to see the opponents coming in fresh for Koi has worked well, and Filu is having a blistering performance.
And he has an ult, and I hope he uses it.
Why would you do that? Why do that? Just go shoot him, Filu. Don't listen to Mini.
Classic Icebox 1-4 here for Koi.
Actually, they might go back towards B. Go on. Weapons going towards the B side of the map.
Yeah, attacking A can be slightly difficult against the Omen, going through those smokes and stuff. Some teams aren't comfortable with it. We saw that last game for BBL. Yeah. I would say with the double drones on the Koi side, you should be able to go through the smokes fairly easily, in my opinion.
Sugetsu. Nah. See, this was the mistake. We thought they were going towards B. No one goes B on Icebox. No one goes B on Icebox. It's only A.
But what's going on? Now they're ulting.
30 seconds left.
I can't. What's going on?
Oh.
I mean, they.
I don't know, but they're gonna probably win the round. This kind of like double pump fake, I guess. It's
15 seconds though.
I don't know if I'd support this idea. If you hit the VOD review, I'm not going to love that. 9 seconds, you're just hoping no one's around. Fortunately, they pulled it off well enough. Actually, no one is. They're going to have to make it work here, and Sugetsu's still strong on this, punishing that push through towards CT that we question marked before. Elite there on the clear up. That felt a little bit fumbly.
After watching that Haven, where Boaster had like those nice mid-round calls, everyone's loving it. It was almost, it was a bad impression, I feel like. I mean, that was overcooked for sure.
Oh no, absolutely.
Nice, guys. Let's go.
It was almost beautiful, but it wasn't. As well, Philo does still have his ult, just to... Instead of this beautiful mid-rounding kind of approach, just use that ult.
You could do that.
Just use that ult.
You could use the ult. They used one of the other ones. Shados used his. Didn't do much. Sugetsu. He's been feeling a little bit of pressure on him, but that knife should have caught probably, I want to say minimum 3. But again, They falling to the infamous trap of it might be B, but we know it's always going to be A.
I like you to do anti-strats. If I ever go coach again, I want you to do the anti-strats for my icebox. And it just
No
first
matter
page
what
just
happens,
says,
they're finishing A.
yeah.
That's it. That is. It's funny because it's true. Off we go. Back to the one
That was a
site.
great map when you were doing color casting.
Don't start with me. I'll start misbehaving. I can't help myself when I've had a 13-2 and I've got a site simulator. Away we go. Filu still got the ult here. Still taking the space as is, as per. Not feeling necessary yet.
Where is Grabinho going?
It's you and me.
Okay, see the ult coming in.
Okay.
If the delay is good here, Grabinho is going to look like a genius.
Yeah, this actually could be really nice. Oh, God.
Maybe that's why he didn't use the ult.
Okay, Grubino, will you save us? So many ults here. So many ults. Feels almost like, I don't say impossible for KC, but it's so hard. Grubino's made it. He's here. He made it in time. And Koi are actually cleaning up. KC falling like flies. All the ults finally burned. They waited for the perfect moment, but they got them maybe the perfect round here. 11 looking like it's about to be etched on the scoreboard, and it is.
Yeah, memes aside, that default towards B, clearing out the space, denying the information, going back towards A, I think it's, again, like I said on the KC side, it's a good default. Grabinho's lurk, it's a good lurk. Something you rarely see. You have to be very confident that you've kind of broken all that util towards B long, which is what that default does. It's a good round from Koi.
The frustration is there. I also
No, it's rough when even Aang's looking stressed.
Yeah, which doesn't normally happen.
No.
Genuinely, it is. He's quite a stoic character when it comes to it. So yeah, seeing him a little bit worried here as Koi are building in Martine. Ooh! That is nice. Quick hit and run. Grabino removed. But oh, are we thinking about B?
Surely not. Hansy's low.
Oh, don't go B. Don't go B. I've told you about this. You don't go here. Oh, Shadow's fight. Okay, fair play. Let's show me what this side of the map looks like. I believe we're in middle. Some might say Elite gonna take one, but it's traded out. Good spacing, but a 3v2. Still with a man advantage of KC. It's gonna be tricky to be comfortable in a post plant. They still haven't really got the spike on the site here. They still probably don't know where the site is. It's uncharted territory, this B site. So Soulcast needs to buy time and keep them secure. He spotted one for sure. Oh, Sadak just barges forward. Shados, he might get a plant. I don't know if he's going to get much more.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he might not get a plant. Oh, he's made it out. He's alive.
45 HP though.
And a dream. Ooh, it's all good. All good. A little bit of a moment there. That's why we don't go to B.
That's why we don't go B. That's
We don't go B.
Analysis for that round done.
It's easy
It is
being
easy.
an analyst. I don't know what the hard work is.
I think you got to say more stuff.
Oh, you're meant to say more?
Yeah, I think
right.
so.
I think we just keep it simple. Don't go B. Go
That's
A.
correct.
Something you can occasionally
Especially
go
when we don't
mid.
have my favorite agent on this map, Sage. You can't go B.
You like Sage here?
I like Sage, sure, yeah.
You've never admitted that to me before.
Really?
Yep. Probably
Are you
should.
joking?
No, I've never heard you mention Sage in this map. Not once.
I like it.
I'm really not, but I'm horrified.
You're horrified?
Yep. Absolute bin juice. 11 to 8.
Check my win rate.
I'll look for your trophies at champs. We've got a couple of ults coming in. Elite's there. Arviz is there. Grabino's still got his. So here we go. This looks actually relatively similar to that kind of 3-2 split with that late pressure through middle that we saw KC attempt.
Yeah,
They
it's
figured
the
it out
same kind of
fast.
idea. I don't want to say what I named this trap, but I do call it Fnatic and Fnatic this one.
Oh, Elite, that's so clean. Shado's gone, but I think he saw Grabino. I'm not sure. Maybe a little bit of consider. Wow, Sadak certainly did. We told you about this. B is cursed. It is why we only go towards A. You cannot come here.
Stopping fire.
Filu has got 4 to locate. Spike left where it is makes it even harder on this cross. Aves is watching lovely from Filu. He has been clean. I'm not going to write him off yet. Very difficult though. And that smoke to get away with the spike here. A little bit of a consideration from Sugetsu to gap close on it. Now plant in. He spotted Sugetsu. Able to kind of almost feigning that fall away to side.
KC have grouped up though, all three.
Yeah, but I like what Filu's doing. Let's stick on Filu. How dare you ever pull a Prius? Thank you. Don't you get away from that one plex. What happens?
Everyone.
Yeah, because simple will happen. You don't want to have that. Sorry, observers. I love you. Oh dear. Well, the knife connecting is an issue. Oh, but that shot wasn't. Filu, are you on for an absolutely mythical moment here? The timing might have gotten away! Sadak there in the end. But that was on a real knife's edge for a moment. Diffuse comes in, but I love the attempt.
Yeah, nice attempt. KC, I like the discipline to just group up, but at a certain point, it's almost over-disciplined. Given a bit of
a little bit too much room there, yeah.
Too much space.
Well, because there was that almost window of possibility when he was able to reshift towards side. But it felt like the knife hit, but maybe they weren't that comfortable because of the radius of it. Could have been somewhere else.
It's okay.
Was just
this game. It's okay. We're gonna.
Tell me the rest. Tell me the rest. I want to be able to. I want to be confident too. I want to know what the solution is.
And then early in that round, we saw that split come in, and because it's almost both teams have that in their playbook, they were so ready for it. Yeah. Like that strat is nice if you've abused B, and it's like. When the noise on B happens, the other team's scared of it, but the B hasn't been working, so why would defense be scared? Surely not.
Right, guys, it's not worked at B, so they're not going to come B. The classic, we go B. It's a vintage feel.
Big ults on both sides, though, so there is a bit of a mind game between where the retakes might happen.
They try and cross back over. Martin's good for what? Oh, the shield! I mean, Luminek, they are really playing just, I hate saying knife edge again, but it's like such fine margins they're trying to play with here.
Yeah, Killjoy turret's usually used there to stop that kind of pick. But Ferns use it on the A. Yeah, and again, these ults, it's all going to come down to these ults.
See, now look, KC know
it's you and me
where they need to be. Right, they know. Guys, don't fall for it. Guys, don't fall for it.
They're allowed to fall for it when they can retake these ults, though, is my only thing. But post-plant ults, Viper's Pit, you see here, now it gets a bit awkward. It's going to be a messy round.
Oh, Flyer. The util pour on then was just impossible. There was like no way in, really.
18 seconds.
I don't think they got...
It's going to be a Melon's moment, potentially.
Moment. Can we brand that?
10 seconds
I think Sideshow's got that one really.
Yeah, that's a you got the Chico.
Yeah. This is a little bit more fruity though. Melon's moment. Oof. Yeah. What? Don't judge. I'm getting called out by observers now. They're flaming back. 11 to 10 KC.
This should be simple enough.
Stalling Koi out just enough. This is 3 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, I think
it's got to be a timeout. Yeah.
There's a rule that I have on maps like this where it's like, if you're, especially against like a Viper ult, if you're mid-rounding to the point where you got 30 seconds left, you're running around the map, and the other team has a bunch of big ults, you're gonna be in for a Melon's moment. So like, stop that mid-rounding earlier. You need to stop that mid-rounding earlier so that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it does feel like it always comes down to like about 30 seconds and they're creeping towards the side. I'm like, oh my word. It does make me nervous, rightly so. So, pause here for Koi. Maybe need to kind of right the ship. Their frequent missions towards B, not great. I actually quite like what they were trying to do, but if you're going to do it, maybe speed it up a little earlier. But Sugetsu's been great at controlling that space and kind of calling when he needs the support on it, kind of playing it very well. But again, I do think Koi need to reevaluate how they're approaching this map at the very minimum.
I think just simplifying. I think that they're being fancy. And it is kind of working, but ultimately there's like bigger issues, if you know what I mean. Like, again, if you're running into a site with 25 seconds left and there's big ults on the other side, you've messed up.
Yeah. And Koi, right the ship. Here we go. They still have Soulcast with the ult. Still got a buy here. The other side, Arvez has his.
Towards B with the ult this time.
Okay. Yeah, switch up. You're bang on. Sugetsu playing towards middle this time instead. I guess with the operator, that lovely line to play off. noted early.
This is the power of the Koi comp. They have 2 drones, so Martin's going to struggle to get work done. But nice little reposition off the smoke.
This feels brave though, doesn't it? Because you're taking gambles here. You can't see everything. You can't see that close creep up on the lane. So Martin going to need some help here, but he's really unwilling to walk away. And I'm also keeping my mind towards Sugetsu, looking like he thought about pressuring middle. Not to be though. Martin still feeling enough presence here that he doesn't want to fall off this.
Not sure what the next step here is for Koi.
I don't know how you clear the... Force Martin away. Do you still have util for this?
Salvos, I think they'll use behind yellow, potentially.
Maybe waiting on Flyers util this cycle up? No, he's still towards middle, okay. So yeah, they ult towards kind of mid-site. Elite's got a nice little pocket to play from though. Looking like they want to...
strat we saw before.
At the time, we wouldn't get double melons.
Back-to-back melons. You need to cop that.
That's true, I'll get fined. Never happened. Martin, ooh! Hold on, a little bit of a run here coming out from Koi. They've left it late, but they've left it just enough time. Plants in. They've made it work, but it is still the 2v3. Aves now on his own. Koi operating under so much pressure and making it count this time. And now there it is. Flyer's going to catch Aves. Koi. That felt so risky, but it works.
I think KC ran this exact same strat with a tail. I think, right?
I think so.
It's funny how, you know, maps develop within regions and scrims and things.
Oh, Grappino, that shot. Oh. Cool. That's how we do it. Oh.
But yeah, I'm still surprised that Koi went B again, but it worked.
Don't say that. That's why we're so confused. We're like KC, baffled. Ugh. Good.
This time, Koi aren't conditioning B long, and so
this feels so
Viper
obvious.
has all the information over this side of the map.
Unless they're going to do a late run back, but then this also makes me feel Martin is once again playing a really high-risk game. If they've had no contact towards B long, no pressure towards middle, this is a really risky game, but it's rewarded! Aves and Martin standing shoulder to shoulder and holding back that creep, that almost contact towards A site.
1v5 for Rubinho.
We're going to have a little chat after this one, Minnie, because you look happy. Rubino, there's nothing more to be done here. Aves and Martin doing really well, but it's an in-zone flawless, but it doesn't feel like a good one here. Koi, what are we up to there? What do you think? What do you think went wrong? Because it felt...
All game we've conditioned, like Koi have conditioned the B long, tried to push back Saigetsu, and then for some reason they don't do it, and Saigetsu's just going to stand there and know that you're not coming B. So, you know, a nice little sub there from KC, the high-low on pipes. Good kills. You know, it's not easy to do that still. If you know they're coming in, it's not as simple as just, you know, kill them.
No, exactly. That's why it got me a little bit nervous, because if it goes even slightly wrong, then you're kind of screwed and the floodgates are open. But going back to this A hit, again, no pressure down B long, no show towards B long. The knife probably connecting quite a few players as well. You can see it here. So our observers are lovely and really talented at their jobs. I like them, I promise you. So again, we're seeing that Koi are going to be noted, and this pressure is feeling almost too obvious, right? It's almost like, surely they're not coming here.
This is the classic Icebox though. Like the obvious A isn't the worst. It's just that all that conditioning from Koi earlier could have been used.
Yeah. But they're so close here, kind of making it through from Maze. A little bit of a stall. Tap on the spike, so they know it is committed now. Aves has his ult. We've just heard Sadax coming in as well.
Nice from Koi. I think that it was very intentional there, trying to bait out the KO ult. The only thing is they don't have a cancel option. So it is a 5v5 brawl on A here.
Oh, they're going it. Sadak? Sadak gets two there, does he? And Sugetsu, they retake the area around Maze. It feels like Koi thought they had that for free. Certainly not. Oh my word, KC, suddenly kicking it up again. For the in-zone flawless to take us to OT.
That felt like my rank games there, just the 5v5 brawl on A.
I mean, that's just Icebox, mate.
Great read from KC.
I'm a little bit confused that Koi stopped with at least showing some presence towards B. It doesn't have to be everything. And maybe the cross in middle felt unsafe. I don't know what it is, but why would you stop at least showing some presence to create those question marks after you've been so adamant to pressure that point?
They went from going 5D chess icebox, almost overkicking, to like, we're going into ranked 5A icebox, which is still, you know, it's not bad,
works.
but they didn't use any of that kind of conditioning from before.
Okay, OT. And I'm worried what these last couple of rounds have done to the minds of the likes of Koi and KC. For KC, it's going to be an upward trajectory. For Koi, it's frustrating, I'm sure, after what was quite a successful run of things. Now, KC back on the attack and Koi on the defending side now.
Over there.
KC following the script of there is only one site. You better attend it.
Yeah, Saikatsu was looking at an angle in middle but got spotted out, so gonna be scaling away. But yeah, classic icebox coming in for KC. Scaling up A.
Oh no, Filu! It was just couldn't find the shot he needed, and now it's uncomfortable, but Flyer's there! Big impact kills for him, catching the cross up towards the site. Soulcast fancied to go, and it didn't go well. Now Shados, Messi, KC coming together, expecting these little plays coming through. Grubino. I mean, he's trying, but the ults come on, so he's going to be forced forward, and Sugetsu is going to catch. 13-12, they take the lead.
Yeah, I think that round's a beautiful illustration of why I'm not annoyed when a team just sends a bunch of people A. It can still work.
Yep.
Saikatsu being the player at middle, creating a bit of a distraction. Cancel option maybe. But yeah, beautiful scaling and trading from KC.
Your chance here. Showed us a good game. Don't let this map become a forgettable footnote. KC with the timeout. You said this before, and I think it was either map one or maybe earlier in this, but in pivotal rounds that KC do call timeouts, even if they're in the lead, they'll still try and prepare themselves for what's about to happen.
Yeah, I think in OT it changes a little bit because you're switching sides, so there's no momentum from a side, so makes sense for KC if they think they've got a read here.
Is Eng very much leading that conversation. That is not even being shared, it looks like. Looks very clear-cut on who's leading these directives.
Yeah, I think for me it would be kind of talking about, you know, the Koi have been a little bit obvious when if they do go towards the B side of the map, they are going to be playing like a 4D chess style of icebox. If they don't, they're probably just going A.
Okay. Ready. It's a chance for both sides, of course. This does mean Koi gets to check in as well during the timeout. It's obviously refreshed in OT. Last couple of words will be said between the two. Now it's KC. Not just map point, but series point after map one, of course, and Koi with it all to do. I hope they feign some pressure towards B-Long and then drift back in, but
there's a trap there already.
Is actually shouldering this. We haven't seen him delve this deep, it feels like, in regulation.
Yeah, new idea from KC here. Pushing straight through. Aves, I wouldn't check him here. Be surprised if Koi do. They do have drones though.
Do they use them this early? Would they hope they get to use them a bit later?
You can hear all these footsteps as well. It's big information from Aves.
And you can see him talking away, calling this. But look who's pushed up here, Martin. Confident in this positioning, poised, and Koi none the wiser, but Flyer!
But even with this death, they might not expect
so many others.
And then also more coming in.
Sugetsu's been good here though. And the Aldrone doesn't clear him, still on for this one. They're gonna try and cut through towards site, but he's got a fight on his hands. Oh, it's stunning from Sugetsu. Grubino keeping some hope alive here, teeing them up down to this 2v2. Shados and Flyer up against Aves and Elite. Top of the pack for KC. And you can see why Elite is clean with it. Flyer's gone down. It's all on Shados. In a 1v2 to keep hope and chance alive. 20 seconds. No spike to be played with. He's looking for someone, anyone to give him that moment. And the time is slipping away. He knows it. Spots one, but that's not all of the story here. He's got to commit on this plan, he knows. And actually, fortunately enough, there's a pocket. And oh, he's got a great kill. Just couldn't turn in time towards Aves. A moment almost made, but in the end, KC pushing this one over the line.
Yeah, 2-0 from KC, they're going to take that one, but after the first map, I think they were hoping for a little bit more on the second, making a I think they wanted to make a statement on that second one, really.
It felt like it. And again, let's kind of then talk bigger picture here, because we said this was a very big game for both teams, for what this means. It was a competitive map too, but map 1 I still can't quite ignore.
Yes.
And it worries me in the grand scheme of how this then tilts these two teams on their trajectories.
Yeah, I think in the context of this group, like, I think for Koi, there's going to be some tough matches coming up. Same for KC, but getting this one and a step towards qualification is big for them.
Yeah, spot on. And kind of walking away from this, if you're in the KC camp, what are you looking at? What's the next steps for you after seeing today's games?
I think it's just looking at the map pool specifically. Like, if Icebox is your pick map, you're expecting a little bit more there.
Yep.
I think that maybe there's a narrative around the preparation. When they did a map that was prepared well and Sadak's comfortable on, it looked great. But then when they didn't have any of that prep, got prepped against a little bit.
Sure.
Like, maybe there's something there.
Okay, so still work to be done for KC, but a great map for them here and a good display to keep themselves feeling confident going forward. Good to see them finding the right solutions, and sadly enough, it just felt a little too late in the day for Koi, didn't it? Just that little bit beyond bringing this back in. Map 2 got close, but just that falter at the end has got to be heartbreaking.
Yeah. Heartbreaking for Koi, but I feel like we say that
too often. Now, something for myself, it's actually just a personal treat. Let's take a look at the Pay Safe card play of the week. It is going to be Fluorescence Ace up against Na'Vi. And look, I couldn't let Mitch and Tom have all the fun, you know, because I am Floor's at least top 3 fan here.
I didn't actually see
I didn't see the first either. I thought this was just a 4K, but well, you've not seen this at all?
No.
Like, look at this. There is no one in this world quite like Floor. I don't care. No one. It's the movement, the snap. Ugh. Look at the end. Look at the end. Doesn't stop. Doesn't stop.
What?
I'm just, yeah, nah. Minnie's baffled. Minnie's never seen anything
I was
like
wondering
it.
what Na'Vi are doing, but Flora takes those.
They are getting absolutely dealt with, but we said we like this guy. We want to hear more from him. It's the one and only Sadak who's standing by on stage with the delightful Yinzu.
No one quite like Sadak either. Thank you so much for joining me and congratulations today. This feels like a much needed win, and finally it's a 2-0 Sadak. We don't have to go to map 3. We don't have to worry about any of that. What happened this week in preparation, and why did you think you were able to close this out today?
I think our team, after each match, we're getting better and better, you know, because we understand each other a lot more. So yeah, this is just showing that, you know.
How do you stay on top of the emotions of some of the rookies? Because it's not easy to always go to 2-1 and always lose.
Yes, sometimes I want to, you know? Yes. But they get super hyped sometimes, which is good. And that's something we're working on, to understand when to be hyped. But at the same time, yeah, they're rookies, so they're learning. And this is part of it, part of the process, so yeah.
How much confidence do you think this win is going to give you and your players?
A lot, of course, a lot.
You're going to be able to snowball this?
I hope so.
I hope so too, because
so.
we saw some insane things on Lotus, and Minnie was particularly complimentary. So,
I love Minnie.
Oh, okay.
Even
that
if
makes
you
one of
defeat
us.
me, I still love you, Minnie.
What have you been watching other teams, other regions? Where have these new ideas come from?
I would say we have a crazy coach and a crazy IGL, so we just do our thing, you know, like we try our thing, what we like. There's not much things to watch from outside, just minor ideas most of the time. So yeah, we are always inventing our own play.
You match each other's freak.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Now, I think out of all of the maps, we were expecting you to play Harbor. The one that will be the least weird is Icebox. So why are you not playing Harbor on Icebox?
Harbor is good, of course. He's amazing, but we find more value on Omen, the way he moves, the way the high grounds work, of course. course. So yeah, that for us, it just suits our gameplay super well.
Was there ever a conversation around someone else playing the Omen on Icebox?
No, not really.
Was always Martin?
Yeah, it was always Martin. Yeah.
Is this a you and coach thing, or is this a Martin thing?
So the Icebox comp, to be honest, I inspired on some NA teams before, and then we adapted to our team. So yeah, it was more like a made already established comp on Icebox, and we just took it and adapted to us.
It looks good. We like it. We like it. The next game is a French derby. I don't know if you've ever been a part of a French derby before.
No.
KC versus Gentle. We have some KC fans in here. They'll tell you how big of a game that is.
It's for you guys, okay?
Yeah, and how much
If
they're
we
going
win,
to
of
want
course.
you to win this. Have you watched much of Gentlemaids? What do you think of them?
No, I haven't watched much. We're gonna, of course, start watching this week. We have to do our prep. So yeah, let's see what's gonna happen.
Okay, but I like the confidence you already said. You're gonna do this for them. You're gonna do this for them. And I want to quickly look back a little bit because North Americas is starting soon, and Loud will be playing 100 Thieves today. What do you make of that matchup from your past experience, and any message you would like to send to your former team?
To my former team, guys, I love you. Please win a match, please. Win, please. Giving you all my energy for this upcoming match, of course. Fight well, always. And yeah, that's it. Good luck. I love you guys, and please destroy them.
We can carry this energy over to that. I think it's a good omen. It's a good omen. You win today.
No.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Adak, for joining me once again. We'll see you here next week.
Thank you, guys.
As I said, Americas is starting soon, so make sure you guys tune into that. Have a lovely evening. We'll catch you back here in EMEA next Wednesday. We'll see you then.
Do the L.
This backside, can he take somebody with him? Otherwise this retake's going to be incredibly difficult, but he steps up when needed! A third kill for Crashies! Nice! Kicks finds one, and from the smoke comes safe 6 seconds. Plant needs to be found! Nice! Thank you! I thought I'm safe. My boy. Good boy.
Last player.
Oh my god, if we lost because this guy timed me, I would have cried.
Ace of the week. No, I can't.
On, Grubino's made it. He's here. You made it in time, and Koi, you're actually cleaning up. KC falling like fly.
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take